The story begins with a bunch of people summoned to another world while on their way to school. The king explained that for the past few years their human nation had warred against the demon nations, incurring heavy losses and debt as a result. They were on the verge of an extreme crisis, which is why they decided to summon people from other worlds, blessed with power, to their aid. Then he announced them as the great heroes. They didn't seem to understand his words. They started to measure their abilities. A black-haired girl had the Scythe of the Goddess skill, which was pretty rare. When they checked the other skills, they realized that all of them had some special skills. The black-haired girl didn't seem to understand what a skill was. A man explained that it was something that a person gains when passing to their world. The king considered those as the god's favor. The boys seemed to like the idea of being heroes. The king was also happy that they had some good skills, and it was quite worthwhile to summon them in that word. One of the men stated that the boy named Itonami Norio had no skills. Itonami Norio was a useless corporate drone and had a quite boring life. Before he summoned the other world, he bumped into a chubby man on the train. The man introduced himself as a god and explained that he was about to be summoned to another world since his daddy picked him out. According to him, his daddy was the king of gods, Zeus. He mentioned that until now the administrator was Athena and she was making some discriminations against men. His name was Hephaestus and he was good at making things. It was his first time giving a skill to someone, so he gave his best preparing it. The skill he gave to him was the Master of Supremacy. It was hard to use, but he would figure it out. He put the skill spare on his chest and completed the skill-giving process. Back to the king's mansion, there was a clamor between the guardians. Itonami was sure about his non-existent ability to fight with demons. He wanted to ask him something, but the king was worrying about how he could never go back to his world. They had a way to summon heroes into their world, but they had no way of sending them back. Others were in shock and thought they were joking around. The king mentioned that only the head of the demon king knows how to do that, which was exactly why they would go and fight his armies. However, as Itonami had no skills, he could not do that. He then offered to have a plot of land. He didn't mind the location and just wanted to use the land and live out his life in solitude. Since he couldn't live his life the way he wanted to, he decided to live out his second life. One of the king's men brought him somewhere and explained that he was free to live there however he chose. The area wasn't part of the kingdom, but that means he should choose to live, farm, and harvest crops there and wouldn't have to pay them anything. The man got his guide fee and told him to live as he wanted, regardless of whether he lived or died. He felt a little bad for making them pay for him. After the man left, he looked to the land he owned, and his new life began. Normally, someone would group up with others and go on a great adventure, but he would rather live without action, so he would enjoy a life in safety in that new world. He would rather not have them implore him anyway. He arrived at the beach and decided to make that place his own little kingdom. But to do that, he had to secure some water. To secure that, he needed to check if it was seawater or drinkable water. It was surprisingly fresh drinkable water. Then he noticed an octopus in the sea. Even though he wondered if it lived in shallow water, decided to get food one way or another. When he got into the sea, he realized that the water was so salty even though it was so sweet earlier. He took some water in his palm and drank it. The water was sweet when he drank it using his hands, but was salty when he drank directly. It didn't seem like water would be a problem, so he decided to eat the octopus he hunted. He didn't have any seasoning either, so he decided to cook it with some saltwater boiled octopus. Firstly, he needed to start the fire, and he carved a hole into a dry wood and then make a notch. He put a stick into the hole and rotated it by hand, then moved the embers created by friction onto a dry leaf. It was easy to say and hard to manage, so took a deep breath and started to spin the stick with determination. The moment he spun, the fire lit up. While he was eating his octopus, he felt something odd about that world because the fire lit up so easily, and he even made a bowl and chopsticks. While he was thinking about how his survival skills were so great, he realized that surviving could be the skill that God gave him. He decided to test it out and swung his sickle, and it worked. The grass is cut all the way to the stem. He then tried plowing, and it was indeed plowed, and so thoroughly that he doesn't even have to do anything. Also, it was the exact size he imagined to have a crop field. The Master of Supremacy took the efficiency of anything he was holding and multiplied it. With that power, starting a farm would be easy. He started to plant the seeds when he got back in town and was done in a few minutes. He didn't really know what was planted, but if he could harvest it, then he wouldn't have to worry about food supplies. But even so, it would take a while until it grew. He decided to fish something for the dinner. While fishing, he was thinking about the life he had before and now. He decided to sacrifice some rice balls for Mr. Hephaestus for giving him such a great skill. A fish came on his hook and he thought it was a big one because it was pretty hard to control. When he finally managed to pull the rod up, he saw that he was holding a mermaid instead of a fish. He couldn't believe he fished up a girl, then realized that it wasn't a girl, it was a mermaid. The mermaid girl scolded him for fishing her. Before he could say anything, the mermaid stated that since she got fished by him, he had to marry her. While thinking that, the distance suddenly dropped to 0. He was shocked that he got a mermaid wife in another world. The mermaid was complaining about her situation while he was thinking about how different she looked from the book's illustration. She stated that she couldn't return to the ocean anymore, but he thought she was exaggerating. The mermaid got even angrier and told him that she had no choice but to become his spouse. She ordered him to take some responsibility and provide for her. He tried to make some excuses and told her to think that through a little. She agreed with him, saying that with her tail they wouldn't be able to mate. She took out a bottle and drank it. Her tail disappeared and her leg came out, but she was fully naked. She was relieved that she could live on land like that without having any problem with giving birth to his children. Itonami panicked and told her to put some clothes on. In the heat of the moment, he took her as his wife, but he didn't have anything besides the field he load earlier. Meanwhile, she was uncomfortable with wearing clothes, but he strictly stated that he wouldn't marry her if she didn't put those pants on. He promised to get her some clothes she liked when he could. What was more important now was that they currently don't have a roof to sleep under. He looked at the field and the seeds were sprouting already, which made him surprised. She asked what he was growing, but he didn't know it either. He was planning to start being self-sufficient with those and make his tools, food, and house by himself and live a humble life. It was different from the life of a mermaid, but if that is what he wanted, she was understanding. Apparently, medicinal magic was her species' ancestral magic, and she was actually a famous magic user in that respect. He didn't seem to believe her, so she told him that she would show him if he didn't get it with a weird accent. She told him to wait and went back to the sea to get her things from home. When she left, Itonami decided to build a simple house. In 1 hour, he made a shack. He got tired and went inside to rest. He fell asleep while thinking about the mermaid and was sure she wouldn't come back. She woke him up and he told her to put some clothes on again. He asked where was she all night and stated that he was really worried. The mermaid told him that there was no need to be worried. While they got out of the house, she explained that it took her a while to pack up her tools for medicinal magic. She explained that if he combined medicinal plants or similar things with magic, he would obtain medicinal magic. There were several applications for the various solutions he could devise, and because ordinary people could utilize them as well, they were highly valuable. She wasn't done showing him stuff. She brought a huge fish, and it was a Ba Herring G, which is a fish-type monster that had a lot of mana stored inside its body. She cut, boiled, extracted, and powdered the fish, and created a product named Ba Herring G Fertilizer. If he spread that on his field, his plants would grow faster. Itonami was surprised that she was doing all that for the field. The following day, the crops were all grown and he accepted that Ba Herring G was amazing, but she claimed that the amazing one was actually her. He ignored her and tasted a tomato, and it was delicious. The mermaid also tried it, and it was so tasty. She was astounded that the land dwellers ate such delicious foods all the time. She was going to eat some green onions when he stopped her and explained that vegetables had unique qualities and that some of them were inedible before they were cooked. He made a boiling mishmash since she insisted on eating. He served it to her, and when she tasted it, she loved it. He looked at her happy face while eating, and he thought he could live with her. She was still in denial that people were actually eating that on a regular basis. He mentioned that it should be more meaty, so she would combine it with meat or add some fermented herbs as condiments. She was shocked that it could get even more delicious. While he was making plans, the mermaid was thinking how good he was. He then asked her name, and her name was Plati. Itonami was about to tell her his real name, but he decided to change it and said that his name was Kidan, and stated that he was looking forward to living with her. He started his new life as Kidan in another world with a mermaid. The next morning, Kidan woke up and noticed that Plati wasn't in her bed. He wondered if she was comfortable sleeping on the bed and hoped that she wasn't struggling. He heard a scream, and it was Plati shouting that there was someone in the field, but it was actually the scarecrow with a wooden sword. He explained that scarecrows drive away birds that would ruin the crops. By having it there, the birds would think it was a human and wouldn't come close to the crops. Suddenly, the scarecrow started to move, which was usually impossible. He figured that it was because of his skill. Plati asked if something was wrong with his hands, but he explained that he was summoned there by the king of that country and he was another worlder. While he was explaining his skills, Plati realized that he was a hero. Kidan was surprised that she knew it. She thought those heroes who summoned from other worlds were using their power to fight with demon kind and asked what he was doing there. He explained that he didn't like to kill demons, so he basically retired to that place. That was pretty surprising to Plati because land dwellers and humans usually stick together to survive, and if they don't, they would be killed by monsters. She wondered how he was different from them, but he said he was the same race as the one she was speaking of. He then started to think about what to do for breakfast and remembered that she woke up early today. He asked if she was okay and where did she go. Unexpectedly, her face turned red and told him that she had gone to the toilet. She then asked him where did he do it. He said that he was doing in the ocean, which made her pissed off. He tried to defend himself by saying they were doing that while sailing, so the plankton fed on that, then were eaten and made the food chain. She told him that there was no such thing and that she hated exactly that insensitive side about humans. The ocean's food cycle was completed by the ocean's inhabitants. She required him to not impose his older world's dirty ways on her. He begged at her feet and apologized. She suddenly started to run away from him. He didn't understand what she was doing but didn't insist on her to come back. He thought about the toilet situation and realized that he may seem to have forgotten the basics of survival. A part of him was relieved that Platy was there with him. However, he wondered how she felt about that. Platy came back from wherever she was and brought him a starfish-shaped monster. The prideful starfish stay underwater and absorb organic matter around them, and they were the ocean's cleaners. If he put them in something like a box, he would have his toilet. She cut her wrist just to show how it works, which made him worried. He felt guilty because of what was happening to her. She blushed for a moment, but then she showed him that her wrist was fine. He was amazed by her. He apologized for being so scared, inconsiderate, and dirty. The reason he fished her was also due to the power he had received, and told her to go back to the ocean if she wanted. But she refused and told him that she liked him, which is why she was going to support him as his wife. Kidan got shy and thanked her. She stated that even though their life became easier, he still had to make her breakfast. Meanwhile, in a dungeon, there was a demon sensing his strange mana close by. In the next scene, Platy is showing her skirt she made from the wrapping cloth she brought in her luggage. He felt sorry for not being resourceful enough. She didn't mind that because a wife made herself presentable for her husband's sake. Besides, she was going out for the first time in a while. He wondered where she was going and she said that she found a dungeon. A dungeon was somewhere you could venture underground and find treasure, fight with monsters, and there was a boss waiting at the bottom layer. It would be easier if he saw it himself, so she took him to the dungeon. The dungeon was 2 hours away. She stated that she found it while he was working in the field. It was a cave-type dungeon. Apparently, dungeons appear where it is abundant in mana. It looked like a normal cave to him, but when he took a step forward, he felt an enormous power. He felt like a large animal was licking his face. Depending on the place, the energy that flows and circulate around the world would stop its flow and stagnate. Those places become dungeons and would become increasingly dense inside the dungeon eventually. It would condense and be reincarnated into monsters. As a result, the monsters born within the dungeons would eventually overflow and invade the earth and its oceans. Kidan was surprised by her words. She mentioned that cleansing the things inside was next to impossible, so they would periodically come back and beat up monsters. Before he could object, she went into the dungeon, and as her husband, he decided to go with her. Inside the dungeon, it was completely different from the entrance. The interior was like a castle. Platy felt something strange and noticed that they were already there. A bunch of different monsters started to run towards them. She told him to stay back and took out a few little tubes. She threw them the tubes and created an explosion. Kidan was already amazed, but it wasn't over. She froze them and struck them with lightning. Lastly, she literally melted them. All of those were thanks to her ability to make battle medicine. She kept walking while he was thinking about how he couldn't choose which one was the monster. He let her handle things there. Besides, he felt like he was useless if he couldn't get a hold of a weapon to use against them. He looked around and found a sword, but it didn't look like he would get the chance to use it. He said that she beat quite a few of them, so he wanted to go home, but she refused. There was something weird about that dungeon she was feeling. The layout of the dungeon and the feeling that those monsters were being led by something means that there was a master there. Dungeons with a master were extremely rare, and they were also extremely dangerous. When he heard that, he looked worried. There were only 2 species that could even become dungeon masters in the first place, which could be a dragon or something else, but before she could say what it was, they got a weird feeling that Kidan felt at the entrance of the dungeon. The ghostly air proved that there was a dungeon master there, which was the worst of the 2. A king of the undead, Lifeless King. Lifeless King was a powerful and intelligent magician or high priest who decided to turn themselves into an undead during his past life. The immortal monarch that reigns over the undead and encounters him was meant to encounter death. The Lifeless King was feeling that special mana and wanted to turn him into a corpse and welcome him as his companion. She threw some of her potions, but it healed itself. She told him to run and leave that to her since she had some potions, but he could never do such a thing like that. He swung his sword and started to run towards the king while saying he was her husband. Platy was about to tell him to stop, but the king yielded immediately, leaving them in shock. The Lifeless King said that although he used the holy sword to strike him, his power was still frightening. He got so happy that he picked up a holy sword. The king realized that the sword was the one he owned, but that sword was now his, because holy swords have wills of their own and they choose their own masters. And he was the chosen one, and as he lost the holy sword, his duty in that world was over. He informed him that he could strike him down with that sword now. Kidan felt bad and stated that he was probably not the owner of that sword. He explained that he came from another world, and before that, he was given the power to become a master of any tool he held. That power probably reacted with the sword since he was using it. While he was explaining, the king cut his words and couldn't believe him. That was a gift from the gods that was only heard of in legend. That kind of a skill immeasurable within the calculations of a skill, which was probably why the guardian couldn't see any skill. Someone who has received a skill from a god shouldn't even considered a hero. And the king told him that he was a saint. He prostrated him and asked him to allow him to offer him the greatest form of hospitality. Meanwhile, Platy was feeling proud of her husband that she set her eyes upon. The king then asked what brought him to such a place, and he explained that he actually settled down in the area. Platy mentioned that exterminating monsters was the most important thing for someone living there. Monster fur and bones made for great magic tool materials. He couldn't believe the dungeons of that world were actually convenience stores. She then asked if it would be okay to go wild around every once in a while, and the king was okay with it. He was actually cleaning some of the excess monsters himself so they would be helping him. Suddenly she seemed to like the king as she called him their neighbor. They introduced themselves and the king had a hard time remembering his name. In his past life, he served as the archbishop of a certain church. And it seemed that for some reason he ended up being pursued and was on the run. He delved into that dungeon and absorbed the stagnating man, where he turned into an undead by placing a great curse upon himself. He seemed to forget the reason why he became an undead in his name. Platy and Kidan felt bad for him, but from now on it would seem his suffering that was boredom would wane, even if only a little bit. Kidan smiled and told him to come visit them sometime. He mentioned that they would welcome him with some of the vegetables they were growing and called him Master. He explained that since the lifeless king was a high-ranking member of a church during his life, he would be calling him Master from now on. Master thanked him with tears in his eyes. And this is how they found themselves a nice neighbor and obtained the holy sword. In the next scene, Kidan finished making a smithing kiln. The holy sword was amazing because it could cut a boulder like it was warm butter. She wondered why he made a smithing kiln. He reminded her of the mana metal right present he received from the lifeless king. She found the king very big-hearted. There was rarely enough dense mana in cave dungeons for it to materialize into a single piece of mana metal, and giving it away like that was a big kindness. When she asked what he was going to do with it, he said that he could make what he had been wanting to make. She thought he was about to make a sword or something, but he made a pan and a kitchen knife. He thought it would be faster if he demonstrated it. He cut the vegetables with the kitchen knife and then fried them with the frying pan. He added flavor using salt and pepper. He finished making the fried vegetables and Platy seemed to love it. He also made some utensils. The mana steel was a good heat conductor and it was very light and the burnt food didn't stick on it, so it was easy to clean. He got so happy that his cooking repertoire expanded. Platy asked if he had other new dishes he wanted to add and he approved her. She asked what he needed and the meat was his priority right now. The meat would be amazing with vegetables with some oil. After hearing his words, she decided to stroll in the forest. She mentioned that due to her being a mermaid, she still hasn't seen a mountain-type monster until now and she had always wanted to eat one. Since he looked confused, she explained that there were a lot of types of monsters like bird types and mountain types of monsters which were deer and boars. The most cooking-suited ones were mountain types, so that is why they were in the forest. Kidan mentioned that the monsters were born in the cave dungeon, but the lifeless king was using his powers to control the monsters from going out, which could mean the mountain itself was the dungeon. However, he didn't believe that there was a dungeon near there, so he was comfortable. Ironically, a bunch of square boars appeared and they were definitely ready to fight them. Unlike Kidan, Platy was happy that there were 2 dungeons nearby. He told her to focus on beating every single one down. She told him to restrain them as cleanly as possible and not be picky with her bringing them down naturally. The boars started to attack him, so he had no choice but to use his sword and he managed to kill them all. She was praising him, but he did it because they had been coming one after another and he unexpectedly defeated them. She changed the subject and suggested to start preparing it. She promised to use her potion to freeze the meat and preserve it if he cut it to a size that is easy to cook. After a while, they finished cutting and freezing the meats and he was amazed by her. Thanks to her, their daily life would started to improve. She was waiting for him to make something delicious and he was planning to make tonkatsu. His mouth watered while thinking about tonkatsu, but there was something missing, which was the egg. He asked if there was a custom in that world where they cook bird eggs. As much as she knew, there wasn't, but she did hear that the land dwellers of that country do that kind of thing, but he can't see that kind of thing in the mermaid country. She suggested going to the mountains again one more time, and if they searched, they could possibly find a bird-type monster. If they happened to come across a monster again, they would have to kill it too. Suddenly, he sensed a strong presence and they couldn't understand what that thing was in the air. When it landed, they realized that it was a dragon. The dragon asked if they were the ones who invaded the dungeon he was ruling. Kidan was still in shock, and Platy pointed to the mountain asking if it was there. The dragon approved her, and she asked if he was the master of that dungeon, and he approved that as well. The dragon's name was Grinzel Dragonvale, and he asked who entered his dungeon King Mountain without asking, and slaughtered his underlings. Kidan tried to explain that they didn't know that there was a monster of that mountain. He apologized and promised to never go there again. However, it was unforgivable for Grinzel, and he was so dedicated that he would erase his entire existence. The dragon started to attack by shooting flames from its mouth. Plady was in a panic, shouting they were going to die, but he would not let that happen. So he swung his sword toward the flames and blocked it. The dragon was taken aback by that because a mere human could never do something like that. Meanwhile, Plady was so proud of her husband. The dragon was still shocked that nothing was harmed by its flames. They looked at each other, and Kidan apologized for entering its dungeon without permission. But if he really wanted to pursue matters beyond that, he would fight with him. He asked if the master of the dungeon was willing to fight with death with him while he was praying that it would back off. The dragon didn't say anything but saw his sword. He had an idea to use the sword's name to make himself look stronger than he was. However, the dragon told him that the sword was his and tried to take that from him. Before it could take away the sword, Lifeless King appeared and stopped it. He punched the dragon and apologized for everything. They didn't seem to understand what happened, so he explained that the dragon came to his dungeon to find the ones who entered his dungeon, and he accidentally told it about him. Kidan told him that it was their fault to barged into the dragon's mountain without permission. He explained that for a monster of the dungeon, invaders were just an everyday occurrence, which means getting angry just because the shallow part of your dungeon was invaded, and leaving the dungeon to chase down the invader was too imprudent. He kept scolding the dragon for a while and told him to go back to its mountain, but the dragon refused to leave there because he wanted to have the sword that its father asked it to retrieve from that dead body. He asked why the Lifeless King gave the sword to him, and he explained that the sword had its own will and chose Kidan over there. The debate flared up and they were about to fight with each other. Kidan told them to wait and hold on to the dragon's tail, and it fell like it was nothing. The dragon was trying to understand how he managed to do that, but instead Kidan asked him if he would like to join them for a meal. He then brought a newly cooked steak, and when it ate it, he was enchanted. While the dragon and Plady were begging him to give more, the dragon started to shine and shrinking. The dragon then turned into a girl. Lifeless King explained that the dragons do have those kinds of abilities. The dragon girl explained that she come to like the steak he made and would always loke her. After they ate, the dragon, which her name was Gritzel, told him to not get carried away just because he could cook a bit. She also stated that she would burn that man inside into ashes with the come in her bad. She turned to a dragon again and promised to took the sword back from him and eat delicious meat. He told him that he was welcome anytime. Before it left, she asked if there were any bird monsters in his mountain. He didn't know how many, but they were bony, so they don't waste good. She asked if he had some eggs, and they have eggs. It seemed he could make the meat dish even more tasty than today. After hearing that, the dragon went straight to the dungeon to catch the birds. She stooped it and told him to took her too, since she knew about monsters' ecology. They were gone, and he smiled at the sky, thinking how lively his life was. In the next scene, Kidan makes a sword out of monometal. The sword would be the world's strongest sword if he excluded the holy sword. She asked if he was going to sell it, but he had planned to upgrade Kakashi, which was his scarecrow. Plady thought Kakashi would chop the pesky birds aiming their fields and told him to use it. While Kakashi was trying to kill the birds, Kidan yelled that killing was prohibited, but it didn't really seem possible anyway. She asked why he gave the sword to him, and he explained that it was because it was awesome. She did not seem to understand his type of romance. It had been a while since Kidan went fishing. The last time he went fishing, he caught a mermaid and he got married. As a salaryman like him, he was sent to a different world and he thought he would fully enjoy his slow life there. But his life became fulfilled, thanks to the mermaid who forced him to become her husband, Lifeless King, and the dragon veil. Being able to have a moment of peace away from that liveliness was relaxing to him. While he was thinking that, a head appeared on the surface of the ocean. A man with the same ears as Plady asked him if he was friends with Plady, and before he could answer, he ordered his soldiers to kill him and everyone who opposes. Everyone started to throw their spears at him. He immediately grabbed his sword, made a counterattack, and defeated the soldiers. While thinking about what to do, Plady came and what was happening. The man who tried to kill Kidan was Plady's brother. The soldiers asked her if she was okay and called her princess, which made Kidan confused. She decided to introduce herself properly and explained that that man was her older brother, Prince Arowana, and he was the next heir to the throne. She then introduced Kidan as her husband. Everyone was shocked. She understood that he came there to bring her back, but she stated that she would never go back to the Mermaid Kingdom. Prince Arowana didn't seem to accept her decision and told his soldiers to resume the battle to kill the land dweller Kidan for violating his sister and kidnapping her. He was dedicated to killing him and bringing back Plady. She told Kidan to not hesitate to counterattack, but there was no way he could dare to do that. The dragon came to help and the soldiers wanted to run away in panic and fear. The dragon asked if Kidan was alright and the prince was too stunned to speak. Plady told Dragon to not get too excited just because he was thanked. The prince was still having a hard time processing what was happening and didn't even notice that he was the only one who didn't leave there. As a reward for not running away from the dragon, Gazar told him that he would turn him into charcoal. The prince wasn't scared of someone like him and refused to listen to anything he said. Platy agreed and told him that since there was nothing to talk about, he should return to his kingdom. Kidan interrupted and told her that she couldn't talk like that because the reason her brother was there was because he was worried about her. As for him, it was his responsibility to listen to what he had to say. The prince thought about it for a second and changed his mind. Kidan led him the way and the dragon hoped that he would treat him to a new meal. Platy seemed confused about something. When they returned home, the prince reprimanded Kidan for allowing his sister to reside in such a rundown house. Kidan felt ashamed. As he began to imagine various scenarios in his mind, Platy advised her brother to turn his attention to the other side, where they kept the meat and vegetables from the mountains in a storage building. It was the prince's first encounter with a plaster wall, which left him astonished. But that wasn't all. There was also a factory where they produced seasonings, and they had to wait for the miso and soy sauce to be ready. The prince found himself perplexed by the unfamiliar terminology. Platy bragged about her husband about how skillful he could do anything perfectly. Even the storehouse served as her magic compounding room too, and he was also treating her well. Kidan offered him a seat to eat the new dish he made. He mentioned that recently he made a garden table to drink some tea and eat. The prince noticed the little girl and asked where she came from. He explained that she was Grinzel Dragon Veil's human form. He then served everyone a plate of zenzai, which was made from azuki beans. The prince and the others tasted it and were amazed by the taste. Grinzel asked for the second, but since he grew it accidentally, he could only make a small amount of them. Platy and Grinzel glared at the prince because if he wasn't there, they would have eaten more. The prince then prostrated himself and apologized for underestimating his abilities, and stated that he was considering him as a saint or a sage. The prince was now convinced that his sister was in love with him, and wanted to leave his sister to him. Platy was excited, but he asked the prince if he was sure that was okay. That was his first time hearing that she was a princess and had responsibility, and she can't just give up on everything and marry him. After all, a lot of people's expectations were involved in that, he thought, but she denied that. She didn't care about people's expectations as long as she was married to him. While she was screaming, the prince told her to calm down. It seemed to him that Kidan didn't know Platy's circumstances. If it was a marriage, Platy faces a problem she cannot avoid. Veil seemed like she already knew the situation. There was a conflict over the sovereignty of the surface between humans and demonic beings, and it had now reached the mermaids who were neutral about that issue, so political marriage was imposed. The prince asked how she knew that, but as long as that continued for 100 years, it would still get on her ears whether she liked it or not. Kidan now understood the situation. The prince approved Veil and mentioned that engagements from both humans and magical beings were coming, and the royals were forced to choose a side. Kidan asked what happens if they don't want to choose either side. If they don't, they will become enemies of both sides, and they will be targeted by their attacks. That is why the highest echelons of the kingdom were discussing which race Platy should marry. Her brother understood that she wanted to solve the problem and save the kingdom by disappearing. And now she was living with Kidan without any disturbance, so he wanted to fulfill his sister's wish. He turned to Platy and stated that he was glad that she met such a nice person like him. He begged for one more time to protect her and marry her officially. If that was the case, Kidan wouldn't mind marrying her officially. Veil interrupted and confirmed that he was going to marry her. Unexpectedly, she decided to marry him too. She was thinking about how to get that holy sword he possessed, and the properties that would be shared if he get married. And the lifespan of humans was like a blink of an eye for dragons. She was also thinking about the delicious meals she would eat. She then asked if he would marry her, and he refused immediately. She didn't seem like she was expecting him to refuse, so she asked why. And he explained that he already have Platy. She tried to convince him by saying it was totally fine for a strong man like him to have multiple females. Even though he was strong, he wasn't interested in polygamy, and he wasn't even Veil's master. She started crying, which was the last thing he could expected. He wanted to stop her from crying and screaming that she wasn't as strong as the undead king, and he hated her, so he accepted her proposal. While she was celebrating, he apologized to the prince for doing that in front of him, but the prince knew that fathers who had daughters worldwide had that kind of thing in common. Meanwhile, Platy didn't seem to like the idea of another woman. Platy's brother left to report to his father and mother. If they could get their approval, they would be officially married. She seemed to have doubts about the marriage. She confessed that she ran away from home, and because she was caught, she was forced to be his bride, but she had fun and loved his cooking. She stated that she wanted to be with him forever, but thought she was just bothering him. Kidan seemed to be surprised by her words. Knowing her circumstances, he didn't intend to change how they live their lives right now. He received a skill from a god, but they noticed that he was useless in fights, so he came there. And there was no way that he was a strong human, but with that they could aim for a happy life, which is why, from that day, he wanted her to stay by his side, which made her thrilled. She was hugging him when Vale came and stated that she was hungry. He decided to treat them as a wedding gift. In the next scene, Kidan decides that they need more help from other people. Right now, he wanted to do something about the field and he wanted to manage and harvest the crops that were already matured. Ever since he also started making miso and soy sauce, his hands had been full. As a married man, he wanted to build a home. Then Lifeless King appeared and supported his decision, but he got scared because he didn't even realize he was there. He asked if there was something wrong, but he just had some free time, so he came to hang out. Then he showed him the mana metal souvenir. He was very happy that he bought a big one, which would be a great help. With that, he now could make tons of house tools. That was perfect for someone like him who was short-handed. The thing was, the other day, Platy's brother pointed out a few things. He wanted to build something different from anything he had ever done until now, which was why he was building a home. Platy suggested asking Lifeless King for help. He didn't think it would be a good idea, but the king asked how many people he needed, and if 10 would be enough, before he could ask how he was going to get them there. He told them to wait for a moment and transformed. When he came back, he brought a bunch of humanoid monsters from his dungeon. There were 5 orcs and 5 goblins. The monsters who were born in his dungeon took orders from him. He gave them orders to obey the holy saints so he could tell them whatever was needed. He introduced himself, but the monsters stared at him without any emotion. The Lifeless King explained that they don't have the ability to speak. They had enough intelligence to comprehend orders, but they lacked self-aware. He mentioned that he also didn't need to give them rewards. On top of that, they absorb mana in the air to sustain themselves, so he didn't need to feed them. Platy seemed impressed. He thanked the king for his nice gesture. The king wished him good luck in making his house transformed again. He said everyone to combine their strengths and build a splendid house with a big enthusiasm, but again, there was no emotion on the monster's face. They worked together with a great combination, and Kidan seemed to be impressed by their productivity. The orc physique was really suited for manual labor, while goblins were skillful with their hands because they were small. They were having a hard time learning hard jobs, but if he taught them diligently, they steadily got better. There was nothing special in getting help, but watching them working for him made him become nicer and nicer to them. Platy was watching and listening to him with admiration. She suggested he not empathize with them too much since they weren't living creatures. She was right, but for Kidan, everyone should be given a chance to live like that. She explained that magical beings have employed humanoid monsters on a large scale to fight against humans. These monsters are sent in armies, and their strategy is based on the assumption that they will ultimately be defeated. However, even if they are killed, they can always be replaced in the dungeon. He was surprised by what he heard, but even though what she said was true, monsters were the ones who helped them in so many ways. He tried to accept the world he was living in now. A goblin lost its balance and fell to the ground. He immediately went to check if it was okay, or if he had hurt, but then remembered that they couldn't talk. Suddenly, the goblin mumbled that he was alright. Platy and Kidan were scared and shocked at the same time. When he asked again if he was alright, the goblin approved him again. He tried to say that he wanted to work more for Kidan, and another goblin joined him. Others also started to speak and told him that they wanted to work. It seemed the monsters now had self-awareness, but he did not believe that self-awareness was something that could happen simply like that. That was probably from the power he received, he thought. He reminded himself to use his hands with caution because it was too amazing. However, with his skill, he would finally be able to talk to them. He embraced the goblins with a little tears in his eyes. Platy knew that they couldn't just use them and abandon them at the end. After a while, the house was completed. Vale was shocked when she was in the house because she wasn't there to watch the house built from nothing. She wanted to go and explore the house, but Kidan stopped her and told her to take off her shoes at the entrance. She seemed to love the house and looked like she was going to stay, which was why he made a big house. Platy asked him if he had made the house big enough to let the monsters stay. That was his plan, but when they refused his offer, he suggested they make a tenement house near there where they could stay. He also asked for their help to make the kitchen and the bathroom, which they eagerly accepted. A goblin whom he named Gobukichi informed him that the thing he requested was ready, and he showed her the futon he made. He stated that this was his present to Platy. He grew cotton side with the grass to make tatami and all because he really wanted to have a futon in their new house. When she got to the futon, she was shocked that it felt that good. He apologized for making her sleep on plywood until now. She thanked him with shiny eyes, and she also thanked Gobukichi. Later on, Platy's brother comes to visit them and Kidan offers tea. He commented that building a house like that in a short time must be the gift of a god. The reason he came there was about his and Platy's marriage. He had consulted his father, and at first he was confused, but when he told him about Kidan's personality and strength, his father agreed to it. It was a good thing that he didn't belong to any race even though he was so strong. Kidan mentioned how stressed Platy was because of the political marriage, and asked about the humans and other magical beings. The prince said they were angry, but his father, the Mermaid King, proclaimed that. He convinced his father that Kidan was a holy saint, which is why he agreed on the marriage. Once again there was resentment when they lost Platy, but considering that hostile forces were also aiming for Platy, it seemed that it was better to leave it. The prince prostrated again and promised him that they would do their best to not cause him any trouble and begged him to take care of Platy. He told him to stop that and explained that he enjoyed being with Platy, which he was thankful for it. He arrived there alone, and if it wasn't for Platy, he would still be alone. He might even forget his own name like the lifeless king. The prince was confused that he was a neighbor with an undead king. Suddenly one of the goblins came and informed him that an enemy attacked from the coast, and a large number of monsters that were magical beings landed. Right now the orcs and goblins were fighting them. The prince couldn't believe the place was discovered by the magical beings even though it was their country's top secret area. They went outside and confirmed that the ship was the magical being's ship. One of the orcs named Orkubo got their demon lord. She was Astra's of Deception, one of the 4 heavenly kings. The orc explained that she came to kill Kidan, so they captured her. Kidan noticed the pile of bones there, and the goblin explained that they were skeleton soldiers led by magical beings. There were about 100 bodies, but they all defeated them, which made him shocked. He started to give them a lecture about how dangerous it was to do something like that and worried that he could lose them. Meanwhile, the demon lord got annoyed that he was ignoring her. The prince asked her how she knew that place, but she ignored his question and started to insult mermaids. She told him to not underestimate their intel gathering network, and even if it took forever, they wouldn't understand. She then freed herself and explained that her task was to bring back the mermaid princess and kill the bride thief, the holy saint. The goblins informed Kidan that she supervises the demon lord's upper echelons and she was thirsty for blood. On the battlefield, she was a monster who made even her allies tremble in fear. The prince didn't care about any of that and tried to attack her, but he stopped her. The lifeless king appeared and stated that they were too noisy. The prince was speechless when he introduced the dead king as his neighbor. Then he was even more surprised when Vale came in her dragon form and asked what was happening. Not only the prince, the demon lord was also surprised that he was welcoming a dragon. Platy came and asked him if he was okay. The prince asked where she had been, and Vale explained that they were searching for eggs on the mountain and for tonkatsu. Then they saw the demon ship on the ocean and got curious. Vale was furious that she, as a lowly demon, came there to kill her master. Hurting her master means having her as her enemy too, so he threatened to destroy their entire race. Kidan warned her to not speak too boldly. Astra seemed to be scared a lot, so he offered her to promise that they wouldn't be hostile to them and they would let her go home. She was too proud to accept that offer and told him to stop insulting her even though her voice was trembling in fear. She tried to pull herself together and stood up. She had a proposal to have a duel with her one-on-one, and if she lose, she would consider his offer. Vale got angry, but he stopped her. Kidan's main goal in that world was to protect his lifestyle, so he accepted her offer and took off his sword. Astra's was confident because even though he had strong allies, he was still a human. However, when she noticed that he was holding the legendary evil sword Drishwartz, she dropped her sword and fainted. Vale wanted to bury her like that and let her become fertilizer, but he wouldn't let that, of course. Kidan wanted Vale to take her to her home because the sailors were so shocked to see Vale that they ditched Astra's and retreated. She accepted unwillingly, and while on their way to Astra's home, she asked why she was serving Kidan, but she didn't say anything to her, even though the real reason was to eat his delicious food. After a while, Astras came there with her allies and stated that she had something to talk to him about. Platy got annoyed and yelled at her to go home. Kidan tried to calm Platy, and the girls behind Astras explained that they had been expelled from the Demon King's army. Astras corrected that she was the only one who chased out of the army and they could go back to the army, but the girls seemed quite loyal to her. Vale couldn't listen to them anymore and threw thunder, but he told her to stop or he would cut her meals, which made him transform her human form. He felt sorry that she was expelled from the army. She explained that she failed her task to bring the princess back, and the monsters that she took along with her were all annihilated. Beyond that, dragging a dragon into the battlefield was a grave sin. He got confused that a dragon was in a fight between humans and demons. Vale explained that she sent the demon back where she belonged. After that, Astra's title as one of the 4 heavenly kings was revoked, and she was exiled from the demon country. The girls were sure that they decided in a hurry without the demon king so that Astras would fall into that dilemma, and were sure that this was all because of Sir Ravian. Astras didn't agree with the girls because in the demon king's army, strength was everything, and since she couldn't fulfill her task, she was in the wrong. He understood that the reason why she got fired was the uproar the other day, but wondered if there was another reason because the girls were all crying. Vale asked what she wanted to talk to him about, and Platy warned her to not tell her to take responsibility. She timidly told them that she needed to start a new life and she needed to know something to do. She was shocked by the goblins and orcs' power against her army, and was even more surprised to see the two world-class calamities following him. She wanted to know what was special about him, and begged him to let her work under him for a while. Plady and Vale were shocked, but he immediately accepted. He wasn't sure if working there would convince her, but trying to discover herself and putting herself out like that impressed him, and he would like to help her. Vale told him that they might come to kill him again if he helped her, but he didn't seem bothered. The other girls asked if they could also stay, and he accepted. In exchange, while the three of them were there, bloodshed was prohibited. She stated that she would obey him as long as she was there and would take on anything, even any indignity, so he could ask anything of her. As she said it like that, he wanted to make a request now. While the girls were fighting to help her, the request he was asking was fieldwork. At first he wanted to give them household chores, but he changed his mind. She didn't mind that because her skills were also specialized in that. However, the girl said that she was just hitting the same spot over and over again. She explained that that was called a hoe, which was used to dig into the soil and make ridges to plant seeds. Kidan commented that she was well informed, and she said she was a commoner, so she had some experience. One of the girls mentioned that Astras and Palbalena were born as aristocrats in the demon country and were fair maidens. She told Batier, the girl, to leave that matter to her since she decided to serve the holy saint no matter what. Kidan thought how earnest the demons were. He told Bati to go and make ridges with the goblins. Meanwhile, Astras and Balena would plant the seed in those ridges with a 30 cm gap between each. They started to get back into the work, but not so long later Astra's back started to feel terrible. Suddenly Balena screamed. She was scared of something beneath the soil that was a wriggling living thing. Astras made a sudden movement and cracked her back, and a huge mess happened, which is when Kidan realized that this job was impossible for them. He then sent them to their next job hunting with the orcs and goblins. That job was the right one for a warrior like her, she thought. She asked Plady what she was hunting, and she said Kidan wanted to refill the meat stock, so they were hunting square boars. They heard something, and Astras told them to leave that to her, and she would use that to rid herself of the shame from the field. The boars were getting closer, and she told Balena and Betami to get ready. However, orcs and goblins were so strong and combined that they couldn't lift a finger. Astras noticed the axes and sickles they were holding, and those were made from mana metals. Seeing the girls surprised, Plady explained that their tools and weapons were all made from mana metal. On top of that, the sheer metal purity of them was rare. Balena now understood how they were so strong, but those guys were unparalleled when Astras first met them. However, that time they didn't have any weapons at all. Plady mentioned that the hoe from earlier was made from mana metal as well, which made her notice that it was their ability that was lacking, not the weapons. She didn't want to stand there doing nothing, so she ordered the girls to take them down. After a while, everyone but them managed to hunt square boars. She never thought taking the strength of the square boar into account and hunting in the mountains would be so hard. Plady got ready to dress them since they can't carry them like that. Meanwhile, Kidan was cooking a delicious meal for them, and they arrived right on time. When he went outside to welcome them, he saw the gloomy mood the girls were in and wondered what was wrong. Plady explained that they were upset because things didn't go as they planned. Astras said that as one of the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings, Asters of Deception, she was a soldier who was feared by both human and mermaid races, but upon coming there, she lost the title. The residents were unparalleled, and the equipment was godly. What she realized was her powerlessness. Kidan told her that she wasn't powerless, and it was not about their power. It was about the people who swore to stay by their side. And she had a power called charm. It was fine to believe in yourself more, and someday she would discover new possibilities in herself. It appeared that he had successfully gathered them, so he proceeded to invite everyone to partake in their dinner. Given the pleasant weather, they made the choice to dine outdoors. The young ladies had never encountered such a dish before, and he took the opportunity to explain that it was a freshly prepared ginger-grilled square boar, accompanied by a delectable tanjiru soup. The dish emitted a delightful aroma, prompting them to sample it. The taste was so exquisite that Astras found herself welling up with tears of joy. Plady and Vale too expressed their contentment with the meal, and Kidan couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at having prepared something so delightful. He encouraged everyone to savor the food and uplift their spirits, assuring them that they would give their best effort once more on the following day. Astras came to Balena to say that she couldn't find Plady and Kidan anywhere. It seemed they were in the sea. They had some errand to run, as Balena said. Meanwhile, Astras was done harvesting the requested vegetables, but she asked if other things needed to be done. Balena told her to pull some weeds there, and after that they would clean the house. While Vale was lying down on the floor, said that if a person did not do work, they would die. Astras then asked how her situation would be in that case, but the attitude she saw was nothing but humiliated by Vale saying lowly demon to her. Vale said to Astris that she was doing a so-called house watching. Belina thought it would be reassuring when that person came back right and decided to guard the house while Kadan was away. Kadan and Platy were at the shore, and Platy said she really needed to return to her mermaid form from time to time. Kadan asked her if she felt more at ease spending time in the sea than on land. However, for Platy it was the same either way. After all, the land-dwelling medicine that she made was the best quality, as she said, and her lifestyle on the land was comfortable. Kadan thought what a considerate wife she was and asked her what she wanted to talk about. As Platy said, at the place that they were in, there were sea monsters coming out from those parts. Cave dungeons, mountain dungeons, and of course there were also dungeons in the ocean. Kadan realized that field fertilizers, the disappearing herrings, and even starfish were monsters too. Some monsters were useful, but some were not. To Platy, beneath that ocean, there was a bad monster dwelling in it. Kadan wasn't happy to hear that because he didn't like the idea of meeting one of the top 5 monsters that he didn't want to meet. However, Platy told him that if it was going to be deer, then even that monster was just a piece of cake. He couldn't let Platy go alone there. Meanwhile, Platy created a water-breathing medicine and wanted Kadan to put it in his mouth, and then, while chewing it, he could breathe underwater. She warned him not to swallow the medicine. Then they were ready to go. Kadan sometimes forgot that his wife Platy was a mermaid because she was always on the surface, but she really was a mermaid, and that beautiful princess was his wife. Then they noticed something with a hostile look approaching them. It was a rhiny eel. Platy said to Kadan that she was going to stop that thing's movements, so she would leave the rest to him. Then she fought as hard as she could and the monster started to burn. She told Kadan it was his time, so he made the last move and the monster was killed by them. Their task there was done, so they decided to go home immediately. On the road back home, that seaweed couldn't even be used for magical herbs. It grew so fast that it was a nuisance. So Kadan asked Platy what she was going to do about that. He thought that seaweed was probably a wakame, which was a species of edible brown seaweed. Platy told him not to tell her that he was going to make a dish out of eel and seaweed. As soon as they arrived, Kadan made food and told her that it was a trial dish seasoned with salt and pepper, and it was done. It was the isekai wakame soup he made from the eel stock. Platy tasted it and really found it delicious. Even a useless ingredient seemed to be a lie. The refined flavor and crispness when you bit that seaweed, and that feeling was amazing for Platy. She said that her respect for him just skyrocketed. Kadan told Platy that there were others who were supporting him, and he had realized that the blessing of having support was such luck. The other thing that Kadan realized was that he needed to make time for just the two of them because they were newlyweds. Therefore, he decided to come together and swim. Platy was happy with that, and she said that she needed to make a water-breathing medicine that enabled him to talk underwater. Then she would leave the monsters to him. In the demon castle, Astris, one of the 4 demon lord's heavenly kings, was not only dismissed, but also evicted. However, the demon lord wasn't happy with that decision, so he asked Reverian who permitted her dismissal. As Reverian said before, Astris made a huge blunder. The lord said to Reverian that was his plan to make Astris fall into that dilemma. He sheathed his sword and held it to his throat, saying that he was a traitor while he was begging for forgiveness. Lord warned him and told him to get himself together by the time he returned, at least to a degree where he alone could shoulder the responsibility. Then Reverian gave him the coordinates of the transmitted magic. The demon lord set off furiously to find Kadan. He said that even demon lords had moments that were driven by passion. In the next scene, a girl named Momoko Akisaka was fighting with monsters as a hero. She was shouting out her attacks like she was in an anime. The goddess's sickle skill was the power she gained when she was transported to that world. She was using that power to fight alongside the humans who were in a war with demons. She was having a hard time adjusting to the new world she was in, as there was no modern technology there. Food was cooked over a fire. Bread was usually stale and hard. The bed had fleas, and the clothing was made from rough fabrics that made her skin itch. As a result, some people from other worlds didn't last very long. When she was first summoned there were about 9 others as well, for a total of 10 people. She wondered if the guy who had no skills was still around. In that harsh world, if you don't have any skills, you will most likely die. But she wasn't like him. Her skill was considered valuable, and it was the reason why the king was taking care of all her needs. Having a skill gifted by a god was considered a rare privilege. Now in that world, her main aim was to fight and fight until her skill is the strongest in the world. But the enemy kept on coming, and the Demon King's army seemed to be made of endless numbers of troops, but she couldn't let anything end like that. They would protect that world as heroes. Suddenly, Vale appeared in her dragon form and scared everyone. Both humans and demons wondered why that deadly dragon was on the battlefield. Even with her special skill as a hero, wouldn't even come close to scratching that dragon's scales. The humans told everyone to retreat as they would be wiped out by the dragon's single breath. The dragon talked, saying that she came there to bring a message to all the lower tribes. She was the great dragon ruler, the daughter of the Grazer dragon, Grenelle Dragonvale. For today she was merely on an errand for her lord and simply returning that rude one, Astris. The demons noticed her and immediately went to catch her. Vale explained that she would have ended her and be done with it, so they should be thankful to her lord for not allowing it. She then told them that if they bothered her lord again in any way, she would obliterate the city of Kisama and any others with a single breath. As proof of her power, she blew into the sky and showed them her power. Before she left, she mentioned that her lord was the great Saint Kidan, and to become his enemy meant becoming her as well. Everyone was shocked that there was someone who was higher than that dragon, and no one had ever heard of that person before. Meanwhile, today, Kidan was eating his breakfast happily. Just like yesterday, he would do his best working in the fields. Suddenly, the demon lord Zidane came to ask if he was the great Saint Kidan. Before he could say anything, the girls came to inform him that Astris had completed her first successful hunt. Then they noticed Lord Zidane. Lord Zidane was surprised to see her in there. She asked why he was there, but he ignored her question. The lord wondered why she left her forces without a word as his best officer. The atmosphere was really tense, and she admitted that she failed in the mission to procure the mermaid princess. Furthermore, she was publicly humiliated by the dragon. A subordinate who could not fulfill her duties was of no use to the Lord Zidane, as she said. The Lord Zidane wouldn't let her go, as he always needed her to be by his side, which made everything more interesting. They went inside and talked while drinking their tea. Kidan apologized for his speaking, as that was the first time he was talking to an actual lord. As the demon lord, it was his duty to lead the demon nations in their never-ending war with the human kingdoms. It was the duty of each demon lord to continue their war with the human nations. Kidan felt bad for him because he didn't have anything to look forward like a family at home. The constant battle could be tiring at times, which was why he was grateful for Astra's assistant. She was the most reliable, extremely loyal, and indispensable. Astris didn't think she deserved such kind of praise. Kidan asked if he could just give Astris a pardon or reinstate her, as he wasn't the one who exiled her in the first place. The lord wished that it was that simple. Astris was placed under military tribunal, and she was sentenced to be exiled for her failure. He was at the front lines leading their forces, so he couldn't come to defend her case. This was all done without his knowledge or permission, and there were several nobles who would profit and advance their positions with Astra's dismissal. Currently, they blame Astris for angering the fearsome dragon that appeared on the front lines and threatened to wipe them out. The demon nations were in turmoil over that incident, and he couldn't spare the time to go back and calm them down. When he returned, Astris was already gone, so he went out to search for her. The Lord Zidane held her hands and told her to not leave him like that again. Plady noticed the obvious thing going on between them and asked if she really liked the demon lord. She tried to deny it and told them that they had been only friends since childhood, but no one seemed to buy that story. Vale told everyone to just stop talking and turn to the demon lord. She told him to plow the big-boobed friend of his if he really wanted to, since he was the demon lord who could do anything he wanted. The demon lord was surprised by the bold words of a child like her. And Astris explained that she wasn't a child, she was the daughter of the Grazer dragon and one of the two calamities of that world, which was the dragon that came into the battle and threatened them. She explained that she wanted to incinerate her on the spot, but she went through all that trouble to return her to him. Kidan mentioned that they would be talking about that incident later. To think that Astris was in the company of some very unusual people would be an understatement. He could see that she was greatly indebted to him and owed her life. However, it was imperative that he took her back home with him. Therefore, he challenged him to a duel. Kidan tried to tell him that that wasn't necessary at all. As for Plady, nothing wouldn't matter anyway, because not only her darling Kidan, the master of Grinzel Dragonvale, but also the other calamity as well, the undead king. The lord was shocked to hear that. Kidan stated that Astris didn't belong to him or anyone else, so if she wanted, she could go back with the lord. When she first came there, she was lost and didn't know what to do. She wanted to find her potential and place in the world. And after hearing Lord Zidane, he thought her place was being beside the lord, and he thought she could achieve her potential and be true to herself by his side as well. He advised her to be honest with him as he was with her. She made up her mind and swore that she would always stay by his side, even in the battlefield or the afterlife. The girls were so happy that the injustice of the four kings was finally undone. Plady stood up and interrupted them. She stated that the lord's outlook was far too naive, especially since the other demon nobles expect him to be her husband. The lord didn't even know who she was, so she introduced herself. She then informed him that the demon nobility had sent a petition to her father for an alliance to marry them. However, the lord didn't even know anything about that. He swore to Astris that he had no idea about that and told her to not misunderstand. When Kidan thought about it, it did make sense to him. Of course, marrying her to the demon lord wasn't an option since her husband was Kidan. However, there seemed to be someone who wanted to undermine his authority. Removing Astris from the four kings would certainly shift the balance of power, especially since she was his most trusted subordinate. so she asked him to tell her who he thought had the most advancement with Astras's dismissal. There was only one person in everyone's mind. Pleiade continued to explain that that guy was behind every order. The demon was frustrated that even if he took her to the demon nations now, he would remind everyone what she did, which would cause the demon nobility to lose faith and see him as a weakling. At best, he would lose a lot of loyal subjects. At worst, they would demand that his abdicate his throne, clearing the way for that usurper to take over. Kidan wondered if there was anything they could do. She said that the marriage was not only to forge an alliance but to ensure that the kingdoms would have heirs. By not marrying the mermaid princess, he would be seen as ignoring the future of his nation. Pleiade stated that there was an easy way to solve all of that and foil that bastard's plan. The two of them didn't return to the demon notions as lord and subordinate but as husband and wife, so they should get married. It was so sudden for Lord Zidane, but he had no problem with getting married to Astras. Making her queen would be the worst thing that could happen to someone who wants Astras's downfall. If someone in the demon race was aiming to have power as close as possible to the demon kings, then they would want their daughter or sister to be the king's first lady. With that, it settled that they were going to get married. Astras didn't know what they were supposed to do to get married. Pleiade explained that what was needed in a marriage was exchanging marriage vows before God. They didn't seem to understand that, so she explained that it meant standing before God while saying their vows, and not even destiny could stand in the way of that. In Kidan's world, they would have to fill out a marriage registration form, submit it to the office, and get married formally. He wondered how they do those marriage vows. Pleiade wanted to explain it, so she called the lifeless king. Lord Zidane was taken aback when he saw him. He now knew that the rumors were true. Pleiade asked why she called the king. She explained that she had him to be their marriage. The lifeless king used to be a great pastor for a big church. She would have God see those to exchange their vows of love to each other with his own eyes. However, the lifeless king stated that they were from the demon race, and back when he was alive, he used to serve the human race. Pleiade wasn't expecting that. She felt bad for not thinking about everything. Kidan didn't seem to understand what was wrong, so the king explained that different races worship different gods. The human race worships the god of the heavens, Zeus. The mermaid race, Position, and the demon race, the god of the underworld, Hades. Each believed in their own respective gods. While Pleiade was upset, the lifeless king said he would see what he could do. When he lived for at least 1,000 years, he acquired a lot of knowledge. Though the tenets may be different, he would study the etiquettes of the prayer. Pleiade asked if the Lord and Astras were okay with that, and they didn't have any problem. The king gave it a try and started the marriage process. They felt a heavy atmosphere weighing on the Earth's surface. Something started to form, and there it was. The god of the underworld, Hades. The lifeless king seemed to summon the god accidentally. He intended to offer a prayer and create a holy ground in order to perform the wedding ceremony. Hades talked, saying that this hadn't happened in a long time. He asked what was his purpose to summon him there and if the human race finally waged an Armageddon. The Lord kneeled and explained that the conflict with the human race continues to be in a state of ebb and flow. It was a situation where he couldn't let his guard down, however, it was nothing he needed to concern himself with. Hades repeated his question and told him to introduce himself. He did, and said that on the occasion, he had asked for a woman's hand in marriage. In line with that, they conducted a wedding ceremony and wished to be granted God's blessings. However, they ended up calling him by mistake. He apologized for disturbing him. Hades seemed to be fine with it. However, he stated that if he was going to grant his blessing, his wife needed to be his one and only. He asked if he could swear that he would love that woman for the rest of his life. That was actually all he wanted. He wanted to be paired with Astras for the rest of his life and not with any other woman. Hades let them receive God's blessings and disappeared. Gods were surprisingly good beings, as Kidan thought. Vale found him loud, while Lifeless King promised to be careful with prayer ceremonies next time. On top of everything, having received blessings directly from a god himself gave the two of them divine protection. It seemed that whoever tried to forcibly sabotage their relationship would be met with divine punishment. That has become the ultimate proof of love that the Lord could show to his demon brethren. The Lord thanked Kidan for making it possible for his dream of marrying Astras to come true. Astras mentioned that they would never forget that kindness for the rest of their life. Kidan didn't want to take all the credit and told them that he was happy for Astras. The Lord turned to Astras and asked if they should go now to introduce her as the Demon Queen. However, unexpectedly, Astras refused to go and told him that she was thinking of staying there for a little longer. Vale was not happy about her decision and told her to go home since they married each other already. The Lord asked the reason and she stated that she wanted to retrain herself as his wife. He was surprised but respected her decision. He then asked if Kidan could look after her a little longer. That wasn't a problem for him, but he didn't even know how he was supposed to be any help. He felt guilty, especially since the newlywed was going to be separated. Then the Lord asked if he would mind if he also stayed there for a while. He was shocked and asked if it would be trouble for his people if he wasn't present, but it should be fine for a short time. Thanks to the dragon that came flying on the battlefield, both factions were still shaken. Until both sides had obtained information, no troops would be dispatched. Vale seemed to be regretting her decisions. Since there was no problem for them, Kidan was okay with welcoming them for a while. He even started thinking about building another house for them. Vale interrupted and told the Lord that their staying there meant there was no one in his camp executing the plot. If he left things as it was and let his center be exposed, the other party would think about plotting something evil, but the Lord took everything into account when he made his decision. Vale still wasn't convinced. She also found it weird that he came there without having any ship. The Lord explained that he used teleportation magic. If he set up a teleportation point beforehand, he could teleport in an instant. Astra's subordinate Belena left him a memo with the coordinates of that place. Belena explained that the thought of them being separated because of some suspicious plot frustrated her. They thanked Belena. Platy interrupted, wondering that since several demons could use teleportation magic, was there a possibility that they would come after him there? He told her to not worry about it. The coordinates to access that place were encrypted, and unless the person who made the encryption tells it, then identifying it was practically impossible. Moreover, that place was being blocked from recognition. The demon race uses teleportation or clairvoyance magic in that age. Either magic allowed the user to identify a place far away from them, but a powerful restriction magic that voids them surrounded that entire area. It was all or nothing when the Lord tried teleporting, but thanks to Belena, he managed to arrive there. They were far from being able to come there or even sense him being there. Kidan wondered who put up such a convenient magic barrier, and the lifeless king said that only a dragon could use such magic. Vale didn't see any point in hiding it, so she confessed that she put up a barrier around the entire area to stop the demons from coming there, but he still managed to come there. Kidan kneeled to her and asked if she really thinking of him that much. Vale approved him, saying that she wanted to eat her hot master's meal all to herself. They now understood that it wasn't because she hated them. He patted her head and thanked her for always looking after him. Now it was the time to celebrate the marriage. Kidan prepared a huge feast to congratulate them on their marriage. When the Lord tasted it, he stated that he had never eaten something that delicious. Vale loved the food so much that she turned it into her real form. Since the Lord's astonishment was continuing, he explained that it was the same meat Mrs. Astris caught for them today, the Kirasaki deer. Platy prepared it well by using magic seasoning. It wasn't just him, it was made by everyone. Vale told them that all of them were meant to serve her master and her. He mentioned that Vale also thought about them in many ways. Platy was amazed by the taste of the food. The Lord said that it was something that you couldn't even find in the royal palaces. He seemed to understand why the dragon wanted to conceal that place. Platy wondered how he learned to cook like that. He explained that he used to live alone, so he did a little bit of cooking for himself. Thanks to the skill he had endowed with, he was able to recreate ingredients and cuisine not native to that world. But he thinks that was why it tasted delicious. At any rate, he was just happy they were enjoying it. Astris wondered if Kidan's cooking was a state secret. She suddenly kneeled to him and asked if he could teach her the ways of a newlywed bride. Platy scolded her for asking someone else's husband for that. She felt upset that other than swinging hand chops, there was not much she could do. He tried to cheer her up by saying it was because of her that the crops he grew and the dishes he made tasted good. However, she was a queen now, so it would be for the best if someone like Koku looked after her. She doesn't agree because she thinks it is necessary for her to overcome as the demon Lord Zidan's dutiful wife. The Lord asked him to train him as well. He didn't understand his request and asked if he wanted to undergo bridal training. He approved him, and not only the cuisine but also the crops to the building themselves were truly interesting. He could understand why his wife wanted to study there. Also, he wanted to reciprocate Astris's desire to support him as her husband. He thought a married couple should support each other just like Kidan does. Platy bragged about him not being the same as other kings who just sit pretty in their castles. They were counting on Kidan in that case. The next days continued with making constructions and teaching the Lord Zidan. Not surprisingly, he was good with his hand. Astris came there to inform them that the food was ready, wearing a cute apron. The Lord blushed seeing her that cute and thought he was in heaven. They sat and started to eat. The meal was delicious as always. The Demon King was crying from happiness. He wondered what was the name of the dish and Astris said it called Nikujaga. Kidan mentioned that she made the meal herself and was pretty good at handling a kitchen knife. All that was left was to learn the process and different traits of ingredients and seasonings. The girl wondered what else was necessary for bridal training, and Balana mentioned the clothing. Learning to sew was also important. She noticed the clothes the Lord wearing, and Kidan explained that he made it himself. He was a guy, so he could also make clothes for other guys, but even though he promised to make clothes for Platy, he couldn't come up with a design, but he already had some fabric with him. He showed the fabrics and Belena was shocked about their quality of them. When he was exploring the mountain dungeon earlier, he found a caterpillar that spewed thread, so as an experiment he tried to bring back several of them to raise himself. And that is how he was able to make that fabric from the caterpillars. They were again realized his unique ideas. That means that it was okay to make clothes for girls using fabric. Belena's parents actually used to run a needlework shop, so she knew all sorts of things. Kidan told them to start with making Platy's clothes first. Baitme took out her measurements, and it was now time to find out her 3 measurements. She told everyone to let her measure them since she would be making everyone else's clothes eventually. Platy wondered if she would make everyone strip and take off his pants. The girls were shocked and asked her if she had always gone commando. Platy didn't know the meaning of commando and wondered why people had the same reaction every time she stripped. The girls remembered that since she was a mermaid, she didn't have the concept of wearing clothes for her lower half. Platy wondered if there was any problem, and Baitme explained that to them, demons and humans living there on the surface, exposing the lower half to the public was considered a crime. Platy was shocked by that information and got mad that no one had ever said that to her. She remembered that her brother was putting something on his body sometimes, which was called panties. Baitme told her to leave it to her and she would show her wonderfully made panties. While measuring Platy, Baitme noticed that she was tucking her stomach in. Platy never felt upset about the delicious food Kidan made until that moment. They measured Astris too, and her stomach was more plumper than they had imagined. After a while, Baitme finished making Platy's skirt. The frills on her dress were inspired by the sea's waves and it was blue. Platy seemed to love her skirt, and Kidan was thankful to Baitme. While they were talking about the panties Baitme made, Vale threw a fireball toward Platy's skirt. Kidan was about to scold her, but she told him to keep quiet and take a look. As Vale thought, it didn't burn at all, which means that fabric had a great deal of anti-magic infused into it. She was almost sure that it also had high defensive powers, which would make it superior to armor. Baitme didn't do anything different to the fabric, so they wondered if the caterpillar had an ability like that. Vale asked if Kidan had done something to them. He said that he only treated them with care while hoping to make good clothes for Platy. Vale now understood what happened. Orcs and goblins got enhanced after meeting him, and the same thing probably happened to those caterpillars. Vale wanted Baitme to make her an armor too, but she was complaining that it wasn't an armor, it was fashion. Since the Demon King's clothes were originally cotton meant for futons, they would also have Baitme remake it for them. Astris noticed that his clothes were a little torn over. She told him that she would fix it, and he thanked her. He took off his shirt and Astris started to sew his shirt. Kidan was watching them and decided to let the king have the shit for a bit longer. Meanwhile, in the human kingdom, the king was thinking about the dragon veil. Because of her, the war was at a stalemate. He was brainstorming how they were supposed to proceed now. One of the king's men came and informed him that according to the generals at the front line, the reason the dragon showed up had yet to be identified. Thus, the army advised not to mode. The king considered them as a bunch of cowards. He asked about the information on the master that the dragon was obeying, but there wasn't any new information about that. The king was whining about how everyone was so useless and ordered another cup of squeezed fish juice, which was so stinky. The king, Dionysus XVIII, was supposed to put an end to the war that had been going on for centuries with an overwhelming impending victory for the human. They used up all the country's mana to summon heroes from a parallel world. The main goal was to defeat the demon race and thoroughly exploit them for their country. But with the dragon, they couldn't move forward on that purpose. When his man brought his drink, he asked if he thought the master of the dragon existed in the first place. The men stated that everyone was doubtful about that. However, if they make a wrong move, they provoke it. And if the dragon ever appears again, destruction would be inevitable. This sentence brought something to his mind. He ordered him to find Saint Kidan. If they had him as one of their subjects, their victory would be certain. That was true, but the man wasn't sure how they would find him. He told him to form a search party made up of capable heroes. Dionysus temporarily disbanded the army and ordered them to devote all their resources to finding Kidan. He was confident to find him and claim the human race's victory. Meanwhile, at the Kidan's place, Zidane and Astris were drinking tea. It had been 2 months since they came there and they were able to learn so many things. The time they would be leaving was getting closer, but Zidane wanted to get back the feeling of a sword again. When he grabbed the sword, he paused for a second. Astris asked what was wrong. He said that with just one swing, the holy sword Ainlot felt agitated, like it was resonating with something. They went outside to inform Kidan, and Zidane noticed the sword he was holding. Kidan was talking about how useful the sword was and how he used it to cut the mana metal just now. Platy came and explained that the sword was a holy sword they picked up from the undead king's dungeon. Zidane would have never thought he would have the legendary evil sword Dreischwartz. Apparently, he was planning to give it back to the lifeless king, but the sword wouldn't leave him. Platy mentioned the time he defeated the undead king to protect her. He tried to explain that they had no other choice back then, and he didn't even know the power gifted to him by the gods. According to the legend Zidane knew, a saint's power could even surpass that of a hero's, which was the same thing the undead king said to Kidan. Zidane asked if he was one of the heroes summoned by the human king from a parallel world. He approved him and explained that even though he had been summoned there, he had no useful battle skills, which is why he was dismissed from the war and started his life in that land, far away from the human race. Astris felt sorry for him, but he showed them what he could do with the soil and explained that his skill was pretty useful for a peaceful lifestyle. It was indeed wonderful, but still didn't fit for the battles. However, Zidane was still having a hard time understanding how he was superior even to the undead king. He explained that his skill gave him the ability to bring out the maximum potential of anything he touched, but that didn't mean he was strong himself. Zidane disagreed with him. There wasn't a single being in that world who could withstand his power. He asked if it was possible for him to prove his superiority over the human race and return to their kingdom, but Kidane didn't plan on doing that. Even though it sounded rude, he stated that he was not affiliated with anyone and it was because he didn't belong to anyone. This is also how he was able to marry Plati. Zidane stated that if he hadn't been there, things would have gotten more serious between humans and demons, since mermaids would get involved in their strife as well. Zidane certainly believed that his existence was of great significance to that world, and hoped for everything to go well. It was now about time for Zidane and Astris to go back to their country. His plan was to return and mow down those who were imprudent as well as regaining the sympathy of the entire nation once more. Kidane hyped him up while Vale was complaining as always. She asked why the girls weren't going home. Belina explained that as long as she was there, the Demon King could come to that place whenever he wished. She would make sure to carry out the role of connecting the Demon King to that land at all costs, and Bedami wanted to continue making clothes there. Additionally, as a gift, she gave Astris a dress that the Demon King would fall in love with. She seemed to love the dress and thanked Bedami for her efforts. They got ready to leave and everyone wished good luck to them. While they were going, Zidane mentioned that he always thought he would never be able to resolve the war between the demon and human races peacefully. However, Kidane's existence made him realize that what he gave up on wasn't a mere dream. He asked Astris if she would lend him her power for that dream of his, and she was happy to help him. In the next scene, Kidane finished making bread. Everyone seemed to love the taste of it. He mentioned that it was one of the staple foods back in his world. They could also use wheat flour to make stuff other than bread. That was another addition to his repertoire. He then told the girls that there was a crop he had been thinking of producing next. He was planning to make the real staple food of his world, so he wanted to produce rice. However, Plady seemed to have something to say. She said that the orc team was in charge of construction while the goblin team handled the field work. Bedami was their tailor and Belina controlled the waypoints. Vale was claiming that she was protecting the land and Plady was the only one who was in charge of medicine and fermenting, preparing and processing the field's manure, producing miso and soy sauce at the brewery, and last but not least, she was managing the fridge and the crop warehouse. She can't possibly handle all that workload by herself. Kidane felt incredibly guilty and threw himself at her to apologize. There were so many things he wanted to do and he totally forgot about the workload she already had. While they were talking, Platy's brother came and asked what was the meaning of all that commotion. Kidane apologized to him for being a failure as a husband, which he wasn't expecting at all. Plady asked why he was there. He said that after negotiating with the saint the other day, they agreed to sell the pickled radishes being produced here with him, so he came to buy them. Plady scolded him for ordering in bulk lately. It was also their neighbor's lifeless king's favorite. Plady was thinking about how her field had a terrible lack of people when an idea appeared in her mind. She told her brother that the people who would balance out her workload were the merfolk who specialize in pharmaceutical magic and asked him to bring several people from the Mermaid Kingdom. Otherwise, she would decrease the production rate of the pickled radishes. She asked for Kidane's opinion before the prince could say anything. Kidane was okay with it if the prince was okay too. Plady tried to convince her brother because she wanted to feed rice to her dear husband. The prince asked Kidane if he was aware of what the shore meant to them merfolk. Kidane thought they hated it at first, but Plady eventually came to appreciate it. The prince explained that Plady was a weirdo. Any normal mermaid would perceive the shore as a hellish place. Merfolk couldn't survive on shore in the first place. In other words, Plady, who decided to settle there of her own free will, was a tremendously rare case. It was also thanks to her new medicine that he could traverse between land and water freely, but before then, it was but a crude concoction. There were restrictions to turning into a land dweller. Side effects included losing your voice, turning into bubbles, and vanishing. Vale didn't understand why there were so many downfalls of that, so she told him to stay in the water. But that was not possible. The concoction served as an important resource used for things like diplomacy. Regardless of whether a perfect medicine was made or not, most merfolk wouldn't come on land. Also, ever since the completion of that new medicine, a new system had been implemented in their kingdom, which was the banishment of criminals. Aside from the death penalty as a form of severe punishment, it had been decided that banishment to the surface would be another alternative. Without the vaccine to reverse the medicine's effects, they had no choice but to spend the rest of their lives in a vast and unknown land. They all seemed horrified by the things he had just said. Plady didn't care about what he said and told him to do something about it as the Mermaid Kingdom's prince. The prince thought about it for a moment and said that when it comes to Plady's helpers, they must be at a certain level of potion brewing. However, even if they used the royal palace's human affairs team, dispatching them to the surface for a long period of time would be difficult. Plady had an idea. She suggested bringing those banished criminals there instead. That was not what they were expecting. He scolded her for saying something so careless. But Kidan didn't mind that either, but he wouldn't want to expose Plati to danger. Vale got angry again and said that she would just burn anyone who came there. And the prince liked the idea of that. It was actually a good idea since under those circumstances even the criminals would have no other choice but to give in. She told her brother to bring 3 criminals if he wanted to eat his pickled radishes. She didn't care if they were criminals or not as long as they were capable. In fact, criminals would be better since she wanted to slave them to death. After a while the princess brought 3 girls with no panties. Vale thought since they were all criminals it was fine. Bedami expected that to happen so she brought them something to wear. The prince introduced the girls one by one. The first one was Puffer, the one at the center was Lampai, and the last one was Gararufa. Even though they were all girls, he warned Kidan to not let his guard down. Kidan thanked them for coming there and introduced himself. The girls were a little reluctant. Plati came and told them to prepare themselves. The girls were shocked to see her. The prince informed the 3 girls that they would serve their sentence by working under his sister Princess Plati. Lampai was happy to see her so she tried to hug her but she failed. She was so happy to serve her one more time in her life. While she was crying Plati told her to keep it quiet. Vale wasn't sure if she was really a criminal. The prince said that they were famous criminals in their country. Puffer complained about Lampai being a suckerfish to the royal family, but Rufa could say the same thing about her. Puffer tried to defend herself by saying that Rufa only followed them because she liked Prince Eravana. Lampai promised to be by the Royal Highness's side until her last breath. Plati wondered where this idea came from in her mind. Meanwhile, Kidan asked the prince what those ladies' crimes were. In their kingdom, 6 ferocious witches specializing in pharmaceutics called the Great Mad Witches exist, and today he brought the 3 of them with him. Puffer was focusing on globally circulating the mana flow under the seas. She aims to develop a way to artificially control that. Kidan couldn't understand what was wrong with that. He explained that if she could control mana, she would engulf the entire world in ice. And with that, she planned for the ruin of both the human and the demon races. Gararufa was entrusted to the highest authority in the Merfolk Medical Association for Pharmaceutical Magic, but she spouted peculiar theories. She was complaining about how no one understood her work. Within illnesses lie microscopic beings that were behind their cause, she said. She said that the human body could remember foreign pathogens that enter the system and build resistance against them. Then, antibodies could be produced by drawing blood from those who had recovered from the disease and injecting into the body of another affected person. Eravana couldn't believe she still dared think of treating a weakened patient like that, even though one can die from being injected with someone else's blood into their veins. However, an otherworlder like him would understand everything she said. He then asked about Lampai's crime. According to the prince, she was even more troubled. She used to serve the royal merfolk as an imperial guard. He didn't understand why someone like her would be in jail. The prince explained that the riot during Plati's wedding was the cause. The merfolk, who were compelled to politically marry into either the human or demon race, had their public opinion split into 2 at that time, not knowing whom to side. But there appeared a merman noble who spoke to his father and objected to Plati's marriage from a neutral standpoint. It was hard to overlook the risks of a failed marriage if you stall for time. He was sure the other party would eventually back down. However, he also had quite a loose tongue. He told to the people that Princess Plati was just some drug freak with no sense of decorum and so on. And Lampai, enraged upon hearing that, brutally beat that very same aristocrat. She told the prince that she wasn't the one who was wrong. It was actually that aristocrat who insulted Plati. The prince apologized that they were like that. Kidan asked if Plati was happy that he was worried about her. The prince mentioned that there was something else he didn't tell him about Plati. The truth was, she was also one of the great mad witches. Kidan was taken aback and wanted to know what did she do. The prince explained that compared to the other witches, Plati had been behind far more dangerous drug inventions and scandals by a long shot. Since she was from the royal family, she didn't get punished for her actions. She even called the crowned witch. Because of her reputation, his brother was counting on Plati. There was no one else but her who could command those witches. The girls were happy to serve her, but they wondered where exactly that place was. They could understand that the man named Kidan was the owner. In that case, they thought the place was under the human race, but their tailor was a demon, and there were even goblins and orcs. Vale interrupted, saying that none of that should matter to them, and they should just work their hardest to produce good food while they were there. The girls commented that she was a remarkably arrogant individual. Hearing that, Vale transformed into her real form and scared the hell out of them. While they were trying to figure out how a dragon was there, Rufa fainted. Kidan told her to behave or else he wouldn't give her any food. She immediately came back to her real form and Kidan suggested throwing a pizza party to welcome their 3 new friends. The girls were confused if he was a cook or a dragon owner. Plati came and stated that he was her husband and now it was Lampai's turn to faint. Suddenly the lifeless king appeared and thanked him for the invitation. Seeing the world's 2 greatest calamities being there, it was now Puffer's turn to faint. After a while, 3 of them woke up trying to figure out where they were. The house they were in was so big and there was a fragrant scent in the air. While they were recalling the things they remember, Belina came and introduced herself. She then informed me that Saint Kadan called for them. Hearing Kadan's name made Lampai remember the last things that happened, and she immediately ran to Platy to cry about her marriage with a demon. Platy told her that there wasn't any hell, and that her husband was a human. This made her even more disappointed and mad. The other girls were confused that the owner of that land that was in the demon race's territory was actually human. Belina explained that this wasn't under the demon race's sphere of influence, and it was hard to explain what that place exactly was. Rufa claimed that the place was probably a complete solitary zone. Platy approved her and said that St. Kadan's reclaimed land. However, that was impossible for the girls. Lampai wondered what would happen if there was a dispute between the human or demon races. Vale stated that they could just burn them. She remembered that she was the Grinzel Dragon Vale, and was sure that the lifeless king was also there, which he was. Belina knew that it was scary to see them together as she reacted the same, but the two of them protect them in that place. Vale told them that all they would do was work to serve her meals. Puffer wasn't feeling good about being a cook while Lampai was tearing up again to see Platy doing slave work. She ignored them and decided to show them around before they ate. Firstly, she showed them the place they would be working from now on. They were shocked by the strange odor that wasn't really unpleasant. Platy explained that that was where she processed food and prepared condiments. Since the girls were foreign about everything, she had them try a soy sauce. When they tasted it, they were astonished by the taste of it. Lampai praised Platy for being amazing, but the idea wasn't her to be more precise. When she explained the details of it, Rufa was impressed by everything since her research was also in the same field. She tried to drink it all by one sip, but Platy stopped her, saying that she would die. Puffer and Lampai wondered who that saint guy was since he didn't seem to be just anybody. Platy explained that he was summoned from another world as a hero to help humans defeat the demon race. That seemed cruel to the girls. She continued to explain that when the king called them as he pleased, they noticed that he had no skill that could be useful for the battle, so he was driven out. Vale interrupted them, saying that she was starving to death. When they got back home, the pizza was done cooking. Kidan cut them into slices while apologizing for keeping them waiting. The girls tasted the pizza and they were amazed. When Kidan asked them their opinions about the food, they stated that they were astonished. Kidan then served the pickled radishes the prince loved. Platy mentioned that she would be able to make more pickled radishes now, so he could buy as much as he wanted. The prince said he would be coming there once a week, which excited Puffer. While Platy was happily eating her meal, Lampai was watching her wonder how she was charmed by Kidan, but she seemed very ecstatic. At night, the girls were talking about the food and Kidan. The comfort they were getting right now felt unreal, so they thought that place could be a heaven. The next day, Puffer was done doing her job. Rufa asked if she could help her if she finished her work. Her work was to pickle the dried radish and add it to the barley miso. The contents of that barley miso rely on a microbe called mold. Hearing that grossed her out a little. However, that was how they could make pickled radishes, which were the prince's favorites. While they were working, she asked where Lampai went, and Rufa said that she went out with the orcs to hunt. Lampai was having a good time hunting the boars one by one. At night, Kidan and Platy were talking about how it was beneficial for them to have the three of them. Not only did they support Platy in her work, they also lent Orkubo and Gobukichi a hand, and they were able to finish making a paddy field quickly. They already had the seedlings with them, so all that was left to plant them. Before he fell asleep, he mumbled that cultivating rice was something special to him. The next day, they started to plant the rice. The girls, especially Puffer, aren't pleased by today's job. She tried to come up with the excuse of clothes being dirty, but Belina explained that those clothes were made for that job. Rufa mentioned that rice was a suitable ingredient for fermentation, and they could even make wine from it. She mentioned that she was sure Prince Arowana would be pleased with it, so Puffer was now looking forward to planting the rice. She told Platy that she wouldn't let her covered in mud, but Platy said they were all doing it, including Vale. Platy then asked Kidan to show them the basic. He explained the steps one by one and they got started. It was indeed harder than they imagined. Baitme fell into the mud and Kidan helped her. She mentioned that she hadn't slept since she made those clothes. Vale was making fun of them for being weak. Even though she looked like a little girl, her strength was the same as it was. Platy was also in a good mood since having strong legs as a mermaid was a plus. Vale asked if she would like to bet on who plants faster, and they started their little planting race. With their enthusiasm, they were already finished making one row. Platy ran out of seeds and requested some. Lampai brought her some, and Vale bumped her intentionally to sabotage the race. Lampai was surprised that Vale was that strong even though she was in that form, but the princess's legs were certainly not normal. That must be the reason why she could do such hard labor, Lampai thought. But Platy said that it may be a factor, but it wasn't like she was doing it to train her body. Vale mentioned that it was all for the sake of eating good food and nothing else. Platy agreed with her. They then got back to work, and planting the rice was done in a day thanks to everyone's help. With Platy's fish fertilizer and magic, the rice grew within a month, and Kidan cooked the first rice in the world. Vale eagerly wanted to try some, but Platy said that Kidan should be the first one who tried it. Belina and Betami mentioned that Platy gave it her all just so it would grow faster. The use of fertilizer and maintenance of the field also played a part in that, but she also made the necessary preparations and appealed to them all to cooperate when planting. Kidan was impressed and felt grateful for everyone. Platy told him to try it already, and when he did, Kidan teared up a little, saying that it was tasty. Vale was shocked that the taste of the rice made him tear up. He told her that he would be preparing the side dish, so she should wait. Platy asked Kidan why rice was so special to him, and she explained that it was because he wanted to express his gratitude to the person who gave him that ability. He then thanked Platy for helping him out while thinking about Hephaestus. In the next scene, they were at the mountain and were saved by the lifeless king. Dealing with a large number would have been hectic for them. Lampai felt like she was going to lose her position as Imperial Guard. Platy asked if the dungeon changed, but it was the same monster as before. Vale explained that there was nothing to worry about as the place they were at right now was untouched. It would be inconvenient if they lost all the monsters they had been eating up until now. After walking a while, they arrived at a clearing. Lampai informed that she was sensing some monsters nearby, and not so long later, some things started to jump out from the dense grass around them. Kidan saw them and called them as UFOs as they were unidentified flying objects. Lampai told them to leave that to her, but Platy and Kidan told her to not underestimate them. Firstly, Lampai threw something to immobilize their movement. An explosion was created, and Platy remembered that she uses explosive magic potions, which is why she was called the Witch of Hellfire. However, when the smoke disappeared, there weren't even any scratches on the monsters. Vale mentioned that they were called Lotus, a tortoise-type monster. The hardness of its shell was top-notch even among monsters. But since it was a tortoise, she thought they could just flip it, but it immediately defended itself. Gobuchi came and aimed for its body, but when he hit it, his handle broke. Platy told Kidan that it was now his time to shine. With his one move, the lotuses were defeated. It looked like its tentacles were its weak point, which he never would have guessed. Vale congratulated them for beating the lotus, but they were the weakest among the monsters she had prepared. The strongest ones were waiting for them. Gobichi said that they could use that as a shield for the orcs and goblins. Platy didn't care about what Vale said and said that they came there to investigate things in the first place. Lampai was still worried, but Platy told him to not worry about it as her husband was the strongest in the whole world. Lampai states her surprise about how Kidan surpasses both the lifeless king and the dragon in terms of power. However, there was one thing she failed to comprehend. She didn't understand why the human kingdom banished him despite the power he possessed. He explained that he didn't have any skills fitting for battle. With that gift, he could bring out the maximum potential of anything he touches. And also because of the holy sword. That was why he didn't think he was someone amazing like they say. She didn't agree with him as his power was as dependable as it was. Lampai was happy that Platy married a man like him. Even if the human or demon races decided to invade, Princess Platy and the entire Mermaid Kingdom were safe. The sun was shining on top of them. Vale came and mentioned the next stage, which was called Scorching Hell, and monsters that were at their best under such circumstances would attack them. When she finished her words, wolves appeared. Vale mentioned that they were the most dangerous monsters out there. The Hylicaons. There was no way they could win against them in terms of stamina. When the wolves aimed Kidan, the girls panicked, but they were actually being submissive. Vale was shocked. The lifeless king explained that the perceptive Hylicaons seemed to have sensed his power. He started to pet their head and belly, while Platy wondered what he was going to do about that. They continued their ways while the wolves were following them. The lifeless king said wolf-type monsters build a strict hierarchy among themselves to form a back, and they must have recognized him as their leader, Lord Saint. Kidan never thought they would like him that much, even without the influence of his gift. Lampai wondered if that meant that the dungeon was high level. Vale wanted to be praised more as there were even more dangerous monsters in the next stages. And then, the aid got colder and it started to snow. It was the final area of her dungeon, the freezing hell. Kidan wanted to go back home, but when he turned his back, there was a giant bear looking at him. It seemed that was the source of immense pressure Platy had been sensing ever since they came there. Platy wanted to leave that monster to the lifeless king, but Kidan wanted to avoid ruthless killing as much as possible. The lifeless king mentioned that he wouldn't be able to run from it. The monster was also aware of his strength, and he was a warrior who only knew how to fight. The bear roared as he was about to attack, but the wolves jumped on him. While the bear was distracted with the wolves, Lampai decided to prevent the bear from moving, so she aimed for his legs. She injured a tendon in its foot, so it shouldn't be able to move now. Taking that as a chance to go back down, they started to walk away from it, but Kidan told them to wait, and asked if Platy still had that salve he told her to bring. Lampai wouldn't let him use it on the bear, as he would just vanish on his own if they left him be. Kidan still wanted to save him, as he must have his own subjectivity. Platy couldn't say no to him, so she gave the salve. He used it on the bear's foot, and they were ready to go now. However, Vale didn't want them to go like that, so she said that she was their last opponent. Lampai seemed scared, so she explained that it was just a clone who had 1/100th of her power. She was ready to fight, but before they could do anything, the bear stood up and punched her clone like it was nothing. While wondering why he had done that, the bear was gone. Gobukichi explained that as monsters, they could understand what he felt and he was a prideful beast. The battle just now was his way of repaying Kidan's kindness. In that case, they would definitely see him again. Lampai was amazed by Kidan's kindness. They got back home and Vale seemed dissatisfied. When Plady asked what was wrong with her, Rufa explained that her new dungeon didn't excite them very much. The dinner was ready, and it was from their new menu, Katsudon. Kidan thanked her for making it possible to make the dish he had been wanting to make for a long time. This made her feel more satisfied with her dungeon. They gathered around and started to eat their dinner in peace. After dinner, Kidan was in her front yard, wondering how their settlement would develop from there on out. Little did he know that outside, an unexpected group of humans had gathered, their eyes filled with astonishment at the village before them. They hurriedly informed their leader, who happened to be none other than Aileron, the notorious head of a gang of thieves. He decided he needed to witness this for himself. Previously, as the leader of the gang, Aileron spotted Kidan's garden. She wanted to take a closer look. The gang went into Kidan's garden and wondered what kind of things there were, as they had never seen something like that in the homes of either humans or demons. One of them said that it was obvious that someone was tending those fields. Another one tried one of Kidan's crops and he was amazed by the taste. He told everyone to try it and people were about to become addicted. A dark-haired woman informed her boss that she tried surveying the area, and she spotted multiple houses with mysterious architecture at the center of the fields. She concluded that this place wasn't a village, it was a farm. The boss thought this could be the place where aristocrats lived in seclusion, and if what she said was true, then they would find their answer to why those fields were spread out in the middle of nowhere. Since they were talking about an aristocrat who was keeping those tasty crops to themselves, there was bound to be valuable treasure deep inside their houses, so if they were to let go of that golden opportunity right in front of them, it would sully their reputation as thieves. They decided to take everything valuable with them. Before they move, the boss lady saw a wolf in the sheds. Meanwhile, Belina was controlling the waypoints. Maintaining the waypoints was vital for Majesty and Astris to visit them, but since her job was to just hum one song, it didn't feel like a worthwhile job to her. That was why she had been lending a hand all over the place. As someone who worked in the archives under the Demon King before coming there wasn't much she could manage to do. Now, the 3 mermaids with them were handling the areas that were lacking manpower, so her workload had been decreasing. She seemed uncomfortable for not having enough job to spend her days. She was worried that if this situation continued, she was going to be jobless, so she decided to find something to do. She started to look for Kidan to ask for a job. When she found him, he was doing pottery. She didn't know what it was, so he explained that he made bowls and such using clay. Since the kitchenware they had were all made of mana metal, he thought it was time they got some genuine ceramics. But hand molding took some time and it needed some reconstruction, so it rotates. Hearing the word rotate, she asked him to let her help him as she believed that she could still be used to him. She took out some psychokinesis that she used, and if she invoked magic into those pebbles, she could make objects move. Kidan was surprised, so she tried to invoke magic into one and bury it near the edge of the base. Kidan was amazed that it really moved. Although she successfully used the pebbles, it was hard to control, so she lost control after a while, and the clay went straight on Kidan's face. Kidan praised Belena's hard-working character, but she just wanted to work harder since she didn't see herself as good as Baitme or the others. This surprised Kidan as he always thought she was plenty of help. He mentioned that it was thanks to her that the wheel was rotating on its own now. He suggested trying pottery together since she was already there. Belena got super excited and accepted his suggestion. After many tries, she was furious that she couldn't manage to do it. Kidan tried to calm her down by saying no one was good at it the first time. Besides, he was willing to find something that he could use the pottery she made. Suddenly, they heard some wolves barking and followed their noise, wondering what was about. They saw Orkubo with a bunch of people. When he asked for an explanation, Orkubo said that they caught a group of elven bandits trespassing on their farm. Kidan didn't know what elves meant, so Belena explained that elves were a subspecies of demons. Throughout their history, they had branched out as a species of their own. Kidan thought they were Belena's allies, but she said that elves were a race that refrains from interacting with either humans or demons and dwells deep within the forests. She had heard there were numerous groups of elven bandits. They had been stealing left and right without disregard for one's race, garnering them infamy among the humans and demons. Apparently, they had been taking refuge in the hinterlands where no one dared to go. That does make them hard to capture. Kidan wondered if that meant they'd been living in the steep mountain. He said this place is pretty isolated from the rest of the world. He thought they must be surprised, stumbling upon their farm situated in the middle of nowhere. The boss asked, "What exactly is this place? And who was he?" Belina introduced Kidan to elves and said that he was the owner of that settlement. One of her allies claimed that Kidan seemed like a human, so that would mean they were in the human territory. But then they were confused as his attendant was a demon and even the rest of the residents were monsters. Not only that they were mutated species with superhuman strength and were capable of speech, so they think this definitely must be within the demon's territory, which means they were captured by the demon race. Kidan asked if elves did something, and Orkubo said that they snitched their tomatoes on their farm. Plady appeared angry and Vale came next to her, turned into her real form, and was ready to kill them. Plady said this was a prime concern to them, and they shouldn't let these thieves go unpunished. There would be no guarantee that they can protect their precious field the next time that happens. Vale agreed, as that was where they should give the death penalty to show others what would happen if they intruded on their fields, and suggested hanging their corpses out in the open. Elves, including the boss, started to freak out thinking that would be the end for them. One of them mentioned themselves as the Thunderstorm Stonecutters, and Belina remembered that she had come across that name in the archives before. It was said that their group only targeted the rich nobles and merchants, and they would never steal from the poor. The aristocrats they were after were usually the corrupt type who would fill their pockets with unreasonable taxes and bribes. The nobles whose misdeeds were exposed by their actions had been disgraced by Demon King Zidane. Vale didn't care about their work ethic and wanted them all dead. Kidan thought about it for a moment and decided that Plady was right, and that is why he was going to impose a sentence on that theft case. However, his punishment was just making the elves work for them for a while. Knowing there would be even less work if he did that, Belina was taken aback. She warned him that even though they were chivalrous bandits, he must not look down on them, as that didn't change the fact that they were criminals wanted in Two Kingdom. Plady interrupted and said that their farm already was full of criminals, and Vale was a calamity that could destroy the world, so they didn't think there would be any problem. The bandits examined their current situation and it seemed like they were in a dead end. Belina suggested Kidan hand them over to the demons, and he wondered what would happen if he did that. She explained that it would depend, but the Demon King of the generation was a man who dislikes unnecessary killing, so she didn't think they would receive the death penalty. She also mentioned that even though they punished them by themselves, they would still have to be obligated to turn them in. Kidan understood the situation, but he didn't want the king to have so much trouble since he was busy with the war against the human race. Plady suggested letting them work there until things settled down for the king, and it sounded like a good idea to Kidan. Their punishment was settled, and Kidan left the supervision of the elves to Vale, and she would get a treat from him in return. The elves were hesitant from Vale and accepted their fate. Kidan then offered them some tea as if they were their guests. They sat down at the table, and Kidan wanted to know what each of them was good at before they started to work there. Plady asked them if they were good at farm work like plucking weeds and harvesting crops. The boss told them to not underestimate them, and Plady thought it was a good thing, but she said that forest dwellers can't work in the fields. Belina explained that elves don't have any kind of farming culture. By nature, they were a race that gathered fruits or herbs for their sustenance. To elves, nature was just something that existed, and not something they could work with to make their lives better. They also find it very difficult to work on the farm. Plady was trying to understand while Vale kept her attitude. When Vale asked why they left their mountain and ate someone else's food, they explained that it was because their home was stolen from them by the humans and the demon. Kidan felt guilty because they were just like bears that left their forests and went to neighboring towns, and they built houses and stripped the elves of their own home to make their lives more luxurious. He bowed and apologized for cutting down a lot of trees from the forest without knowing it was home to the elves. It seemed that their forests gradually withered and died due to humans using large amounts of mana for the war. Now they had been stripped of both their land and food. Plady now understood why they resorted to banditry. Kidan was still feeling guilty for being part of it, but the boss explained that the forests around there were part of his land, and forests aren't exclusive to elves alone in the first place. The only thing certain there was that they stole from someone whom they thought was an aristocrat. That was why they would atone for their sin. The boss was sure about her decision as Kidan apologized to them, and he was the first of his kind that they had met. Kidan became so happy and thanked her. Belina didn't think elves were suited to work there, so she insisted on sending them back to where they came from. Kidan was having a hard time understanding why she was acting like that. The boss wondered, was the container not coated in enamel, and he didn't know how to explain. Then something came to his mind and he took them to where he made it. The boss explained that they could make fine enamel from the ash by thoroughly straining it and then dissolving it in water. If he bakes his wares coated in it, it would increase their durability without melting. Kidan didn't know they could make enamel like that, but it was actually the basic knowledge for all elves. Plady asked if this deviated from their mindset towards nature. She explained that they still consider themselves workers who made use of nature to the bare minimum. They were most at home when it came to making tools made from nature's bounty. They could even make leather goods and glassware. Plady got excited hearing her words as she was skilled at compounding potions, but still needed more lab equipment. It was easy for them to help her. Belina started to scream and cry. They got confused and wondered what was wrong with her. She explained that pottery was the new job she had just received. She apologized for not telling them elves were good at making articles, but she just didn't want to be left jobless, so she didn't tell them. Plady was confused as she always had a lot of work to do. Belina did cleaning, laundry, and most of the housework. She told her to not underestimate herself as she was doing a thorough job and she was actually a lifesaver. Kadan now understood what was up to her and decided everyone to help her with chores from now on. This wasn't actually what she wanted, as that would only decrease her workload. Kadan explained that they would all split the chores and let the elves teach them some skills that they didn't have. That way, she could tackle all sorts of things, and among those, she would be able to find something she could pour her heart and soul into. He also apologized for not noticing her worries and thanked her for everything she had done. Belina teared up and thanked him. Plady wondered if there was any chore she could do. Aileron approached Belina and introduced herself. She mentioned that she could teach her pottery if she would like. Belina was confused and hesitant as she was the one who wanted to send them to the Demon King. However, Aileron understood that it was only because she wanted to secure her position. She knew so well how it felt to lose where she belonged, so she could relate to her. Eventually, Belina accepted her offer and they started right away. Belina tried over and over until she could make something useful, and with that, their farm welcomes another group of friends. Meanwhile, at the Royal Demon Palace, Zidane needed Kadan's help even though it pains him to do it. In the next scene, elves and Kadan go hunting. It was their first time traveling to a high-level dungeon. One of them wondered what was their target, and since Vale had been wanting to eat them, they were going to hunt square boars. She mentioned that they could also use their hide to make leather goods out of it like belts and bags. There was one boar appeared and she made a direct hit to the boar. Lampai praised her archery skills. Kadan wanted to learn how they were so good at it. She explained that the bow was made from a combination of different types of wood, making it sturdy and flexible. With that, they could attack their opponent even from afar. Lampai asked the other elf if she could make a magic arrow with an explosive potion in its arrowhead. Kadan wondered what kind of opponent they were fighting in that powerful way. She apologized and said that it was her gusto as a former Imperial Guard talking. Kadan warned her politely to be moderate in her equipment upgrade. The elf was sure that they wouldn't need any equipment with a dragon living with them. Lampai agreed and mentioned the lifeless king. Kadan didn't think they would achieve true peace as long as the war between humans and demons continued. Since their hunt was over, they headed home. While walking, Kadan wondered how the Demon King was doing, and both Lampai and the elf girl were surprised. He mentioned that he lived with them for a while and even helped build a house, which was quite enough to make them shocked. He mentioned that they held his marriage ceremony with Astris there when the Demon King appeared and was fighting with a woman. They didn't even figure out what was going on while they were fighting. Astris was also there and told the elves to listen to what they had to say. Kadan said that it would be best if they temporarily stopped that. She apologized and stated that she was counting on him. He ordered Orkubo and he tied her up easily. Kadan asked if he was okay and the Demon King apologized for making a ruckus. Belina and Bedami appeared and were so happy to see the Demon King and Astris. They wondered why Lady Glacia, the woman the Demon King was fighting, was there. The Demon Lord said that they had come to discuss something with him. First, he introduced her. She was the one of the Heavenly Four, Glacia the malicious. Plati and Kadan were surprised and she asked if Glacia was the rebel who set up their marriage, but she wasn't. The Demon King explained that he was there because he drove out the rebels who attempted to take his place, and thanks to that, he was able to wipe them all out, except for one person. He mentioned that she had the highest position among the group of rebels and was also the most flamboyant in her action. After all, she declared that she would defeat him and become the next ruler. Plady asked if he would execute her now that he had suppressed her. He considers Glacia's boldness as a good thing. The others were just trying to remove him from his position as the Demon King, but Glacia was different. Such an outstanding person was too good to be disposed of. But she was resolute in her decision, and no matter how many times he urged her to return to allegiance or knocked her down, she would not comply. At that point, he might have to resort to executing her. He really hated killing his own people. Plady said that it was not related to the human race, but it was hard for them to interfere in such internal affairs. The Demon King tried to say something but couldn't, so Astris helped him to explain the situation. She stated that Glasta was in love with Lord Zidane. They were all confused, so Zidane explained that Glacia never aimed for the throne. She did want to succeed in his place if Astris was more important than his title as Demon King. But when they returned to the castle with Astris as the Demon Queen, the situation completely changed. She wanted him to make herself queen too, and if he can't do that, she wanted to be executed. Hence, he may succeeded in eradicating disturbing elements and discord within the kingdom, but his problem with Glacia still remained. Lampai suggested making her the Demon King's concubine. But he couldn't do that as she should only have one wife. Making Astris his one and only wife was what he pledged before Hades on their wedding day. Therefore, the moment he makes Glacia his second wife, divine punishment may fall upon her. Glacia stated that she wanted to be executed, but he wouldn't do that either. He apologized for making a rash decision as someone with responsibility regarding Astris's case. In addition, he didn't realize that she was in love with him. Kadan asked if Glacia considered being a concubine as an alternative. As someone who deserves to be executed for committing muting, she didn't think she was worth it. He then thought this may be a problem for Astris, but she was okay with it. She was the king's wife, and she understood that it was inevitable that he would have a concubine. She didn't get along well with Glacia, but her military prowess was top-notch, and the Demon Kingdom could not afford to lose her. Glacia discreetly threw a word at her, and they started to fight. The Demon Lord was apologizing again while Kadan was thinking about what they should do about it. The lifeless king came and asked if there was something wrong. Elves and the others were confused as to why the lifeless king was there. Vale also came to see what the fuss was all about. Glacia ripped off the ropes guarded the Demon King, and told him and Astris to leave while she took care of the lifeless king. Seeing her protecting the Demon King surprised everyone. The king approached her and stated that the Demon Kingdom needed someone like her. She couldn't understand how he could act composed at a time like that, so Belina and Bedami explained that the lifeless king was a neighbor of them and there was nothing to worry about. While she was trying to understand the situation, the lifeless king wanted to ask a few questions. After talking for a while, the lifeless king said that because of how powerful the vows made in front of the god, the Demon King couldn't accept a concubine. After all, Hades had Demeter Sephone, the Mother Earth goddess, as his only wife. Thus, he was a god who didn't approve of adultery. Kidan didn't know gods had devoted wives. The fact that he refers to himself as the Mother Earth goddess husband and not as the god of the underworld says a lot. The earth, the seas, and the sky. Each god had their own way of asserting control over their respective realm. But for Hades, his relationship with his beloved wife, who was also Mother Earth, was important. This may be the reason why cheating on her was out of the question. Therefore, he compelled those who received his blessings to love only one wife just like he did. That sounded pretty understandable to Kidan. The lifeless king said that the Demon King was the ruler of the Demon Kingdom which fights the human race. So this is why he must unite small groups each with their own way of thinking and lead them as one large group. Sometimes he just has to marry multiple women who have special connections to accomplish that. The Demon King stated that he thought he was fully aware of his responsibilities as a king, but it seemed that he let his feelings for Astris get the better of him and made a careless decision. Not to mention, he was completely oblivious to Glacia's adoration for him. Glacia was still insisting on getting executed while he was refusing her. Kidan asked what they should do about that. The lifeless king said that there was only one thing they should do, and summoned Hades again. After hearing the situation, Hades said that the more he hark, the more blasphemous it sounded. It hadn't even been a year since they got married, but they were already violating his own terms. Kidan got scared as Hades was really angry. Glacia begged Hades to listen and explained that this whole situation was caused by her own selfishness and Lord Zidane rejected her feeling. If it was divine punishment, she must be the one who received it. She also wants Hades to take her with him if she can't marry Zidane. Astris interrupted and stated that Glacia was an asset to demons in the war between humans and demons, which was why that concubinage was a matter of life and death for their demon race. Hades was stuttering and sweating. Suddenly a woman came. The lifeless king summoned Hades' wife. Hades' wife stated that even though she appreciates how her husband loves her, his earnestness and inflexibility were some of his flaws. She wondered if Hades was trying to exert dominance because of Zeus and Poseidon. They were fighting like a newly married couple while Kidan was thinking how cute they were. The Mother of Earth goddess understood thy thoughts, but she was also Hades' wife, and she could not ignore his wishes. She didn't want to set a lacking valor of example to the rest of the three either. A god's blessing was a kind of promise between a mortal and a god. If it were easily broken, any contract's value would be worthless. In order to break a contract whilst preserving its value required a special and equal measure. Suddenly it seemed like there was something wrong. The Mother of Earth pointed at Kidan and asked if he was one of Zeus's children. She sensed that he was someone from beyond their realm. She also guessed that he received something special from Hephaestus. This made her happy. She smiled and said that if things worked out, she might be able to grant an exception. The gift Kidan received from Hephaestus was the special thing to allow the Demon King to have concubines. She said that the holy swords made by her husband Hades have the ownership of the 7 holy swords. Lord Zidane took out his holy sword and Kidan's sword was also made by God. She approved them. Hades was surprised that he already had the other two. He explained that since that man's sword was a phantom, no one knew its whereabouts until they recently confirmed it. He asked Astris if she brought them with her and she said she did. However, when she showed the sword, it was broken. Glacia said that it was the proof of loyalty to the Demon King and they would never let it go. Pleiadi and Kidan seemed confused and Pleiadi told the Lord to explain. He said that 100 years ago they owned 5 of the 7 holy swords made by the god of the underworld, each belonging to each of the 5 families of the demon race. Then a war broke out between those families for the Demon King's throne, and the winner who lasted until the end was Zidane's ancestor. After that, his ancestor gathered all the holy swords from the 4 defeated families and destroyed them with his own hands. That was the origin of the 4 heavenly kings. Kidan now seemed to understand why they kept the broken swords. If they hadn't made that many swords, it would have prevented the fight from happening in the first place, Kidan thought. The Mother of Earth mentioned that there was a reason for that, and it was something that deeply involved Kidan. A long time ago, when the gods decided to rule that world, Zeus ruled the heavens, Poseidon the oceans, and her husband Hades ruled the earth. And then they decided to spread their descendants in their territories. But Zeus became greedy. He wasn't satisfied with only ruling heaven, so he sent his descendants to Hades' territory to take it for himself. That was what that world called humans. Humans were invaders sent from heaven. The war between his descendants, the demons and humans made by Zeus, was something that still continues even after a long time. So Hades helped them by making the holy swords and brought them into that world. Kidan wondered why he made 7 swords and if it was really necessary to make the demons fight each other. He explained that it was because a holy sword could be made into a true holy sword. Zidane mentioned that the holy swords had their own souls. Kidan loved his sword and wouldn't let it go. That was important too, but Zidane explained that holy swords get stronger by learning from fighting. In other words, the 7 holy swords were destroying each other, absorbing the memory of its opponent's soul, and the last standing sword would be the strongest one. That was the true holy sword. Pleiadi figured that the true holy sword had not yet been made. Kidan thought maybe his sword had to be destroyed by the Demon King too, but he refused to do it as he couldn't fight with him. Kidan got upset because that would mean the true holy sword couldn't be made. Pleiadi got mad at Hades for doing such a roundabout thing. Hades said that even with his power, the maker of Zeus's descendants, the god of arts Hephaestus, was unmatchable. Hephaestus was the one who gave Kidan his gift. Hades had something to ask Kidan, with the power of, would it be possible to fix those broken holy swords? They were all taken aback for a moment. She explained that if it was his power, she believed it was possible to fix the broken holy swords and boost them up to sacred holy swords. From original swords, 6 of them would be destroyed to complete it. But if there were 2 true holy swords, it was more than enough to destroy the humans. Pleiadi couldn't believe she was being serious. She said that it was actually how it should be. If her husband could drive Zeus's force out of his ruled territory, it would be a great achievement. Lord Zidane couldn't believe Kidan really had that much power inside himself. Aileron and the other elves were also shocked but were happy that their lives would be much easier. Hades' precious wife also mentioned that those who bring the earth back to her husband's rule, which was impossible after thousands of years, surely would be rewarded. Hades approved her and said that if the Demon King Zidane managed to get that glorious achievement, he would allow a special condition and amend his contract with him. He then asked Kidan if he would do it. Kidan seemed unsure, as he would be the one who made a sword to destroy humans. As Hades thought, even if he was someone from a different world, he still had doubts about humans, so he wanted to tell him something good. Even though his ruling was the best among gods, he heard he was estranged from his father, Zeus, because of his ugly appearance. Using that gift given by Hephaestus to shatter Zeus's ambitions would be exhilarating. Kidan got mad as Hephaestus wasn't that kind of god. Hades asked if he was on the human side. Kidan said that it wasn't like that, and Hephaestus was a god who genuinely only likes to make things, and he didn't give him that gift to be used that way. His thoughtful gift was not to be used for that kind of thing. However, if he could control the situation by making the holy swords, he accepted to fix them. Zidane noticed that Kidan was still hesitant about using the power he had gained from Hephaestus for a particular purpose, as he was apprehensive about its consequences. In response, Zidane reassured him that a true holy sword, crafted by the hands of a saint, would never be wielded as a weapon against humanity, and that he would not allow it to happen. The girls wondered what was his plans, and he explained that they could break the sacred barrier around the human castle made by Zeus with the true holy sword. That would be great, as the demons couldn't enter and were repelled, and in the current stalemate they could take them by surprise. Lord Zidane swore to destroy the human political system. It was the royal family who worshipped Zeus and maintained they were the superior species. If Kidan takes them down, he could dismantle the humans as a nation. All that would remain would be humans who were no different than the demons. Hades said that there were those who thought the sons of Zeus always had a plan, but his wife didn't agree because if only the kings of the human race, even Zeus couldn't interfere. It was all Zidane's decision, so she asked if it was preferable. The mother goddess gave Glacia her blessing, and if she had that blessing, she would be recognized by Hades and would be able to marry. Zidane thanked her for her kindness. Hades didn't want her to be too generous, but it was okay. His holy sword was supposed to swing once, and after 2 strikes, the flowers would bloom. Hades then offered a small token of his appreciation to Kidan. It was a blessing for his crops to do a little better. After he gave the blessing, they disappeared. Kidan wondered if it was resolved now. He then made his decision and told everyone to join their forces together and prepare for the Demon Lord's departure. After a while, he managed to put together the 2 broken swords. Kidan asked about Zidan's strategy meeting. He said that he got some information from the elves and they would be able to get into the castle from the mountain. Thanks to that, he was sure they would be able to minimize the number of human casualties. Zidan and Astris were grateful for Kidan's help. Astris stated that she would give him a report when the battle was won. Kidan didn't want her to be so stiff and told her to come visit them whenever she wanted. Bedami and Belena gave Astris and Glazia the cloth with counter magic they made to protect them from enemy attacks. Then they teared up because they would be missing them. Glazia promised that she would definitely protect the demon kind as well as herself, but Astris didn't think they would be needing her protection. The food was ready, and Glazia was confused by the look and the name of the food. The tonkatsu was a must-have dish for everyone to try. Glazia took a bite, and the moment she tasted the food, she couldn't stop herself from eating like an animal. While eating, Plati and Kidan hoped that everything would work out successfully. A few days passed and the Human King was angry as his workers hadn't been able to find Saint Kidan. While he was complaining about how incompetent they were, one of his men came to give him some bad news. Apparently, there was urgent news from the Broader that the Demon King led a large army to invade their country. The invasion was underway. Not only the king, but his soldiers were also shocked because they didn't do anything to provoke them. The king ordered them to send their armies, but the generals leading the army returned to their territories with their troops because the king ordered them to search for Kidan and told them to disband. He told them to hurry up and contact the armies to buy some time. He was sure that they would never defeat their final trump card, the Sacred Barrier. Meanwhile, Astris and Glazia breached the Sacred Barrier while the Demon King was distracting people. The barrier was breached and the news came to the king. The kind didn't want to believe it because the barrier was Zeus's blessing. He ordered them to go notify the church and quickly deploy a new barrier, but it was impossible because it was great magic from 1,000 years ago. Disregarding maintenance, they had forgotten how to deploy it. The king was angry because the church couldn't even manage to keep track of the skills they received from God. Suddenly, Zidan appeared in the king's room to stop that conflict. He asked him to come with them while the king was trembling and sweating in fear. After they invaded the palace, the kingdom of humans was dismantled, and the Demon King promised the safety of everyone but the royal family and church officials who ruled the kingdom. This also applies to people from other worlds. The Demon King was leading the world to peace, but not everyone was happy about the fact that righteousness was being defeated by the demon. In the following days, Kidan prayed to Hephaestus and stated his gratitude for being able to live in peace. Kidan was thinking about his journey in that world and how he gained so many things that he can be grateful for. Thanks to the mermaids, seasonings and luxury items can be made and crafts have improved with the help of the elves. He even made a Western-style toilet that seemed popular with everyone, and he was excited to show it to the Demon King. He wondered if the strategy went well. He then went to feed the wolves with rice while Vale was watching him feeding them with the rice that she wanted to eat. She mentioned that recently her mountain dungeon had been acting strange. Trees and fruit that she had never seen before were growing. Kidan was both surprised and happy because the environment in her dungeon was different depending on the stage and they could use it to grow various crops efficiently. He had been thinking we're using crops to experiment with. He decided to name it Vale Mountain Dungeon Orchard. Conversion plan. When they arrived at the dungeon, it was full of fruit that was edible. Viel wondered if their taste was good and he approved her. He also mentioned that when the fruits were available, the menu would grow. He suggested preserving the ones that were grown so that everyone could eat them together. They have to have an equal amount for everyone. However, the Vale had already started to eat. Kidan told them to stop as he would get in trouble if he didn't know the yield. She couldn't promise him because she was smart and different from the dogs around her. Later, according to the reports from Pochi and his friends, Vale was found in agony after eating astringent persimmon. Astringent persimmon were bitter and couldn't be eaten unless properly prepared. Thanks to Vale, more dishes could be made, so he was still grateful for her. He wanted to share it with everyone as soon as possible, and he couldn't even wait to see the Demon King. While he was thinking, the Demon King Zidane came, and it seemed like something was wrong. Kidan asked what was it and wondered how things went in the human kingdom. He then noticed the little girl behind him. The girl asked Kidan if he was the owner of that farm. When he approved her, she introduced herself as Princess Redislet, the only daughter of the king of the highest race in the world, the humans. Starting today, she informed him that she would give him the honor of taking care of her. Redislet seemed pretty determined about the things she just said. Plady told everyone to gather to talk about the situation. They asked Lord Zidane what was that all about and if the plan failed. He explained that human politics after the king died had ruined the country, and thanks to Kidan it was no longer a problem. Kidan wondered who that kid was. Redislet got mad at them for whispering in her presence and told them to bow down to her. She stated that they should be proud for generations to come. While she was bragging about how she was the #1 princess of the human country, and how there was no other being like her, Plady slapped her in the face and shut her up. Redislet got humbled after Plady hit her. Plady told her to listen with her ears closely and she obeyed her. She stated that the human kingdom had been destroyed and royalty without a kingdom was just a person, which means she was nothing but a single person. Redislet was too stunned to speak. Plady then asked Zidane if he wanted to keep her there and he approved her. Kadan seemed confused, so Zidane explained that she had nowhere to return to. Even though the king was killed, the kingdom had yet to be conquered. Since her new subjects were a different species, he thought it would take a lot of work. The old regime of the kingdom was still there and the embers of a dying dynasty would continue to smoke for quite some time. And in the middle of it, knowledge of the princess's whereabouts was hazardous. Plady said that anyone could be king if they kidnapped and married the princess, and Kida now understood the situation better. Plady started to yell at Redislet that the only place for her now was there or in the underworld, so if she kept talking like that she would get nothing. After being slapped by Plady and yelled at, Redislet broke down in tears and begged to be killed, realizing she was no longer a princess. Plady scolded her for her naivety once again. Kidan kindly asked Plady to be nicer to her, but she blamed him for being too nice to her. Plady asked what Zidane was thinking by prioritizing Redislet's life over the safety of demons. He explained that it was a pretty embarrassing thing, but he had made a promise to the king of human country. In his last breath, he wanted Zidane to spare the lives of his people, including his family. He wanted to respect the wish that he showed to him. Hearing his reason, Plady asked about Kidan's opinions. He was fine with taking care of her. Zidane stated that he was truly sorry, but as he said, it was fine for Kidan. Kidan then approached the princess and welcomed her. She held his hand and stated that she would be in his care. Plady was there slapping the paper she was holding, and the princess was startled when she did that. Plady said that she would be working there as much as she ate, so she should prepare herself. She then changed her clothes to the normal outfit and they went to the field to teach her some work. Kidan knew that she probably hadn't lifted anything before, so they would be teaching her to do simple tasks, such as weeding the fields and checking the health of the crops. He then introduced Gobukichi and said that she would be guided by him, but she was terrified when she saw him. Plady came unexpectedly and hit her again, telling her to stop with her attitude as the goblins were their friends there. She stated that monsters were not their only friends there, since there was a former princess. There was also a former thief, a prisoner, a dragon, and even an undead king who often comes into play. She warned her and told her to realize how insignificant she was in the world. She accepted her fate and started to weed the field. Kidan wanted to say that it must be hard for her as her situation was the same as his, but Plady said that her strong pride needs to be physically shattered, or else she can't move a finger in there. Kidan understood what she was trying to do, so he didn't interrupt her and told Redislet to do her best. After a while, Redislet was not happy about her situation, but she knew she had to do her best to survive there. Kidan came and told her to wash her hands and take a break for a while. She looked at the bread he brought, and when she tasted it, she couldn't believe it because it was better than anything she had at the royal palace. While eating, she didn't realize that she said it seemed there was something to be learned from commoners. When she realized what she just said, she immediately guarded herself because she thought she would get hit by him. However, he said that he was glad she was trying to get used to it like that. He had the responsibility to fulfill Mao's request too. Redislet wondered what this place and the building were, and if it was some kind of penal colony. He thought about it for a second and said that it was better to not know for her own safety. She didn't insist on anything and said that she wouldn't ask any more than that. Also, she was not thinking about running away from there. If he said work, she would work, and that was her position. Kidan seemed glad and stated that she was unexpectedly diligent. She was being kidnapped from her country and her freedom was gone, so it wouldn't be surprising if she chose to die in desperation, but she was alive and she still had hope. Hope to take back everything she had lost. Kidan wondered if there was really such a great thing, and she said that the hope inside her heart was Kidan the Saint. He was shocked and couldn't say anything while she was telling him about the famous Saint Kidan, who her father was always looking for him. If the Kidan the Saint knows of the danger that befalls humanity, he would come to rescue her and destroy the demons, as she said. Her wrong thoughts weren't looking good. He wanted to hurry up, go back and warn everyone about it. Bedami came and informed him that she was asked by Plady to make the newcomer close, and she wondered if he knew where she was. Since she called him Saint, Kidan was panicked that Redislet would find out who he was, but she thought his name was Saint. He was relieved that she was an airhead. In the next scene, Redislet is crying and cursing at something. She was actually praying to Zeus and Saint Kidan to save humanity when Hades appeared. Once again, Zidane apologized for bothering Kidan, and stated that he wondered if he should report directly to Hades. Kidan didn't mind, but he wondered if it was okay to call gods so often. The lifeless king said that this time, God was the one who wanted to be called. Hades thanked the immortal king for summoning him in response to the oracle. He said that it seemed like the demon king Zidane finally destroyed Zeus and all of his kin. To be precise, he said that it was not the humans that were destroyed, but the human nation. He would like to rule the earth together with the humans without shedding any more unnecessary blood. Hades said that in any case, he was the first demon king who had full control over the earth. From this day forward, he would allow him to call himself the greatest demon king of all time. The demon king Zidane teared up as it was a great honor for him. Suddenly, Zidane noticed that Gike, Platy's brother, was there standing. He said that he heard the rumor from his sister, so he came. Hades saw the prince and asked him if he was the prince of the Mermaid country. It was his first time standing in front of a god, so he was nervous. He had heard from his father that the demon had ended the conflict on land, and he was also hoping to meet and celebrate with the future demon king. The demon lord was not much older than him, and yet he was already the demon king. Not only that, but he also had already ended the war with the human kingdom. He stated that even if he followed in his footsteps, he could not compare to his talent and ambition. Zidane didn't agree, as Prince Arowana had a good personality and good traits as a ruler. As the head of a neighboring kingdom, he could think of nothing more reassuring than to have him ruling over their mermaid kingdom. Hades congratulated everyone and announced that this was a celebration for everyone. Zidane then stated that he would prepare an offering of God and bring food to the demon king, Princes Arowana, and the lifeless king. Arowana was watching them, wondering what was going on, and after a while the food was ready. Zidane thought it would be nice to have something spring-like, as if heaven and earth were budding, so he made bamboo shoot rice and offered it to the god. He told Hades to eat it with 2 sticks. Hades took a bite of the bamboo rice and stated that from now on, rice cooked with bamboo shoots would be designed as the food of God because it tasted too good. Zidane was surprised when Vale came. She literally scolded the god of earth, Hades, for eating her crops for himself. Hades said that he had declared bamboo shoot rice as God's food, and in order to praise it, all things on earth shall share the happiness of eating rice cooked with bamboo shoots with God. He didn't forget to thank the earth for nurturing the bamboo shoots and the rice. Zidane was happy that he ended up receiving such high praise. Vale wanted to have a beer with the food as they were having a dinner party. Gike and Zidane were confused, so he explained that it was an alcoholic drink he made recently in the house. It sounded like an interesting drink, so Hades wanted to try it too. In that case, he had some Japanese sake, he called it, even though it was different from the worlds he had lived. Hades downed the beer but was too fragile to handle the alcohol yet. He decreed beer as the drink of God. The lifeless king wanted to mention that Zidane's physical strength and magical power would be fully restored if he ate something that was praised by God. It seemed that those certified as God's drink had detoxification and other effects. Hades wanted to share with Demeter as well, and he counted on the lifeless king to call her. The lifeless king spelled some words to summon Demeter, but he accidentally summoned her, Poseidon, and his wife too. Hades was confused as to why they were there. Poseidon's wife was so excited to meet with Zidane as she had heard stories about him. Even among the gods, he was reputed to be the bearer of knowledge not found anywhere else in the world. Zidane was honored. Zidane turned to Platy and stated that he was going to serve dinner to the gods and that he needed her help. And after a while, the Feast of the Gods began and everyone was enjoying their food and beer. The gods were satisfied with Zidane's food. The princes were watching them secretly and wondered what they were doing. She then noticed something and interrupted everyone, asking why Zeus wasn't there, as even the god of the earth and the god of the sea were there. She told Hades to tell Zeus the plight that human Rave was in now, and she was sure he would bring some salvation. The gods giggled as they weren't taking her seriously. The gods explained that Zeus was selfish and thought he was special. If Zeus finds out about that land, he might say he would make it his own sanctuary and make it his own private sanctuary. The princess was now sure that they couldn't call him. She didn't know and thought that Tenjin Zeus was a great god that everyone respected, and she thought he was a great god. She got more furious and left there crying while calling for Saint Zidane. Zidane told everyone to leave her alone for now. The gods were still confused as to why the human kingdom's princess was there. They worried that it would be a problem because they talked about Zeus's secret without thinking. Pleiades said that it should be fine if it was her. She stated that she needs to learn more about the outside world. Until now, her world was only inside the castle. She was going to face a lot of trouble in the future since she was a high-handed lady. Zidane said that she was trying her best there, but it was because of her hope for Zidane the Saint. Zidane knew that he had to do something about that in order to make Retzelet become a person who chooses her own life. Pleiades and Zidane were impressed, and Gike wanted to help him. The gods were pleased by Zidane's intentions. They also had to be careful to not irritate Zeus. Therefore, Hades told everyone that they couldn't let Zeus know about the existence of that paradise because it would be a mess if he found out. If he discovers it, Hades promises to fight back with all their might. Knowing the gods were protecting them made Zidane feel encouraged. They continued eating and Hades was satisfied. Not only Hades but the other gods were so happy and drunk. They decided to reward everyone themselves because there was no way they would leave after such a feast. Hades blessed the land with a year of good harvest, Poseidon blessed with a year of bountiful catch, and their wives blessed everyone's livelihood. After they were blessed, they disappeared, and Platy said that the recipe for magic potion she didn't know before suddenly flowed inside her head. It wasn't just Platy, everyone felt a lot better than before. Kidan figured that everyone's ability had improved after the blessing. If everyone was blessed with happiness, Kidan was happy too. He wanted Redislet to be happy too, but Platy said that even though hoping for happiness was okay, that type of person must not be pampered. Having delicious food was good enough for Vale. Platy then realized that their meal was not there yet. Vale wanted to eat too, but Platy said that she had already eaten so much before. She was pretty mad because of how lazy Vale was. Kidan was watching them fight and he said that to eat was the way to live. Meanwhile, Redislet was sitting by herself thinking about the things the gods said about Zeus. Until now, she had been saying bad things to others, and even though she believed in Zeus and justice, she was still in disbelief. She was still thinking about Saint Kidan to save herself. Kidan came and asked if she would like to try having her own field. He took her to the field that he gave and told her to plant anything she would like. The produce on the farm was everyone's, but everything that grew in the area he gave her was hers, so she could eat everything she grew. In Kidan's head, the best thing she could do to nurture her mind was food education. If she starts feeling love and gratefulness, this should be good for her mind and body. Redislet wanted to plant some broad beans since she liked it so much. Kidan said that she could ask what she doesn't know, and after that she has to be responsible and manage it. She seemed pretty determined and stated that this was wonderful. She wanted to rebuild the human country territory there and would operate under the direct control of the princess, which wasn't exactly what Kidan had in mind, but he just let her do her thing. In the next scene, Kidan was working while Gobukichi came. He said that there was something he was wondering about. The field work was progressing well and it sounded like it was a good thing for Kidan. However, he said that it was progressing really well, which makes it strange. One day they were out in the field doing odd jobs in the morning. That day they were going to weed the field and the weeds were growing fast on the part that was fertilized with hyperfish fertilizer. Weed extermination and detailed management were no longer a struggle. But just before they began to work, they noticed that beside the crops, the field had been cleaned, and there were piles of weeds piled up beside the field, so he got scared. Kidan said that it must be someone else's doing, but Gobukichi said that he asked everyone, but no one knew about it. Kidan went to ask Redislet, but she said that she was focusing on her field and didn't work there, which meant that there was someone other than the farmer there who had cut the weed. It seemed so mystical. Kidan wanted to think positively and said it would be a good-natured thief that pulls out weeds while stealing, but there was no trace of goods being stolen. Not only that, the sick leaves had been thinned out and the pests had been exterminated. Kidan was thankful, but it was still strange. As the owner of the farm, he has to unravel that mystery by ambushing it at night. It looked like the crime was committed at night, and since Gobukichi was there, he didn't want Redislet to be there, but she refused him because she was a field owner too, and she couldn't let it pass when someone suspicious was lurking there. Kidan noticed something and told everyone to be quiet. From the ground, something was surfacing. A bunch of heads were surfacing, and Kidan thought they were zombies. Redislet was freaking out because there were so many of them. She told Kidan to do something, but Gobukichi wanted to wait for a while. He fired up the light and they saw a bunch of cute fairies smiling at them. The little girls introduced themselves as the spirits of the earth, and they were familiars of the god of the underworld, Hades. They were spiritual beings directly related to nature whose task was to maintain the health of nature. Gobukichi mentioned that spirits blend in with mana and couldn't be seen or touched, but they were different. They said that thanks to the blessing of the Hades, they can materialize themselves. After they took the power given by God of the underworld and Mother Earth, they got powered up. They thanked him for opening up that empty land. They were very happy, which was why they wanted to thank him. Now that they have materialized themselves, they could help him. Kidan now understood everything but wondered why they were doing it so late at night. They explained that it was in order to not get caught by anyone, which was common sense for spirits. They said that there was no helping it because they got caught. From now on, they would openly help him anytime and wanted him to give them a task. Redislet told the spirits to come and serve her, but Platy came out of nowhere and hit her again. Platy thought they were doing something strange whispering like that. She asked what Kidan planned to do. Gobukichi said that odd jobs were their responsibility, so he hoped that Kidan could give them another job. The spirits were begging for some job. While Kidan and Platy were thinking about what job they should be doing, Redislet was not happy because she wanted them to serve her. Platy asked if Kidan had any place he needed help with. There was one, but he hesitated to ask spirits to do it. The spirits told him to not shine and they were ready for any kind of job. Since they said that it was okay, he took them to his house and said that they would work as housekeepers starting today. Belena was not happy about it since her job would decrease again. He said that there was a facility that he wanted to build and he thought he had to decrease her workload first. In the end, he wanted her to take care of those children. Belena was thrilled by the cuteness of the spirits and was happy to do it. Betami asked if she could make clothes for those children like maid clothes. Kidan thought it would be nice if they had work clothes instead of maid clothes. Now that everything settled, everyone was getting a new job, which was a good thing. Kidan was happy that they could continue the next plan, which was to make the thing he really wanted to make, the bathhouse. Platy wondered what a bathhouse was. He explained that it was a place to wash your life, which scared her a little. He explained that it meant that everyone who was tired from working would be refreshed as if coming back to life. That sounded amazing for Platy, who had a lot to do in her daily job. Kidan was happy that thanks to everyone, they could now build one. Redislet was watching Kidan thinking about her life in the palace. Kidan told her to wait for it. This kind of life was full of surprise to her, but he believed it would bring a smile to her face. She was impressed by his words and hoped that she could start a new chapter of her life with cute friends. Later on, the god of the wisdom of heaven Hermes was in Zeus's presence and he wanted to inform him about something that Zeus would know sooner or later. Zeus seemed pretty bored even though he said he was swamped. He wanted Hermes to give him a piece of very important news or else he would punish him. Hermes said the human country had been defeated, but he didn't seem to understand him as it was impossible for that to happen. Zeus was shocked. Hermes added that the land was part of Hades' territory and his creation. The humans were the invaders. The demons who won didn't kill all the humans. Instead, they were annexed by the demons. Zeus was enraged not by Hades, but by humans. They should have fought until the end even if they knew they were going to lose. Hermes asked if they should send them help, but he refused. He found it weird and abrupt and wondered if Hades deceived them and helped the demon. Hermes didn't think he would do something like that as he wasn't like Zeus, but he was sure Hades cheated. Hermes got sick of his attitude and started to yell at him. He said that if he was going to wage a war between gods because of a baseless accusation, then all the gods, including himself, would side against him because he had no popularity at all. No one would want to fight a life-threatening battle for him. Zeus got mad as his son was being cruel and threatened him to throw a tantrum, but Hermes didn't care at all. Hermes was still wondering why humans lost to the demons, and there was one thing he could think. It was probably because of the visitor from another world. The man who was called the Saint was the one who had the gift from his brother Hephaestus. That power showed its influence and stopped that fight. If Zeus finds out about that, things would go bad, so the existence of the Saint should be kept as secret. All they wanted was things to stay calm. Naturally, it was God's job to protect the peace of the respectable saint and god of craft Hephaestus. However, he was concerned that Zeus would keep behaving like that. Zeus was so egoist that he thought he was the one who controlled everything, and he was the strongest being. Every virtue was his possession, and there was nothing in that world that could go against his will. But he was still annoyed that humans lost their territory. He decided that if he couldn't rule over the land, it would be better to destroy it. Meanwhile, in the Kidan's land, Redislet was scolding him for being too slow. She wanted him to teach her how to raise sorameme. Kidan brought the soramame seedlings and explained that they would slowly get bigger and turn into delicious soramame. However, it still depends on Redislet's effort. She was determined to raise them with her best. Kidan mentioned that there were many tricks to raise them, so it could be a little difficult. He suggested she imagine the taste of the soramame that they raised and do their best to eat them again. By compromising her character, she thanked him. Kidan was surprised but didn't make it weird. They started with making the ridges. When he was about to show her how to do it, an earthquake started. He held Redislet and waited for it to end. There had never been an earthquake before, so he thought it was not that kind of terrain. The earthquake ended but appeared a hole in Redislet's field. Kidan was trying to understand what was happening and wondered if it was a mole-type monster. Just in case, he told Redislet to stand back as there could be a monster there. She was terrified of the monsters and questioned how he wasn't scared too. Kidan told her that it was okay and promised to protect her no matter what. Suddenly, something came out from the hole and it was definitely not a mole monster. Redislet was confused and asked if it was a mole, but he guessed that it was more like a human. But she was flying with her wings, so he thought it could be a dragon. She started to say some stuff about the things Kidan most definitely didn't understand. After mumbling lots of things, she stopped Icarus's wings function and fell down on the floor. Her eyes were closed, so Redislet thought she was dead, but they weren't sure. Her breathing was thin and her body temperature was very low. Orkbo came and took her to the house. Gararufa took a look at her and said that the symptoms she was having didn't match her knowledge. In the first place, they didn't even know her race. But she wasn't a human, demon, or a mermaid. From there, they could see characteristics that do not match any of the subspecies derived from it. Platy said if they don't know her species, it would be hard to help her. Gararufa stated that they should give her lots of nutrition to cover her body strength, as she couldn't think of anything else to do for now. Gobukichi brought a bowl of natto, as there was nothing else as nutritious and effective for sickness. It wasn't easy to eat, but they can't be picky, so he told Gobukichi to open her mouth and he would pour in the natto. They opened her mouth and she started to chew it. With that, they hoped that she would get better. She opened her eyes and stood up, but she seemed odd. She started her self-diagnosis and confirmed full functional recovery. She was mumbling about mana self-pair and combat mode while they were looking at her confused. She then kneeled in front of Kidan and recognized him as the one who recovered her from malfunction. She said that she was a blade made by Heaven's will, Angel Holka's phone. Due to information loss, from now on, Kidan was registered as her new master. Kidan was shocked that an angel was considering him as her master while she was waiting for any kind of order from him. She became her master's blade and was ready to kill all of his enemies. They were all so confused and Kidan told her to stop saying things like that. He asked if she could answer his questions and she approved him. He asked what she was and what race she belonged to. She couldn't answer that question as a lot of information was missing from her memory space. The information Kidan sought was also gone. She said that it was because of her aging. Then a lifeless king came and Kidan thought he might know something. He asked if he knew anything about that angel. Unfortunately, the lifeless king said that even though he lived for 1,000 years, he didn't know about the existence of angels. Plady screamed hopelessly that they couldn't do anything about it as even their last hope didn't know about it. However, there was still another way left and the lifeless king summoned Hades again. Hades thought Kidan made another delicious food for him, but he said he just had a question, which made him a little mad. He asked if he knew something about that angel there. When Hades saw the angel, he screamed like he saw a monster. He was freaking out because they actually destroyed them all before. He said that Kidan did well for informing him. He even said that the world was almost in danger of being destroyed and he had just saved the world. That thing called angel was the vanguard sent by Zeus to seize control of the earth. They were also called the destroyers of the world. Zeus created angels with great care, making them more powerful than any other creatures in the world. With their abilities, they caused widespread destruction, turning the world into a sea of flames, splitting the earth and evaporating the sea. Sadly, they showed no mercy and all living things were ruthlessly annihilated. Zeus's actions seemed pretty stupid to Plady and Kidan. Redislet wanted to know what happened after that. Hades explained that in a situation that could destroy the world, they, as gods, worked together with the first dragon to annihilate the angels, and it was truly terrible. After that, Poseidon and Hades climbed the heavens, and they scolded Zeus with all their might. But Zeus, who didn't want to give up on Earth, began to rule it through the human race. Even though she worshipped Zeus, Radislet was annoyed by his actions. The timing between the human race defeat against the demon race with the appearance of an angel who avoided annihilation 4,000 years ago somehow felt like it was planned. Hades commented that he did well finding the angel. Even if he said it like that, it was her being jumped out from his field all of a sudden. Redislet asked what would happen to the angel now. He explained that an angel cannot be left unrestrained because even one of them had the power to destroy the world. It was Hades' responsibility to destroy that angel as the god of that land to protect its existence. Kidan didn't seem to be happy about her existence being erased. He asked if there was any other way aside from destroying her because she looked like a good person. Hades found him kind, but she was a weapon without any will or emotions. He tried to explain why he didn't want her to be destroyed, but she interrupted him. She said that she remembered herself clearly as a destroyer. She knew she was a weapon, and it was true that her existence was a threat to that world. It would be a safe judgment to erase her for the world's safety. She asked him to give her an order, and if it was him, she would destroy himself without bothering a single person. Redislet came and hugged her. She said that even though she was a bad person a long time ago, she was different now, and any race could fix their way of living. This was the place where he could forgive that kind of stuff. Plady wondered if she saw herself there as she was once asked to die for that world. Kidan thought about it for a moment and decided that he wanted to cherish her feeling. He asked Hades if he could entrust the angel to him. Hades was surprised and he was about to refuse him, but when Kidan said he would offer a new cuisine, he approved it. He would be at ease if it was none other than Saint Kidan who would take care of her. Kidan accepted the responsibility of taking care of her. Now that the problem is solved, Hades calls Hermes and asks if he is with Zeus. He then asked him to stay there for a minute and he would go to Poseidon and Pokali too. He excused himself and stated that he would be waiting for his new cuisine. The angel asked what would happen from now on. He stated that she would live there with the others. Redislet was so happy to be with the angel. Kidan apologized for deciding that alone, but Plady was satisfied as Princess changed since the angel came there. Redislet considered the angel as her little sister and introduced herself. She wanted her to be comfortable with her and ask whatever she wanted to know as she lived there longer than her. The way she acted like an old senior made Plady annoyed, but she didn't say anything. The angel surprisingly told Redislet to be quiet and turned to Kidan. She wanted to confirm if the elixir that woke her up from being just a scrap. Kidan didn't seem to understand her question, and Gobukichi showed him the natto that he brought. The angel explained that if she didn't get supplied with natto, she would unmistakably stop working. She used her Holskaphone's eye and examined the natto's benefits. While she was mumbling about the benefits of it, Kidan thought it could be because of his supreme bearer ability. When she finished listing the things Natto gave her, she wanted Kidan to entrust her with the important role of protecting Natto. Kidan stated that she was actually exaggerating the natto and it was pretty easy to make, but she was dead serious about not making fun of natto. He then offered her to try making some and she was in awe. She couldn't believe a slaughter weapon like her could make a life-saving elixir. Kidan was questioning her emotions and Platy found it as an opportunity to nurture her emotions by making natto. Redislet interrupted and said that she had something that Horu, the angel, needed to do first, which was repairing her field. Firstly, she wanted Horu to check if there was anything in the ground. Horu made a geological scan and there seemed to be a water vein in the ground. Kidan was so happy that they could make the well with the underground water. If there was a well near Redislet's field, then fieldwork would be even easier. She agreed to shift her field a little. Redislet wanted to help Horu to dig the hole for the well. Since Horu wanted to make Nero as soon as possible, she activated the mana cannon and created a high mana plasma cannon ready to fire. She located the water vein, shot it out with a plasma cannon, and connected it. When they checked the water, it was also hot, so they accidentally dug up a hot spring. Vale came and questioned what that was and who did it. Kidan told her to help him a bit. Horu noticed that Vale was a dragon and asked if she should kill her with the cannon she had. Kidan told her she was their friend, but Vale was already furious and turned into her real form. He told her to help him put a pipe in the hole where the hot water comes from and connect it to the mansion. She said that she wasn't in the mood for that, but when he said he would give her katsudan and dessert, she accepted it. Veal and the Orkbo team prepared the pipes while Kidan and the Goblin team prepared the bath. After they connected it, it worked splendidly, and Kidan shouted happily. It was a good thing they had a bathroom and drainage system other than the boiler. He didn't expect there would be an onsen in the land and was actually relieved. Platy now understood the logic of the bath and was happy that they could now cleanse their life. She asked who wanted to bathe and there was only 2 of them raised their hands because they got confused by the phrase cleanse life, and Vale just wanted food first. Platy asked Kidan if he wanted to go in first, but he wanted people to know the greatness of baths. Without delaying any further, Platy wanted to play rock paper scissors to decide. Vale didn't want to allow people who hadn't done anything to take advantage of her in any way, so she told them to stop ignoring her. Redislet said that she shouldn't be forgetting that this all started with her giving away her land. Also, the dug-up hot water was thanks to Horu. Vale also questioned who she was and was not happy that the number of people who started to live there was increasing. Kidan explained that she was a Holkosphone angel. Somehow, Vale didn't like her and sensed the danger inside her body. Kidan then remembered that Vale's ancestors almost got annihilated by an angel. Vale wanted to fight with her outside, but she stated that she would no longer fight. As she expected, something was wrong with that one, and Vale questioned if she was a weapon or something. She approved her and said that she was a living weapon rather than created as an angel. However, she stated that it was in the past and she was reborn. She was an angel and the one who made and protected the natto. Vale was even more confused and asked Kidan what happened. When he explained it the situation, she wanted him to not let her get near her. Kidan then noticed that Vale didn't look well when she heard the word natto, but she did have quite an appetite. After eating, he was thinking about Vale and Horu being in the same area and hoped that there wouldn't be any problem. Now that they had a bath, he hoped that they would get closer together. Redislet came in discomfort saying that Platy wasn't coming out of the bath. He wondered what happened and started to head towards the bath. He saw Platy lying in the bath with her half-naked body. He closed his eyes and asked if she was okay. She said that it felt so good and she didn't feel like going out in a dizzy voice. Kidan was relieved that there wasn't any problem and she was just relaxing in the bath. When the girls see her relaxing so much, they also want to try it out and tell her to hurry. Everyone was captivated by the bath and was fighting to get in, which made it far from a resting place. As a result of that, the girls asked him to expand the bath. He couldn't believe the bath became the source of the problem instead. He could not let it stay like that and had to make the bath become a place for everyone to relax. He came up with a plan, but he needed both Vale's and Horu's power. He asked if they could lend him their strength. Horu was okay with it. Vale didn't want to work with Horu, but she accepted just to be able to relax. Not only them, the other girls wanted to help. Kidan was happy and impressed that everyone wanted to help him. What was important was not the place, whatever the reason. Working together on a single goal was the best way to achieve it. They were all connected through that relationship. The demon team would make clothes and towels, the mermaid team make bamboo baskets and props, the elf team make a lot of pipe, and the goblin team would support each other and manage the field while spirits cleaned the house. Last but not least, the orc team would start building the giant bath. The construction of the super public bath began once each group was assigned their respective tasks. When it comes to building a super public bath, it would take up a considerable space, so the place was important. Also, they have got to make sure the onsen's components didn't affect their farmland. A slightly distant area with a stiff geological structure would be best. Horu pointed out somewhere and asked if that area would be okay. That land felt firm, and similarly, she was also detecting an abundant water vein deep underground. Not to mention, that place was elevated level ground with an ocean view, which made it the best spot to build their super bathhouse. Vale interrupted and informed him that the area below them was near to the lifeless king's dungeon, and his dungeon covers a pointlessly huge space. They couldn't let anything happen to his dungeon. The lifeless king appeared and stated that rest assured. Dungeons were spatio-temporal distortions created by the stagnation of convective mana. His cave dungeon also existed within a distorted subspace and was not actually underground. No matter how deep they dug, there was no way for them to come into contact with his dungeon. But that wasn't the point Vale was making. She wanted to confirm that he was okay with them using his territory to build a bathhouse. He was absolutely okay with it, so Kidan thanked him and stated that he was welcome to visit any time once the construction was done. Now that it's settled, Vale turned into a dragon and was ready to fetch the facility they built back home and bring it there. Kidan was going to furnish the area himself while she was away. Orc team was ready to prepare the foundation, and pipes with him, and Elf team was in charge of plastering once Vale's back. He was also counting on goblins for the finer handwork. After giving their best, they successfully built a huge bathhouse. The lifeless king found it bizarre, but it was like the bathhouse of bathhouses for Kidan. Now for the final, Horu flew and used her blade that slays dragons and other slaughter gods to pierce the earth. Kidan was excited while Vale was concerned about the words she said. She dug up another hole like she did in the Redislet's field and the bath was done. They went into the bath with the perfect ocean view. The lifeless king stated that he made another splendid facility. He was feeling the hot water penetrating every nook and cranny of his body, which felt revitalizing. Even his wolf Pochi seemed satisfied. Hearing the girls' voices, they understood that they were also soaking in the water. Plady was enraptured by the bath. Redislet wanted to show others who haven't taken a bath how to do it properly. Meanwhile, Vale jumped into the water without even taking a bath first. Redislet and Plady scolded her for cannonballing into the water. The bath was so good that they couldn't help but revert to their mermaid form. Plady knew it would feel great, so she brought humanizing potions with herself. They were grateful but didn't think she should be doing that. They were more or less still convicts, and they were there on the pretense of penal servitude. But it wasn't too bad to let them revert to their original forms once in a while. She doubted they would even want to go back to their old lifestyles. But they were dedicated to fulfilling their duties there because that was their long-cherished desire. Plady then wondered if life there didn't hurt their elven pride or something, but they seemed great even though they were also criminals too. They still had their elven pride in them, but that was only possible because someone else values it as much as they do. It goes the same when they constructed that bathhouse. Kidan prioritized preserving the forest and decided to grow his own Japanese cypress trees to use as a building material. He teaches them the importance of a species' survival through cooperating to understand and coexist with other cultures and environments. Redislet agreed with Aileron and said that she also needed to learn a lot more from that place, especially as Holly's sister. Bedami finds it enjoyable that baths have a mysterious power. Who knew taking a bath with everyone would feel amazing? As Plady said. Meanwhile, Kidan was hearing everything they had been talking. Even though it was weird to hear, he was glad that they made that bathhouse. When he was about to decide to get out, he looked at someone who looked exactly like him. At first, he looked like he was looking at himself, but then he realized that it was Gobukichi. The hot spring was for sure had its own mysteries. After getting out of the bath, he wanted to have ice-cold milk. He had always thought they needed milk because it would even make a fine addition to his cooking repertoire. For example, butter, cheese, cream, and yogurt would add variety to their food, and they could also make confectionery with it. Kidan asked Plady and Vale if they knew that the world had any milk. Vale didn't know what exactly to make yet, but she was obligated to get her hands on some. Plady said that this world had organisms that produce milk, but if they were going to get milk, they needed to get the finest one. So she asked Vale to give them milk. Vale and Kidan were looking at her like she was crazy when she told Vale that dragon milk was the world's best delicacy, and gourmets all across the world drooled at the very thought of it. Vale couldn't produce any milk, of course, but she had an idea as to where they could get milk. She decided to bring them the finest milk with her own hands and left there. 6 days passed and she returned. Kidan was worried and wondered what she had been up to those past 6 days. When he was about to scold her, she showed her the girl she brought with her. Apparently, she was one of those creatures that could produce milk. They were too stunned to speak and she wanted them to praise and feed her with delicious food. However, Kidan scolded her for being an idiot. Vale fell on the ground with extreme sadness. He yelled at her for randomly kidnapping an innocent person just because he said he wanted milk. The girl she brought said that he got it all wrong and stated that she accompanied Lady Vale of her own volition, which made him surprised. She explained that Vale saved her race from peril, so she wanted to repay her somehow. Aileron came and explained that she was a satyr, a kind of Therian's Hrope. A satyr community was located in alpine areas surrounded by steep rocks, and therefore it was not some place ordinary demons or humans could enter, and it was said that they lived in peace. She approved her and continued to talk about how a dragon suddenly attacked their community. When everyone else stared at Vale, she saw that it wasn't her. She said that another dragon was already there, and he was after the village treasure, golden goat fur. It was the same reason when he looked for a wicked holy sword, since it was one of the trials given by her father, the geyser dragon. Kidan made a logic in his head and asked if the dragon who attacked their village was one of her relatives, which was obvious because he was a dragon. Kidan asked the girl if her village was alright, as dragons were one of the world's strongest calamities. She said that he decided not to engulf their village in a sea of flames, since he was just after the fur. Still, he sealed the few entrances their village had, got rid of any water source, and burned down their meadows. He was cornering them bit by bit. Then, just when he was about to get what he wanted, Vale arrived and beat the dragon in exchange for sharing their milk with Kidan. Kidan wasn't sure it was okay to beat him up like that, but she said that dragons were after the seat to become the next dragon emperor. If anything, it was convenient to have more eliminated candidates. Besides, that guy had a crap personality and didn't deserve to be the emperor. The girl was grateful that she saved them from the brink of death, all for an easy task in return. So that was the story of how she came to fulfill his wish. She then introduced herself, and her name was Panu. Kidan welcomed her and asked if she really would be providing them with milk. She smiled politely and promised to do her best while pointing at her breast. Elves and the others were so happy that they now had milk. Elrond whispered to him that satyr milk was one of the finest quality, and it was also quite delectable. Vale was impatient and wanted to eat something with that delicious milk. Before that, Kidan apologized to her for doubting her. He promised to prepare the best milk for her and told her to go take a bath first. They then required Panu's milk. He told Elrond to make glass bottles. Platy was in charge of the fridge. After a while, the first bottle of milk was done and Vale tasted it. She was fascinated by the taste of the milk, and ice-cold milk right after the bath felt so good. Others went to wash, and Kidan thanked Panu for the milk. Thanks to her, their farm's diet had become even richer. But with Panu alone, making her provide milk for the whole farm may be too much of a job, so he asked if there were many people from her race who could produce milk. She said that dairy products were the Satri race's specialty. Not only did their village sell milk, but they had also developed various processing methods so they could bard it with other races. Kidan was impressed, and that gave him an idea. He told Vale that the bread and pizza she had always loved eating would become drastically more delicious now, and asked if she wanted to eat them. She was crazy about the pizzas, he asked if she could deliver their farm's products to the satyr's village. Their village must be in a crisis right now, and he was sure they were having trouble managing their food. Vale didn't need any more explanation and accepted his request. He stated to Panu that they were hoping they could continue to receive her milk once their village's situation returned to normal, because having milk was a huge help to them. In exchange, they would also send goods from their farm. As a bonus, Vale could also become their village's bodyguard. Panu teared up and was so grateful to Kidan. Vale smirked and said that she was looking forward to her cooperation, as he was eating more than anyone else. Kidan was so happy that their pizza crust would be loaded with cheese from now on. Vale heard him and her mouth watered, even though she didn't even know what a cheese was. She brought Panu and the goods from the farm and headed to Panu's village. Others tried out the milk and were flipping over it. Their farm was able to produce daily products, but what the bath construction brought them was not limited to that. While Kidan was enjoying his milk, Horkosvan came to discuss something with him. He thought she was having trouble with Nado. However, she took out a literal head. Kidan freaked out and questioned if that was the head of someone who had died an unnatural death. Horkosvan told him to calm down and explained that this was an angel's head. She presumes the same model as she was destroyed by the gods about 4,000 years ago. He wondered why it was there. Apparently, she found it buried underground during the hot spring excavation. Kidan was too stunned to speak. She mentioned that she found no damage to the cognitive subsystems in the head, and she believed that it could be revived by repaying it, which sounded bad for Kidan. Since Kidan managed to restore her half-destroyed state, she was hoping that he could bring her back to life even in that state. He did not seem to like that idea, so she tried to comfort him by showing the unearthed parts. He felt like he was witnessing a brutal dismemberment case, but then noticed that the parts didn't seem to go together. She affirmed him and said that after scouting the area, that was what she was left with after carefully selecting the parts that could be reused. Each part actually belonged to different angels, and she wanted to join them to form one body. Kidan wasn't sure if they could really do that and didn't think they should be doing this without Hades' consent. Horkosvan stated that she was an ally whom she finally reunited with after 1,000 years, which made him feel some things he couldn't express. His hands started to itch to create something. He got the message and said that he would give it a try. While working on the pieces of the angel, He thought even angels should have a conscience of their own, and it wasn't like they asked to be bioweapon. After working on her for a while, he managed to pierce the parts together. The Hand of Supremacy, a divine gift he had received from the gods, was incredible as it assembled random parts like that. Horkosvan thanked him and stated that her friend was now revived. She saw no problem and her power system was functioning and mana was flowing throughout the body. She started to count down from 10 to 0, and when she was finished, the angel woke up with incredible joy. When she noticed Horkosvan, she greeted her and Horkosvan congratulated her on her revival. She then recalled how she was being killed by a dragon, which was not pleasant to listen. She didn't get what was happening, but that situation made her laugh. Kidan asked her what they should call her, as her everybody part was from a different angel. The angel thought that made her an awesome angel. Horkosvan stated that the angel's behavior didn't correspond to any of the parts that were used and claimed that her fusion had led to twisting her personality in the process. Even though they couldn't tell who she was happy to meet with Horkosvan again and hugged her. Suddenly, an armored man came and stated that he assuredly resurrected one hell of a thing. Kidan asked who he was and he introduced himself as Hermes, the god of wisdom and knowledge belonging to the celestial realm. Everyone was taken aback by him and Kidan wondered if the lifeless king summoned him. Hermes said that he was a messenger from the gods, so he was more flexible than the other deities. He could descend upon moral soil without needing to be summoned. He asserted that Kidan knew exactly why he was there. He guessed it was because they had resurrected an angel. Hermes was certain that Hades had told thee of the horrors of angels, and that one angel alone contains a menace capable of annihilating the earth. Originally, such ordeals were the domain of Hades and the other earthly gods, but because angels were created by a celestial god, they have a responsibility as well, which is why he was present. When Kidan asked about the angel that they just had resurrected, he said that it would be best to destroy her fast so that she could never resurrect again. That's how much of a threat angels pose. Kidan stuttered. Horkosvan apologized to him. She was an ally whom she finally reunited with after years, and if she were to experience another parting with her now, she would rather perish her. She kneeled to him and apologized again for abandoning her NATO-making aspirations so soon. Kidan was upset that he was having to destroy the angel right before they started to get along, and begged Hermes for another way. Hermes didn't mean to stun him when he said that the decision was made with pure logic and that even he was hesitant to destroy her. Furthermore, a precedent has been established in Horkosvan's case, which he cannot just dismiss and continue with the disposal of the lady. He didn't insist on destroying her, but stated that it was unfortunate after seeing his skill. But he suggested he entrust the patchwork angel to the celestial realm. Kidan wondered what the celestial realm was, but he couldn't permit further mishaps for the sake of his uncle Hades and his ilk. The lady has many parts that cannot be made whole by the improvised repairs, and also needed a full-scale overhaul to excise any hazards. Kidan listened to him but wasn't sure if he should trust his words. He asked if that meant it would be done by Zeus, the creator. His own father, a clumsy man, could never achieve such a feat. He shared that his own brother, Hephaestus, was the god responsible for bringing existence to life. Though on the surface it appeared as though Zeus had created the angels, it was actually Hephaestus who had crafted them. The 10 angels were launched 4,000 years ago under the orders and strict supervision of Zeus and Eris, the goddess of slaughter. He had heard that his own brother had completed the angels while shedding sorrowful tears due to Eris's incessant demand for changes and relentless lambasting. But that was precisely why he had such strong feelings for his masterpieces. He felt devastated when he discovered the angels had been destroyed, which was assuredly why he would gladly undertake that job. He was surely able to turn that angel into an ally of peace. He then asked if he was okay with that matter, and he approved him. Horkosvan also understood the situation and accepted it. The angel had no idea what they were talking about and what was going on. He explained simply that she would be going with Hermes. Hermes told her to come with him to the celestial realm as a friend of that world. She didn't know what was going on but was pleased to meet with him. Hermes promised to bid his own brother to do something about her personality too. He took the angel and was about to leave, but Kidan asked if Hephaestus likes rice balls. Hermes said that it was his favorite, and before he forgot, he stated that he would be visiting him sometime soon and requested Kidan to prepare something for him. When they left, Kidan comforted Horkosvan that everything would be fine and he was sure they would meet her again. She also believed that they would. Kidan was looking at the sky, wondering if he would be able to meet with the god that gave him his magical power. In the next scene, Kidan, Platy, and her brother are sitting at the table, and there is a strange tension that makes him nervous. He was nervous that he would announce his marriage with Puffer right before Puffer entered the room to serve some tea. Platy asked for it. The prince wanted Puffer to be a part of that conversation, which made Kidan even more panicked that the thing he imagined was about to get real. Puffer also seemed nervous and didn't want Prince to talk about a specific topic. However, the prince took out a tortoiseshell shield and explained that he won the martial swimming competition held the other day. It was a petition that had been passed down for centuries among the merfolk. It was a war for the merfolk's honor. Males and females use different combat techniques. Mermaids battle with medicinal magic, whereas mermen fight with harpoons in their bodies. As a result, quicker swimming and skilled spear handling were necessary. Auxiliary procedures and armor were also researched. The prince went on to say that showing off their skills and efforts at the tournament and doing well was the highest honor for the mermen. It was actually the prince's first victory, so Platy said it would be his luck that made him win, but the prince got angry that his sister didn't believe that it was because of his ability. He stated that his first opponent was General Shark, and Platy couldn't believe he beat the ferocious general who was the current defending champion. He said that in the semifinals it was the previous defending champion, the Master Slayer Beltfish. And in the end, it was the living legend of the Mermaid World Master Pike. Platy didn't think he would beat him without using any tricks. He said that he played within the rules, but one of the secrets to his victory was that tortoise shell that he borrowed. That shield made from a shell was really excellent. It was strong and its roundness perfectly deflected and neutralized any lethal attack from the opponent. By withstanding the opponent's attacks, he was able to seize the opportunity to counterattack and win. He mentioned that it was thanks to everyone living there and Lord Saint that he was able to win that battle. Kadan appreciated him, but above all, he said it was his unyielding effort that was paid off. Kadan was impressed while Platy could hardly believe such a great achievement. More importantly, she wondered why Puffer was so quiet. She confessed that she went to the venue to watch the match. Platy asked why she went to the ocean on her own when she was a prisoner, but Puffer blushed and mumbled that she just wanted to cheer for the prince. The prince commented that she was actually healing his injuries with her potions and helping him maintain his condition during the competition. Platy was angry while Kadan teared up by saying Puffer's efforts contributed to the prince's victory. Puffer was admonished by Platy not to romanticize her crime because coming out in public was already an issue, and hanging out with the prince was a great scandal in the Mermaid Kingdom. Apparently, they were already seen together and the scandal was already happening. But that wasn't the problem. He had won the martial competition and completed one of the preparations to succeed his father and become the Mermaid King. However, there was still a sense of unease within him. He was unsure about his capacity to become the Mermaid King. It was because he won the martial swimming competition and was one step closer to the throne that he felt that way. Kadan stated that his people would feel secure if he became the king. He was strong and on good terms with the Demon King after all. The prince appreciated his thoughtfulness, but he couldn't be satisfied with the current situation, and felt that he must possess the dignity and charisma of the neighboring Demon King. So he made his decision and decided to go on a journey to pilgrimage to reforge himself from scratch. They were all taken aback for a moment. Puffer wanted to go with him and Platy was worried, but not for his safety but for the compounding tools and supplies he delivered from the palace. The prince said that he had already arranged for a trustworthy substitute. Platy was now fine with it while Puffer was not accepting his decision. She wanted to go with him but he kindly refused, saying he needed her to look after the farm until he returned. He promised her to return as a man worthy of being the king of the Mermaid Kingdom. Until then, he asked for her patience. Puffer accepted his decision even though she wasn't pleased. Platy was now trying to adjust the idea of Puffer becoming her sister-in-law. Several days left and the time the prince left came. Considering the dangers he might encounter on his journey, Kadan made him a good luck charm. It was quite an oddly shaped weapon. He based it on the image of a prince who enjoys sumo, munches on cucumber pickles, and has a shell as equipment. He then wanted him to allow to give one of his orcs to accompany him. However, he tried to refuse his offer, but Kadan said it was important to have someone to travel with. He then accepted to have him as his ally and asked what was his name. Kadan hasn't named him yet but decided to go with Hakai. Puffer approached him and gave him a pendant. She wanted him to keep it with him at all times as if it was her. He promised to always wear it around his neck, and with that, he set off on his journey. Platy teased Puffer, but she didn't seem like she was listening. She stated that she made the pendant she gave him and it was a portable waypoint crystal pendant. She had been pushing herself to the limit of learning and mastering that until today, and that was teleportation magic. As long as the prince had it, she could teleport to wherever he was. He took out a potion and slammed it on the floor. She disappeared after saying that she would come to make the pickles later. Everyone was surprised by her sudden disappearance. Teleportation was originally a spell from the demon race. They couldn't believe she was able to infuse their alchemy into the mermaid race's pharmaceutical magic. Platy was also shocked because it was an unprecedented historical event enough to overturn the Magic Research Association. She was also impressed by her power, while Kadan was sure that it was due to the power of love that helped her succeed in something like that. Belena was blown away by the fact that a mermaid mastered the teleportation spell that she shed blood, sweat, and tears for just to become an elite. While they were talking, Puffer came back. They wondered if she had met Prince Arowana, and she said that he was pretty surprised when he saw her. Apparently, he was visiting the demon castle, so she came back to change into something more appropriate for the journey. She left them to change her clothes. Belena was now feeling even more jobless that all she could do was to turn the spinning wheel. Kidan came and called for Bedami as he wanted to show her something in the dressing room. He made a mana metal pedal sewing machine. He explained that pressing the plank on her feet starts the machine belt and moves the needle attached to it. It was a tool that lets her sew clothes. He thought it must be hard for her to make clothes on her own, and having a machine would help her work more efficiently. She was still in shock that she could sew in that machine. He showed her how to do it, and the girls were bewildered. Kidan asked about her opinions about the machine and was thinking how happy he would be if she liked it. However, she was mad that with a machine like that, no one would bother mastering sewing by hand anymore. She was yelling how efficient sewing was with the machine while making a shirt, but what she really wanted to do was to design unique and creative clothing. Then an idea came up to her mind, and he asked if she could hole up in the sewing room as she wanted to try something. He was glad that she changed her mind about the machine, and they were wondering what she would come up with. Several days later, Bedami finished making leather armor. She said that the elves made armor from tanned monster leather. Aileron explained that the elves value speed, so heavy armor was not preferable for them. However, leather armor was light and its defensive and mobility abilities were excellent. She also made for Orkubo's team. Kidan was impressed and asked where she got all those unique ideas from. She added as her best made a gauntlet that could emit flame magic. It has now seemed like they had gone beyond mere fashion design. Bedami was so happy that she could make things she loved. She thanked Kidan as she had never left like that in a long time. Puffer was back with some news and Astris. Bedami and Belina were happy to see her. Batemi explained the new things she could do with the machine Kidan made for her. Astris stated that it was the perfect time as she wanted to ask for some clothes, which was why she came. Puffer wanted to give the big news and said that Astris was expecting a baby. Everyone was shocked and happy for her. They congratulated her and asked about her health. She was healthy, but as her belly grew bigger, it was harder to move with her clothes, so she wanted to ask for some clothes that could fit her. Also, she wanted to make her maternity dresses. Bedami was honored to do those clothes for her. Astris always appreciated her for giving up her dream of running a tailor shop in the demon capital just to serve her. Kidan was watching them and had an idea. He offered to sell the clothes Bedami makes in the demon capital. Astris always knew about Bedami's flair for fashion and was sure that it would be a hit even in the demon capital's social circles. Bedami wasn't sure about that and was hesitant. Astris said that she could take some of her creations back with her and ask her contacts in the castle to find buyers. That way she wouldn't need to leave the field and they could keep its existence a secret. She was still unsure that her work would be appreciated. Belina held her hand and told her to not give up on it this time. Belina was regretting that she wasn't appreciative enough of her sister. Batemi made her decision and decided to do her best with all her heart and soul. Plady and Puffer were also excited about the new dresses she was going to make. Kidan found it valid that everyone wanted to dress up and feel fancy. Belina also wanted to make some clothes, but Astris told her to not push herself. Still, it sounded like a good idea to share some of Batemi's workload. With that, Kidan realized that they would need to expand the cotton fields and silkworm farms and introduce new systems. He asked Belina to take charge of operating the spinning machines. To operate many spinning machines, her psychokinesis would be invaluable. She gladly accepted to be in charge of the machines. And with that one incident, a Batemi sensation was about to sweep to the demon capital. Batemi was brainstorming design ideas for Astra's dresses and the ones to be showcased in the demon capital. Meanwhile, Puffer again went to see her precious prince, leaving everyone helpless. In the next scene, Kidan was at the altar of Mr. Gefist, and Plady brought some Mentaiko mustard onigiri to present it to the god. Kidan mentioned that he actually couldn't figure out how to build the sewing machine he built the other day, and was wondering if he could extract any wisdom from the process, so he decided to rely on himself and pray. And that was how the blueprint came out of the altar. Plady stated that they seemed to have a good relationship. He put the onigiris and prayed to Mr. Gefarist. Meanwhile, Mr. Gefarist was enjoying the onigiris Kidan made for him. Hermes came and asked about the situation with the Zero case. Hermes apologized for making him build a temple to imprison Zeus. Hermes had doubts that his stupid father would break the barrier even though the temple was chained. Gefarist said that it wasn't just a chained temple. The temple was surrounded by other temples in between which the latest models were built. He also finished tuning that angel Hermes entrusted him with. He told him to follow him and went to show the angel. Hermes wanted to make sure he cleaned out some of the weapons and replaced them with new ones. And Gefarist said that he was finally starting to give preference to convenience over destruction. He then pushed a button to activate her, and while she was activating, Hermes wondered what happened to her broken personality. His thoughts were answered the moment the angel woke up. She thought she was seeing two grim faces right after she woke up. When Hermes was about to ask, Geparus said that he didn't make much of a difference in her thoughts. It was her original acquired identity, and her fate depended on her character. He couldn't just entrust her fate into the hands of others. Since he wasn't going to change her personality, as the god of wisdom Hermes, he decided to restore her character, which she found creepy. It was going to be a hassle to give back such an insolent girl to a saint, so he decided to use all his wisdom on that one to teach some basic rules of behavior. This degree of personality adjustment was necessary for the acquisition of social skills. He told his brother that he was taking her with him and took her. Meanwhile, the prince, Puffer, and Hakai were walking out of the Demon King's palace as the welcoming ceremony was over. Puffer seemed to like the Demon King as he praised Atai. The prince was surprised by the pregnancy news of Queen Astris, but it seemed that after the experiences, the Demon King had continued to improve. He said that if he hadn't made enough effort too, he wouldn't have been able to touch all sorts of people and creatures of the earth, and his experiences wouldn't have changed his flesh and blood. Surprisingly, Puffer thought he wanted to be like his father. Hakai asked why he wanted to live on the surface. He explained that as a mermaid, he realized that the land was a dangerous place for him, but in reality, it was even more dangerous than one might imagine. Suddenly, an explosion happened in front of them. Something fell from above, and it was the god of Hermes. He stated that there was something important to do and he trusted him in that. He asked him to take the angel with him on his journey. The prince was confused and asked who she was, and he said that she was a 4000-year-old reborn angel, which made them all shocked. She said that she was in a fragile state, which is why she must come with him on his journey. He thought she would have a great experience and would grow spiritually. He also mentioned that she could be used to him, as well as her power was literally burning worlds. The prince accepted to have her. Raising a human being was not an easy job, and he wanted to experience that too, as the next king of the Mermaid Kingdom. When he asked her name, Hermes tried to think of a suitable name, and came up with the name Songokfan. Her name sounded perfect for his trip, and he introduced himself and the others to Songokfan. Songokfan didn't really get it, but she was glad to meet with them, as always. Seeing her attitude, the prince and the others were now sure that it was going to be a rough ride. In the Mermaid Kingdom, the council was gathered and were discussing about Prince Arowana being on the land. The prince said he had been getting along with the outside world ever since, but they didn't think there was any logical reason for that. Their mermaid state remained the same as it was in the old days, and they all agreed that they should enjoy a peaceful life for the rest of their lives. One of them was sure that they would be attacked by the demons and exterminated like the humans, which was why they wanted to marry the princess to the Demon King a long time ago. But the others were totally against that idea, as they hated demon. A black-haired man who once before wanted to marry Platy asked what would have been the result even if the princess had already married to a representative of the human race. Nothing would have changed. In fact, it was a choose-nothing move. They avoid both better and worse choices. But for that reason, in order to control their own future, he thought they needed to think rationally about the Mermaid Kingdom. In reality, they had absolutely zero guarantees that the demons wouldn't attack. The man who wanted to marry Platy with the Demon King stated that they should be going to King Naga's and ask him to negotiate with the demon rules. Even if they couldn't get Princess Platy, they could still give her little sister Enzel to the demons as a concubine. But the black-haired man refused that idea because if they start negotiating marriage terms with the ruler, it might look like a sign of submission. There was an unexplained anxiety in the Mermaid Kingdom, and the mermaids would destroy each other before the demons even attack if that keeps up. He thought about going to Princess Platy, as she was always more humble than Prince Arowana. He wondered if the princess could go out in a public place and show her face. He went to the land and was looking for Princess Platy. He was questioning if her husband, the saint, was real. If she married a non-existent saint, he wondered at what point she decided to distance herself from the turmoil. He tried to focus on his goal of convincing her to return to the Mermaid Kingdom and negotiate with the demon rulers, even if it cost him his life. He arrived at the farm and saw the Demon King, but he didn't know what he was exactly look like, so he didn't recognize him. He asked to meet with the saint, and the Demon King called for Kidan. While he was calling for him, he wondered if he was a demon and if they actually lived there. Kidan came and asked what was wrong and called him the Demon King, which made him speechless. The Demon King said that he came to meet him, and Kidan thought he was the guy Arowana sent it, but he said he wasn't, and introduced himself. Kidan offered Hendola to take her to Platy and told King to take a break. While they were on their way talking about the fieldwork and laughing, Hendola was looking at them like they were alien. Platy welcomed Hendola and thanked him for the things he brought. Hendola mentioned the real reason he came there and said that the Mermaid Kingdom was in trouble. The country was in danger of destruction, and it was unclear when the demons would target the Mermaid Kingdom. In addition to the insecurity, there was growing dissension among the top leadership. He asked her if she could return to her homeland and took the reign. Platy didn't seem to understand the situation and asked the Demon King if they really planning to attack the Mermaid Kingdom. The king found it stupid that they even asked something like that, as they had no reason to attack the Mermaid Kingdom. The war with humans had not started by them. They were only defending themselves. They were just fulfilling the wishes of their rivals. Platy said that he was the Demon King Zidane, and he couldn't believe that. He then asked why there was a human child swinging a hoe out there. She explained that she was the princess of an extinct human country. Kidan then asked if the Demon King and Arowana were good friends, and he approved him. Hendola was still in disbelief. He couldn't believe their prince not only knew the Demon King, but they were also friends. The Demon King explained the goals of the prince and how he was ready to become king of the mermaids. Handola was shocked that Prince Arowana had reached the highest level of diplomacy without realizing it. The Demon King apologized for causing trouble in the land of mermaids, but that was why they couldn't publicize that fact. When those who should speak up were silent, uninformed people started doing rash things. The prince wanted to reform the old system, and now the Demon King was waiting to warm that place and those people. Handola promised to remember their conversations and speak out against the rulers. Platy thanked him and asked him to not tell anyone about those lands. He was about to leave, but Kadan asked him to stay for dinner. Platy was also excited that the mermaids living there would want to hear how things were at the home. She called for Gararufa and she immediately came. She introduced Handola to her, but it seemed like they already knew each other, and additionally, they hated each other. Handola didn't expect to see her again in a place like that. She seemed like she was pretty angry at him. Meanwhile, they were just wondering what happened between them. Franpoi was angry and wanted Platy to permit her to burn Hendra down. Meanwhile, Hendra was shocked that she lived there when she was supposed to serve time in a trench prison. Worried, Kadan tried to stop them and asked Platy if she could explain. She let out a breath and asked Kadan if he remembered Ranpoi's situation when she came here. Kadan recalled her causing a violent incident, punching a noble in front of the Mermaid King. That noble was Hendra, but he was still puzzled because he didn't understand why Prince Arowana would send him as his substitute if he knew those two would be fighting. After giving it some thought, Platy somehow understood it. Hendra stated that because Ranpoi was like that, she was often misunderstood. She was also a former elite of the Royal Guard, and of all the prisoners sent here, she was relatively decent and sensible. In other words, Platy stated that the only reason she became a prisoner was the violent incident in front of the king, and then Hendra was the victim, meaning if he made a move, he might be able to wipe away Ranpoi's only fault. Kadan concluded that if Ranpoi apologized and Hendra forgives her, her past sins would be cleared and she could return to the Royal Guard. Platy put her hand on Ranpoi and politely suggested she apologize to Hendra, and Ranpoi refused her politely and quickly. She explained that if that man did a dojiza in front of Platy, that was one thing, but she would never be able to bow her head to that insolent man. But she wasn't that calm when she recalled what he said in front of the king. Apparently, he told her that she was a drug nerd with no sense of honor and that she wouldn't get married anywhere. Platy couldn't deny that his words were actually true, which made her even more frustrated. However, she said that Hendra went directly to her father as a neutral party, neither a demon nor a human, to ask him about the issue of her inclusion. She wondered how he came to that statement. He stuttered at first, but then revealed that it just slipped out of his mouth. She proved that the one who should apologize was him. She told him to admit his mistakes and prostrate himself to Platy, whom he had insulted, but he said he couldn't do that. To explain himself more, he stated that he was a debater, and a debater must have justice in his words even if they were a slip of the tongue. If he keeps revising and retracting every little detail, his words will eventually lose their power. In that case, Ranpoi decided to shut his mouth herself. Worried, Hendra asked if she was going to use violence again. She said that it wasn't violence, it was the hammer of justice. She seemed pretty dedicated to beating him, so Kadan asked Platy what they were going to do. Platy seemed weirdly calm about this and said it was fine. With that, the duel between Ranpoi and Hendra started. Kadan was still uneasy about all this, but Platy warned the two that they couldn't have any stabbing incidents in her husband's garden. When she gave the signal to start, they both started attacking each other. Their swordsmanship skills were almost the same and it was a very competitive duel. They both admitted that they were not bad. The audience was also thinking the same. Zidane thought he was just accepting a losing battle, but he was managing to keep up. Platy responded that even though he was a debater, he was born into a military noble family. He seemed to have mastered martial arts. Kadan tried to comfort himself by saying that there should be no big injuries if they were good, but they were still puzzled as to why Platy allowed this duel. She responded that she wished for the children who worked for her to live happily and freely. She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. She didn't mind if Puffer was happy with his brother, and she was hoping for Ranpoi to resolve the stalemate with Hendra too. Kadan was relieved that Platy had it all in mind already, and then commented that Hendra misunderstood Platy after all. He kept watching the duel, hoping for it to work out well. While dodging his attacks, Ranpoi noticed that Hendra was barely on the land, but he was already able to move that much. She also realized that there was another emotion besides anger arising. She was feeling excited. Meanwhile, Hendra was also feeling weird. He was on par with teacher Sanma in martial arts, but he was cornered by her. He also noticed how beautiful and noble the way she carried herself. He realized it from her blow by blow. Her sincere, strong, and straightforward thoughts distracted him. And suddenly, he found himself without his weapon, on his knees. Everyone, including Ranpoi, was surprised that she won. The more surprising thing was that Hendra stood up and proposed to her. That was so unexpected that Kidan had more reaction than the others. Hendra explained that her eyes were those of blazing fire and their radiance captivated him. Runpwai stated that her heart was scorched by the flame in every one of his words. Puffer appeared and she seemed pretty puzzled as to what had just happened. Kidan responded that it was a commuter marriage for now and sometimes the lover, Hendra, comes here. He asked if it was okay for her to be here today and she said that she had been checking the function of the refrigerator, making new pickles, stirring the rice bran paste and so on. Fermented food was the prince's favorite food and she wouldn't neglect her work there. However, she said that Garurufa became medical staff here before she knew it, and Platy was also always busy with something. Kidan was counting on Ranpwai too, but with her being like that, they wouldn't be able to manage all the work here. Kidan could understand her because if Puffer and Ranpwai's love goes well, their agricultural fermentation department would lose manpower. He felt so bad for not noticing it before and started freaking out about what to do. He decided to talk to Platy about this. Someone was behind him and after hearing Platy's name, she asked where she was. They looked at her in confusion. Apparently, she was the Witch of the Holy Light, Enzel. Ranpwai was shocked to see her. Kidan asked if she knew that person, and she said that she was the daughter of the current mermaid king Nagus and Princess Platy's little sister. Platy came and asked why she was there. She stated that this was a secret place that only a few people knew about. She said that she just secretly followed Hendra along. Seeing Platy's intimidating glare, Hendra nervously explained that he was a little distracted. Platy asked Enzel why she was here and what she was going to do about the school. She started scolding her for skipping school, which made her furious, and she suddenly told her to shut up and challenged her. She really thought she was going to replace her and came at her to attack. Kidan was worried because she could use medicine magic too, but Platy beat her with one snap. Seeing Kidan so worried, she told him not to worry as she hit her lightly, but it didn't seem to help. Platy yelled at her that she was 10 years too early to challenge her. She asked what could possibly happen at home that she even dared to attack her. Enzel couldn't stop herself from crying her eyes out and started yelling at her big sister that she was the bad one, leaving her worried without saying anything. Thanks to her, all the political problems were given to her, and she was so worried that she couldn't sleep at night. She thought he was going to go bald. She blamed everything on her because she didn't marry the demons. Platy smiled at her sister and told her that she hadn't abandoned her. She got even more emotional and hugged Platy while crying. Kidan was relieved because he didn't know what would happen for a while. When Platy said it was fine not to dwell on it, Enzel got so mad again for treating her like a kid. She told Enzel not to worry because she was going to tell her what had happened until now and what the world had become. Puffy and Ranpwai seemed to like Enzel. Suddenly Enzel's legs turned into octopus. Platy realized that it was the land person transformation drug's rampage. They asked where she got that drug, and she responded that nothing was impossible for the Witch of the Holy Night. Puffy figured that it was self-made. Platy told her sister that land person transformation drugs were not something a student could make, and she would screw up the concoction and there would be side effects like these. Enzel seemed confused because she was sure she did it according to the recipe Platy left behind. Platy, not in a calm way, told her sister that if she thought everyone could make it as long as there was a recipe, they wouldn't be hailed as witches. Platy still remembered the recipe for symptom relief, so she would get to work on it as soon as she could. Kidan was relieved that she could return to normal. But Platy told Enzel that even if she became a land person, it was going to take a little while to get back to her mermaid lower half. She wasn't worried and let her stay like that for now. She called for Hendra and told him that they could offer recruits from here to the schools in Mermaid Country. Since Enzel was her sister, there was no need to hold back. After all, she used to sneak into her laboratory, which was off limits. She had a criminal record that made it impossible for her to get back on her feet. The more Platy spoke, the more Enzel got scared. She told her that she would learn not only pharmacology but also the harshness of the world and risk management. Puffy suggested Enzel help them as an assistant for a while. With directions from top-level medicine magicians like them, no one could ask for a better learning environment. But the teachers must have skills as well. Ranpwai commented that they should take this as an opportunity to learn to teach. The play seemed to like that idea. Hendra and Kidan were impressed by Platy. She grabbed her little sister and started dragging her. With that, Platy's sister Enzel joined this farm. In the next scene, Redislet was trying to tame and train the dogs, but they didn't seem so into her. She thought her charismatic power that resides in her soul was supposed to affect all living beings. Platy could hear her rebel from afar and beat her for being too loud. She told her to stop fooling around and start working. She was on bath duty today. While walking towards the baths, Redislet was thinking about how harsh Platy was. Suddenly she saw Enzel complaining about washing the radish. When they made eye contact, they both felt something that made them connect and be friends with each other. Somehow they felt sympathy for each other and there was something in common between them. They were both born-bred nobles and experienced a tragedy. They even started to sing together from the happiness of being best friends. But Platy stopped their daydreaming and scolded them. In the next scene, the orc team was going to be entering the dungeon using transfer magic. Aileron overslept because of too much forest bathing and used transfer magic to go back to the farm. Also, Panu and her friend were using transfer magic to fly away when they were done with today's milking. Platy and Kadan were aware that most of the children on the farm were able to use transfer magic now. Originally, it was a spell from the demons, but Puffer made transfer magic potions out of love, and it was also thanks to the Immortal King's teaching. With that, even if she was a mermaid, she could use it without any problem. She asked if he would like to learn it too, but he politely refused, saying that it was impossible anyway. He was told that the transfer point should be increased carelessly for security reasons, so he wondered where those points were. She responded that they were in front of the Immortal King's dungeon, before Veal's mountain dungeon, in front of the large public bath, and also near the previous original farm. For now, those were the 4 points they could teleport to. Veal came and said the security here was perfect. The spirits of the earth, the corpse models, and she constructed the trap technique for security. Not only this land was expanding, but the number of people who knew about this place was also increasing. She had no choice but to tighten the security. Plus, if something was wrong with the transfer points, she would automatically notify, so there was nothing to worry about. As she was talking, Belena came and started complaining about why everyone except her could use the transfer magic. Kadan realized that it was Belena's unemployment seizure again, but she tried to cheer herself up by saying that thinking about a future where Patty might advance to the demon capital, it would be great if everyone could use this magic. She was aware that she had no personality and was incompetent, but she was worried about the security aspects. Hearing her say that made Veal pretty annoyed, and she felt like Belena was looking down at her. But she corrected her by saying that considering that more people would be coming and going in the future, there was no guarantee someone with bad intentions would not misuse the transfer magic system. Above all else, they need to watch out for the magic lockbreaker. Kadan wondered who that was, and she said that he was an illegal magician who analyzes and disables codes created by magic. Now that she mentioned it, Platy realized how troublesome they were. Kadan often forgets that the outside world is not safe. He had an idea about that. It was a nice opportunity, so Belena decided to reinforce the security. Originally, there were 176 digits, including a code dummy to determine the coordinates, but here she had increased the number to 437 digits. Kadan was too stunned to speak. She said that they could increase the number of codes without reducing the speed of authentication, but that was the limit. The more digits in a code, the more complex it was, and the more difficult it was to analyze. Also, while analyzing it, she put some traps there. When they try to analyze the code illegally, they would go around and around the same place in a certain context and be stuck forever. And if they keep stepping on the same phrase as that, it would trigger a technique that the Immortal King taught her before. As she was explaining those without taking a break, the others seemed intimidated by her power. Kadan asked what would happen, and she responded that it would burn the chest of the illegal accessor. It was scary that there was such a sci-fi hacking war going on without his knowledge. Veal was still trying to process how she could build a magic circuit in that instant. Platy figured that Belena might not be incompetent after all. Kadan started freaking out and asked Belena if she was self-proclaimed incompetent. He said that she was making people worry a lot, and from now on, she was self-proclaimed incompetent Belena. That was her second name now. Belena was so confused because she couldn't understand if she was being praised or criticized. Platy seemed to like this name. Kadan said that it was probably her stoic and unassuming attitude that made her like that. He held her hand and told her that he would be counting on her from now on. Belena returned to tell her sister about what happened with Kadan. Bedami thought this was not an odd second name because it meant that Kadan was acknowledging her strength, but Belena refused to believe her. Bedami then asked if she had a vision of what she would do. She had an image of her fighting against something evil while protecting the farm's peace, but she did not get the reaction that she expected from Bedami for sure. In the next scene, Orkubo was having a breakdown because they had everything they needed, and even if the dungeon was far, there was transportation magic. The only thing that was left was to fulfill his life. He hated having too much free time. Platy and Kadan welcomed him and asked what was wrong. They explained that they were thinking of problems with work in the future and they had a request for him. They wanted to build a ship. Kadan wondered why they would do that, and Platy asked if they were going to fish. He said that if they could get some fish, it would be a load off Platy's shoulders and they would also be able to get more fish this way. The number of residents was increasing, and they had also tried to increase the yield amount. Kadan asked if they knew how to make a ship. The only ship that they knew was the one that Lord Astairs came on. They had asked the demons and the others about how it worked, but they also didn't know anything besides that it moves through magic power. Orkubo suddenly kneeled and begged Kadan to teach them shipbuilding. Kidan appreciated that they were truly hard workers and he would be happy working with them all. With that, it didn't take them so long to finish building the ship. Orkubo was amazed by Kidan's knowledge. He lost all hope when he heard that the ship only moved with magic, but it could move with this large cloth and a thing called a rudder, so he was glad. Kidan asked if there was any problem with the test drive, and he responded that all tools had been loaded and it was safe. He warned them to not go too far offshore and always check for land. He seemed pretty worried about his orc team. Platy tried to comfort him by saying that it was just a day trip and there was nothing to worry too much about. She told them to ask the mermaid they find along the way if they get lost in the sea. She sprinkled the ship with a magic potion as identification so they would know the ship was affiliated with her. In case of an emergency, they could always use the transportation magic too. With that, they got ready for their first trip to the sea. 3 days later, they were lost. Although it was still pretty far away, the terrain didn't seem like a farm. Orkubo asked which way they should head and they decided to use the compass. But the problem was that Orkubo forgot to ask how to read it. It was an it is what it is situation, but Orkubo still wanted to catch a fish before they found their way home. The other orcs seemed fine with fishing, and he was the only one who couldn't catch them. While hyping himself up, he tried one more time, believing that he would catch a big one now. He bet everything in this one throw, so it better be good. Something caught up on his fishing rod, and apparently his wishes came true. It was a big one. While trying to pull the rod, he prayed that it wouldn't escape. But to his surprise, it wasn't a fish he caught, it was a mermaid. The other orcs started praising Orkubo for catching a mermaid, but he didn't seem so happy. He tried to act like this was the result he wanted. The mermaid spoke and stated that she felt a strange presence and approached it, that's why she got caught. She seemed angry that land people defiled her and told them to prepare themselves for this sorcerer of Abyss Zothzilla's revenge. The orc team was confused. She then noticed that they weren't humans, they were orcs. She asked if that was a demon ship and if the monsters were sailing it. Moreover, a talking orc was pretty strange to her. Orkubo asked if she could forgive them. She said that she could forgive them if they all became the test subjects for her newest magic potion. She was researching turning mana into life. It was to artificially create monsters such as them. It was deemed as heresy, so the Mermaid Kingdom wanted to capture her because of it. Therefore, she was running away while she kept researching like this. And now it was the right time to see what kind of slaughter could be done to land creatures. She calmly stated that she wouldn't feel any guilt even if she killed them. She released her monsters and said if they couldn't even defeat orcs, they were all nothing but worthless. Orkubo and the others didn't expect her to turn out like that. The creatures started attacking them and they had no other choice but to counterattack. It didn't take them so long to kill every one of them. The mermaid couldn't believe that they could defeat the most recent model with the highest performance when they were just mere orcs. They corrected her that they weren't just mere orcs. They were warrior orcs, a mutant species that evolved by Saint Kidan. Not only that, but the leader also surpassed warrior orc and had evolved twice into a legatus orc. Orkubo stopped the young one because he was getting embarrassed. The mermaid decided that she couldn't merrily go back to sea like this after being defeated by orcs. She said that she was concerned for something's safety. She took out a potion bottle and spilled it on the floor, saying that she was going to sink their ship. She summoned a sea monster called the Forbidden Deep One and ordered it to kill every one of them. The orcs seemed to get panicked because the ship would sink if this kept up. As she was mocking them and telling them to regret becoming her enemy, the monster grabbed her. Confused, she ordered it to stop, but then realized that she couldn't control this monster. Orkubo slashed the monster's arm and saved the mermaid. Orkuma then attacked the monster with his weapon and made it release her. Orkubo held her before she fell and landed safely on the ship. As she was annoyed and asked why he did that, Orkubo responded that even if she fell into the sea, it must hurt to fall with that much force. In the next scene, Platy informed Kidan that Orkubo and the others were back. Immediately, Kidan started freaking out, asking if they were okay. He did not expect a mermaid in Orkubo's hands. He jokingly asked if that was the catch, and Orkubo explained that they got lost and asked for her guidance. Platy recognized her and called her the Sorcerer of the Abyss. While Kidan was shocked, she told Platy not to call her by that name. She also recognized Platy as the Sorcerer of the Crown. Kidan thanked her for bringing the orcs back home. She was more focused on the farm because it was more magical than what she heard. Goblins were plucking and had high lycaons mutated. She seemed pretty excited about the fact that this place was overflowing with materials to advance her research and wanted them to let her do her research here until her heart was content. Platy figured that it would be hard for her to move like that, so she gave her the recent land people transformation potion. She was uneasy about the potion because it was pretty valuable in the mermaid world, but Platy explained that it wasn't hard to procure the materials in this land, so they didn't need to worry about it. Her interest in this magical place deepened while she was drinking the potion. When her lower body changed into a human form, Platy immediately closed Kidan's eyes. She figured that they shouldn't expose their lower half on the land like that and noticed that Orkubo was staring at her after putting something random on herself. She said that she was going back to get some clothes. Kidan politely asked if she had a place to go back to. Play responded that she had a secret laboratory somewhere on the ocean floor. Her laboratory was bigger than a poorly run school or hospital. It is said that countless experimental subjects are being bred that only the sorcerers can control. It would be a catastrophe if even one of them escaped, or so she heard. Scylla confirmed Platy's words and stated that if she didn't go back, the quickest one could escape soon. Platy yelled at her to hurry up as it would be the last thing she wanted. They gave her a land people transportation potion and the antidote. Platy was expecting some souvenirs, so Scylla stated that next time she would bring the drugs she had been cultivating these days. Before she disappeared, she told Orkubo to not forget about her until she came back here. They had a weird tension between them that Platy and Kidan obviously noticed. In the next scene, they tell Puffer what happened. She wanted to greet her, but they told her that she would be back. Kidan asked if she was an acquaintance of hers, and she said that she was more like a teacher to her. She was the one who taught her the basics of medicine and magic. Puffer then remembered that she could ask for some tips as a leader if she saw her next time. She was now in charge of leading people after all. Platy seemed happy that Puffer was taking care of her sister. Meanwhile, Enzel was still trying to understand what was going on. Even though 4 of the 6 mad witches had gathered here now, the one who was said to be the most skilled and knowledgeable was also joining as well. Among them, there was another one who was just like Zoth Sira, but her whereabouts were still unknown. She wondered if the Sorcerer of Darkness would appear as well. She was still trying to figure out what this place was. The orcs and goblins were talking, the residents were mixed races, the Demon King came and went, and the 2 great calamities were getting along with each other. On top of that, Kidan's dishes were delicious, and the owner of this amazingly powerful land was her sister's husband. She was boiling with jealousy, thinking that this wasn't fair. But then she realized that it wasn't her thing to feel sorry for herself because what she needed to do was prove that she was better than her sister. She aimed to fight until she had the victory. As she was comforting herself with those words, she heard someone saying, "Idiot." She followed the sound and found a scarecrow. It was good timing for her and she started attacking the scarecrow. But it surprisingly dodged her punch and made her even more annoyed. She started chasing the scarecrow, asking it to fight with her. She did that until her feet slipped and she fell on the floor. Redislet was also there and found Enzel so sweet for getting discouraged by things like this. Enzel asked what she came here for and she said that Mr. Scarecrow was a tough opponent. She didn't understand that, and she challenged it to fight in the heat of the moment, which was pointless to cry about. Seeing her talk like she already experienced the same things made her confused a lot, but Redislet responded that it was just like she guessed. She was also one of Mr. Scarecrow's challenges. The record so far was 3 battles, and 3 times lost. Enzel stated that she had sympathy for her before and now they were comrades who had the same goal. They concluded that if they had the same opponent, it only made sense to work together to defeat it. 2 versus 1, they challenged the Scarecrow once again. In Redislet's mind, she already planned to gather allies until she had enough to take over the human kingdom. But the problem was that the number of scarecrows increased as the farmland expanded. Before they attacked them, they started to go away, so the girls started chasing them while trying to hit them. 10 minutes later, they were too tired to run behind them. They decided to call it a day and rest for today, but a goblin informed everyone that monsters were appearing. This one was a flying type, so it was a troublesome monster that sometimes got lost and wandered outside the dungeon. As the goblin went to borrow some weapons from elves, Orkubo was watching the monster. The monster went straight for the girls and Orkubo noticed that, which meant they couldn't attack recklessly. The girls could only scream and beg for their lives, but luckily, the scarecrow appeared and started slashing the monster. It defeated the monster, but now it was injured. The girls started crying because it tried to protect them, and now it was dead. There was nothing to cry about because Kidan fixed them in a second. The girls couldn't help but hug each other, but then realized that Platy was staring at them. They wandered too far to the edge of the farm and then got attacked by a monster, also destroying her important scarecrow. These were the things that they cannot get away with. In the end, she assigned them the task of threshing. Platy reminded them that the straw they were holding was part of Scarecrow, so they must work hard. Enzel continued working hard to defeat her sister someday, and Redislet worked hard to take back the human kingdom. Meanwhile, the old demon capital was basically a wreck of a dungeon, once ruled by the no-life king, who was known as the Emperor. He first became an immortal being 500 years ago after transcending death. The capital was modified to allow mana to circulate freely, and it ended up turning it into a dungeon. The citizens blamed him for it, abandoned the land, and then made a new magic capital in a deserted land. At that time, they couldn't understand him. On the land, in the sea, and even in the heavens, the no-life king aimed to bring the whole world under his control. But there was still one thing to be concerned about, a dreaded obstacle a no-life king can't surpass. It was the divine barrier. It seemed it had somehow disappeared and now the demons had occupied the land. He didn't understand, but the current demon king appeared to be the cause. He decided to go there himself from now on to impale and kill him, and then turn them all into his undead servants. But when he was ready to go and open the gate, his whole army exploded by something, and that was Son Goku's rocket weapon. The prince was shocked and reminded her that he just wanted to take a look at the situation. Son Goku defended herself by saying that they looked dangerous. For her, the first one to move wins. Puffer agreed with her, and added that the situation with those guys was that they were about to launch an invasion on the outside world, and if they had left here and attacked people, no one would have guessed what kind of damage would have occurred. Son Goku seemed to love Puffer. The prince had to admit that it was unavoidable, so he stayed silent. It seemed they managed to defeat the general with that one attack just now. But the undead army has appeared once again. This was a powerful dungeon, so the strength of every one of those soldiers was far more superior than ordinary. Hakai stated that if they did not do something about it, they would flood out again like a bunch of leafhoppers. The prince asked Puffer if they had any solution for that, and fortunately they did. She told Son Goku to prepare the mana cannon again and start shooting. She explained that if they shoot through the walls that surround the ruined dungeon and make it more ventilated, they could also eliminate the internal mana concentration of the dungeon. Hakai noticed that they couldn't get all of them with just a mana cannon, so they would wipe out the rest that came out of the castle gates. Prince Arowana and Hakai then got ready to clear the rest. At Kidan's place, the Immortal King knew that something was happening. He told Kidan that the old demon capital dungeon had vanished. The Demon King was shocked and wondered what happened here. To their luck, Puffer came back and he asked her what was going on. She stated that it was a close call. She received news about some suspicious activity in the old demon capital, and the undead army was on the verge of invading the demon capital. So she destroyed the military commander, the undead, and the dungeon in the old demon capital. She reassured them that everyone was safe. Kidan asked what was happening in the old demon capital and wondered who that general was. The Immortal King responded that the general who led the army was a no-life king, who called himself the Emperor. King Mao added that no-life kings were originally all humans or demons who could use great magic, among other things. Then the Emperor of the old demon capital was one of his ancestors, a former demon king. Kidan asked if the Immortal King was acquainted with the Emperor. He responded that they didn't run in dungeons other than the ones they controlled in the first place, so he had never met them. All of them no-life kings could use magic on the mana currents that circulate throughout the world. By transmitting thoughts, they could exchange information with other distant no-life kings. Although, depending on who you talk with, your thoughts may have been read by them, there is no response. On the other hand, they would send a message saying, "Why don't you send a reply?" if they did the same. Even immortal kings have difficulties getting along with them. If there was such an exchange, Kidan figured that the Immortal King could still be connected even when inside the dungeon, and he must know about the incident that occurred this time. The Immortal King confirmed Kidan and explained that he read his thoughts and ignored them, which is why he became intrigued. Mao felt grateful that he had saved them again from another crisis. Kidan was glad that nothing major happened because Astrus was already pregnant. They just wished for him and the others to live in peace. Puffer told Mao that he should just focus on restoring the country and caring for his wife. Mao was so touched by their words and could only thank them with teary eyes. Kidan realized that Mao really had lots of things to think about and they should support each other from now on. At night, the Vampire Alliance finally gathered after 38 years. Their leader was glad they had answered his call and had come here. The others asked the leader, Mosquita, if he was serious about this matter. Mosquita stated that the day before the Divine Barrier disappeared, the no-life king seemed to disappear as well. Everyone was surprised and puzzled. It was good news that the guy was gone. One of the competitors for the supremacy was gone. Sub-races such as elves, dwarfs, and beastmen also pretend to be independent. At this time, if they turned the Demon King's army into their subordinates, they could crush them all in one go. Then there were no obstacles in this world that could stop them vampires. He told everyone that it was time for them to take the world into their own hands, and then it would be him who would conquer the world as its king. But there was a blinding light that came from Lord Mosquita's back, and it was nothing but another hit from Son Goku's mana cannon. Of course, Prince Arowana was still freaking out and tried to warn her to be more cautious. Even Hakai was shocked because the general got erased. Puffer said there were some subordinates inside the castle and they seemed to be escaping. Arowana can't let them escape because vampires are hostile to the demon country. It was time for the group to destroy them and leave none behind. Betami was making new clothing when Astrus came. She was so happy to see her because she had just finished making clothes for her baby. It would be too late if she prepared it after birth, so she made them immediately. Astris didn't expect anything less from her and was really impressed with how easy the design was to use. Bedami then asked if she needed anything today, such as a maternity dress adjustment. Astris responded that she put the clothes she gave her on auction without mentioning the origin. If Bedami remembered correctly, it was something about asking a merchant to act as an intermediary to find a buyer. Astris confirmed her. The merchant's name was Jack, and he was shocked when he saw the dress. He was simply impressed by the design, fabric, and solid tailoring. It was going to be a shock for the Demon Kingdom's fashion world. As expected from the Demon Queen's designer, Astris told him that the profit would be split between him and the designer and asked if he would take it. He said he prided himself as the best merchant in the Demon Kingdom, and if she only let specific customers buy such items, it would be inevitable that other customers would complain. That's why he suggested auctioning this one, while simultaneously advertising to the royal customers if they were to be gathered in one venue, there wouldn't be any sense of unfairness. If they don't do this, it would incur the customer's resentment, which could result in huge losses. He told her that this is why she could just leave it to him, and he would make sure this work would succeed. And with this, all of her clothes were sold at the highest price ever. The number was out of the roof, and the merchant was delighted. Bedami was shocked because it didn't feel real at all. She didn't even know what was going on, but if it continued like this, she noticed that Astris wouldn't get anything from it even though she had such a valuable opportunity. Astris told her not to worry about it because she was satisfied just by her talent being recognized by the world. Bedami was so grateful that she was doing something like this for her. Astris then mentioned that the other one she asked her to do for her appears to have been sold successfully through that merchant. As she requested, they were sold to the buyer undercover so that the sales route could not be tracked. She said her precious clothes should have arrived by now in the place of her dearest person. Bedami knew exactly what she was talking about, so she was embarrassed, but Astris told her that there was no reason to hide. Somewhere in the forest, two people were running away from a lesser dragon. The information said it was a monster investigation, but it turned out to be a dragon, so they were sure their life was over. The other one said he had called for backup and told Balam, his friend, not to give up. He said they should keep running until the Demon King's army arrives. Balam responded that they should split apart here, and he should go to the right. Olba realized that Balam wanted to be a decoy and let him escape alone. Bala said it was an obvious choice because he was a promising aristocrat, and it would be a pain to apologize if he died there. Olba tried to convince him, but he specifically stated that his dream was to be on the battlefield. That's why he was still naive. The war was over, and the Demon King's army was now a monster extermination force, and it would eventually disappear. He had a bigger role to play than a commoner like him. He told him to retire after establishing himself in the military, find a wife, and take over the family business. Just as he was telling those, his horse flipped and fell. Balam told him to run away, but it was too late because the dragon captured him already. Balam was sure this was his end. His dream was to raise his achievement in the army and to be recognized by the Demon King Zidane. But that dream was now just a thing of the past, disappearing from the face of history. Now that he thought about it, he wondered how she was doing. She worked as a deputy for the former 4 heavenly kings, Astris, and since Astris became the empress, he couldn't see her anymore. He didn't hear about where she transferred to, so he was wondering if she got a pension from her superior promotion and retired. Since her family owned a clothing store, she did say she wanted to take over her family business and open up her own shop after she retired. If she really left the army, that means she had achieved her dream. His thoughts were interrupted by the teeth of the dragon. Balam went to help him, but the dragon was too strong. Every goal that he couldn't achieve and the fact that he wouldn't be seeing Bedami again slapped him in the face. Balam was also giving up on him because the dragon was too strong. However, at that moment, the dragon's teeth fell out. It was the Demon King Zidane who came for their help. After saving the two, he told them that the quick report of the discovery of the lesser dragon was a splendid job and asked if they were okay. They said they were okay and added that the dragon's fang pierced his armor as it captured him. But as he could see, there wasn't a single wound underneath. Balam asked if he was saying one piece of clothing could block its fang. He responded that he was given by his mother before the mission. He wondered where she bought it. Zidane figured that Vajra-based fabric could not only repel magic but wangs as well. Balam noticed that the Demon King had an idea about this. Zidane panicked and tried to convince them that he didn't, and even if he knew, he couldn't say anything. He was really bad at lying, but the others didn't mind him. Zidane told him that love was the greatest thing. Balam was about to figure out stuff. Olba said he wanted that under armor too. Zidane heard from Kidan and Astris that the former lieutenant was aiming to work in the demon capital's fashion industry. He thought it wouldn't be dangerous for clothes with the power of a holy sword to be mass-produced. Even so, Zidane was glad he was saved. Astris mentioned to Bedami that the under armor she made seemed to suit him well. She was glad and said he was a mother ton so he would take good care of it. Until the day they met again, Bedami hoped that Olba would do well in life. In the next scene, Astris had her baby and brought him to meet Kidan and the others. Plady and the girls congratulated Astris, and Grashara explained that the Demon King Zidane was very busy with official duties right now, but he promised to come and pay his respect as soon as he could. So instead of him, Grashara came. Astris said she came here ahead of the king so Seja and everyone else could meet the child as soon as possible. Kidan was so emotional that he was about to cry. He was grateful and glad that both the mother and child were doing well. The child's name was Gocha. The Demon King himself picked the name and he was a boy. Plady said one day he would become the Demon King, so this meant Zidane's succession issues would be resolved for now. Astris confirmed her, but for this child to be born to the greatest Demon King in history, Astris couldn't help but wonder if that would be a blessing or a burden. There was another issue, but Grashara said she could leave it to her, and she would follow in her footsteps and bear a child too. She said they would be comrades, but they might also be even rivals. In royalty, having an actual heir to the throne was a big deal, as Plady figured. Kidan said whether rivals or something else, children having those kinds of relationships was really important when it came to helping them grow. As with any growth, it was always important for people to get together, get involved, and help each other out. Astris had always felt the support she received from the friends she had made here. Kidan told her not to try to take on everything herself. Grashara suddenly got super excited to have a child now and told Astris to wait. She responded that this would mean she would have 2 children to raise properly. Grashara asked if she was saying she couldn't raise a kid. She told her to ask this question to herself first. Bedami then brought the gifts she and Helena made for the baby. It was only a few extra outfits and they made them a little bigger, so he grew into them. Astris thanked the girls and expressed her gratitude. Seeing the girls bringing the gifts, Kidan realized that he had forgotten to prepare a gift for the baby. He said he would get some really nutritious vegetables from the farm right away, and she could use them for baby food. Plady told him that he was getting ahead of himself. From her, an entire set of magical potions that cover all illnesses babies could catch. The others came and asked if Astris had her baby. They also brought some gifts for the baby. Aileron has a protective charm passed down through the Elven tribe for generations. The statue would keep the baby safe from any misfortune, and it was handcrafted by Moral, their head carpenter. After Aileron, the Death King offered a prayer for the child's health and prosperity. And from Horkosvan, she gave a batch of her special natto. Next was their orc team, and then the goblins. Angel and Redislet were watching them, gifting Astris from a distance. Grashara said she would make sure that all of those gifts were safely transported to the castle. They were counting on her for this duty. Angel and Redislet came out of nowhere. Grashara knew that Redislet was the former princess of the human kingdom, so the tension was a little bit higher. But when Redislet brought broad beans, she grew herself, and they were surprised. Angel mentioned that she was the one who boiled the water and she merely cooked the beans. She told her to enjoy them until her heart was content. Astris asked if she was sure she could have those, and she said of course. The human kingdom and her father, the king, were overthrown by the demons. Yet this former princess was kind enough to prepare something delicious for a demon. Astris noticed how much pressure she was feeling as she wanted to eat it too, so she giggled and suggested eating together. When she tasted it and said it was delicious, Redislet started bragging about how she was the one who lovingly raised the beans, and that's why it made her cry. Plady noticed that they didn't realize this was supposed to be a celebration for Astris and the baby. Kidan noticed the same thing too. He figured that they were mistaking this for some sort of bragging contest for their own work. Kidan also concluded that Redislet was a little bit slow sometimes. But even so, to be able to witness a scene where a former human princess was eating snacks with the wife of a demon king made him so happy. Plady agreed with him, but that was only because her husband was showing all of them a new world, a new perspective. She grabbed her husband's wrist and couldn't help but say that she kind of wanted a baby too. Kidan did not expect her to say something like this. In the next scene, Kidan and Plady are having a conversation in their room. Kidan stated that since they were married, it was only natural to have children. But since he seemed so uneasy about it, Plady thought he didn't want to have any babies. He said that pregnancy and childbirth were both very tough and he would have to take responsibility as a parent. But apart from that, he mentioned the things that would make her life harder, such as morning sickness, breathing, and cramps. Carrying nurturing life in her belly and childbirth were all tough and he could never handle that. So he was thinking about the burden on her. Seeing him so worried and anxious like that, Plady hugged him really tight and thanked him. She said that all she ever wanted was to live happily on this farm with him. But she still wanted to have a child with him. Kidan was embarrassed as well, but he held her hand and thanked her. He said that even so, a child was a blessing, so they shouldn't rush it too much, and suggested thinking about it together slowly. Seeing him so supportive and kind about it, Plady couldn't help but have a love attack on him. Suddenly a sound came from the window and made them worry a bit. They thought it might be the wind at first, but then saw a man figure behind it. Thankfully, it was the Death King. They asked what he was doing there, and he said there was someone who urgently wished to meet him. He pointed at the outside and said it was over there. A woman was there, and she was the Lady Amphitrite, the wife of the god of the sea Poseidon. Obviously, Pleiades and Kidan were both shocked to see her inside their bedroom. Amphitrite greeted them and apologized for showing up all of a sudden. She said there was something she had to tell them as soon as possible, so she asked the lifeless king to summon. They eagerly wanted to learn what she had to tell them. She first said they both were hoping for a child. They were shocked, and Kidan asked how the hell she knew that. She giggled and explained that this farm received the blessing of the sea goddess in the past, so she heard about it through that blessing. Pleiades figured that this wasn't all, and she came all the way up to the surface for something important. She told Pleiades that her husband was from another world. Kidan partly understood what she meant. She stated that it was impossible to be gifted with a child through normal methods. Kidan may look similar on the outside, but he was a different life form. Mixing with someone from a different world and creating a life was impossible. Pleiades was shocked. Seeing her reaction, Amphitrite told her not to panic. She reminded her that it wasn't impossible with the normal methods. She explained that she granted her the blessing of the sea goddess. She received a blessing from a goddess of the three realms who granted Mother Gaia, the creator of all nature, her powers. For someone like her who was so loved by the gods, to not be able to have a child was unthinkable. Simply put, she said she has just yet to master the blessing's full potential. They asked how she could do that, and she said through training. It was a secret technique passed down by ocean priests for more than a millennium. It was known as the Lamaze technique. In the Lamaze technique, she explained that she aligned her chi, prayed and breathed in, and breathed out 10,000 times a day. They both froze after hearing how many times she had to do it. She said it takes a while to do it first, but if they work at it, she would be able to do it in 5 minutes a day. She then asked if she would like to train under her. Kidan looked at Pleiades with curiosity. Pleiades let out a breath and said she could never let this chance bestowed by a god get away, so she would of course want to be trained by Amphitrite. Kidan did not expect this to look like a scene from a sports manga. At first it took 5 to 6 seconds to complete one set of actions, so completing 10,000 breaths took 18 hours on the first day. After all the huffing and puffing, she fell into a deep sleep only to wake up for more huffing and puffing. After 2 weeks every day, she managed to finish 10,000 breaths in 5 minutes. Kidan was amazed by how talented she was. Now she could try to have a baby without hindering her farm work. Kidan told her not to worry about the farm and just take care of herself, but she started calling Angel. When she came, Pleiades dragged her inside and used Mermaid Spark on her. Angel didn't expect this show of dominance so sudden. Pleiades said she was a royal mermaid too and ordered her to use the big 3 royal mermaid secret techniques. As she bullied Angel, Kidan wondered what was up with this old-school sibling bonding. Angel said she was going to get her revenge someday and told her to wait. Pleiades was born ready. She then decided to get back to catching up on her work. When she left, Kidan asked Angel if she was okay. She said that she was sure of it now. She had mastered some sort of technique from God for having a child. She had been told that the training was so intense that it would interfere with everyone's work, but she didn't think it would happen so soon. Kidan was surprised as well. He said she and Pleiades were always so positive and so hardworking. She said they both hate losing each other, but her sister was the type of person who pushes herself beyond her limits. But this time she noticed that she was different. For a long time, her sister always respected their mother. Kidan suddenly realized that he didn't know about Pleiades' past or her family. He asked if it would be okay for her to tell him more about Pleiades. Angel started telling him about their family. Their dad's name was Nagus and their mother's name was Sheila Khan. Her father and mother were super in love and had a lot of children. He asked if they had other siblings, and she responded that they had 9 of them. Kidan could understand many kids because it was the royal family after all. She then said she nailed that part as a queen, but before that, her mother actually had a fatal flaw. Her past was a complete mystery. How she met their father or how they got together was a big secret that even their children didn't know. That's why she got all kinds of accusations thrown at her, like she was born super underclass or that she might be a criminal. She was the queen, so quite a few people were trying to drag her out and take her place too. But even while facing such slander and outside pressure, her mother gave birth to her and raised her. That's why Pleiades respected her so much. Since her mother had achieved such a great feat, Pleiades admired her deeply and decided to follow in her footsteps. Angel mentioned that her feelings toward their mother caused a major incident. Ever since she was young, she had a natural talent for potion making that amazed even adults. Even though she didn't need school, she became a student anyway. The school was where the nobility and upper class gathered, forming a sort of high society circle within the Mermaid Kingdom. By earning herself some recognition there, she wanted to protect her beloved mother from criticism. But shortly after she enrolled, the seniors, all high and mighty, set their sights on her. What they said to her was so offensive that she couldn't say it. But her sister got really angry and gave them a good beating. Kidan was sure those seniors had their own problems. She said he wasn't the only one who was worried about that. In the end, they all got expelled and that was it. This was the incident that made her feared as a witch. Kidan said the fact that they all got expelled in the end was pretty harsh. Angel said both parties were in the wrong, or rather, they insulted the royal family. It was treason no matter if they were nobility. Kidan asked if she had to deal with that too as she was a student right now. Angel said she never let it bother her at all. Kidan couldn't help but compliment Platy and Angel for being good in their own way. He then thanked her for telling him that important story and treating him as her family. Angel suddenly felt jealous. She told him that even if they were family, her sister was her rival, so she must return to her studies. When she left, Kidan started to think about the first time they met each other. The reason Platy and she met was because of the mess in the Mermaid Kingdom. She said she was trying to escape being forced to marry the Demon King. She even had to leave behind the mother she respected so much. He realized that she was like her mother, wanting to marry someone she liked. And just as her mother had raised a child with the person she loved, Platy had decided she wanted to do the same. And yet, Kidan hasn't fully grasped what it meant to be a father. The next day, Platy woke up and started for the day. Kidan called her and said he was wondering if there was something he could do too, like doing the training together. Platy was glad that he asked and said both partners must work together to have a child after all. She then started teaching him the training. She told him to imagine he was breathing fire and put his back into it. It wasn't just the breathing that was important, his diet was too. First of all, he must chew his food well, cut down on carbs, and increase his protein intake. Also, taking a warm bath helps the nerves. While she explained, Kidan wondered if that was just a regular diet. In a certain archaic human village, a bishop called Frodricus introduced the warriors of justice who fight for humankind. The holy order of the human kingdom had fallen, but they didn't abandon their sense of justice and had retreated underground, waiting for their opportunity to strike back. Demonkind had trampled through there and robbed them of their land, but they believed they were going to regain their freedom and prosperity. For those purposes, Frodricus told the innocent people to bring all the weapons and food from the village and hand them over to the warriors of justice. He also expected a thank you to the noble Lord Zeus. The villagers were shocked and were being forced by the warriors to give everything they had in their hands. Villagers told them that they were way worse than demons, and no wonder the human kingdom fell. Because of what he said, one of the warriors decided to sentence him to death and raised his sword to kill him. The man's relative desperately asked for help. At that moment, a bear monster appeared and destroyed the warrior's body in a second. Everyone froze for a moment because it was so unexpected. They had no idea what it was doing here and wanted to get out of there. Frodricus was no better than them, as he ordered them to use the villagers as bait and run whilst the monster was attacking them. One of them threw a villager in front of the bear and was about to run while it was distracted, but the bear didn't even sniff the villager and started chasing after the warriors. Confused and terrified, everyone started running away from the bear without knowing why it was only coming after them. At the Demon King's castle, people were talking about how that bear got out again. One of the soldiers heard from others that they had gone to the area. They lost count of how many times that bear monster had escaped. One asked what happened, and the other responded that it was the same thing as the other times. The village was saved from the remnants of the human kingdom by the monster bear. Even the villagers themselves testified so. He heard from the Demon King that the bear was born under the care of a saint, and they say it was a special monster. That's why they leave it to its own devices. The bear challenged the saint and lost, but the saint showed mercy. They said they would go on a training journey to gain recognition from the saint. It sounded like another fairy tale. The other man said there was no way something that fantastically strange really happened. Speaking of which, he also thought his clothes were pretty strange and fantastic. Not only that, but there were also lots of strange things happening there. The sudden disappearance of the Holy Barrier, and the lifeless King Emperor's demise after this land became the Demon Kingdom. It was also reported that the Vampire Alliance had fallen, and now the bear monster was carrying out justice. He believes that there might be a saint somewhere in this world, a godlike being. A woman was listening to them talking and realized that people started to notice. The saint's farm was a paradise somewhere in this world. It was said that a mountain of treasure, greater than all the treasures in the world, lies within that utopia. She investigated herself after hearing the rumors and was sure he really existed. She decided to invade the saint's farm. She was a new member of the Heavenly Four Eshma. Leviasa came and asked if she was planning on dispatching troops to search for the saint's farm. Eshma didn't know that Leviasa knew about the saint's farm. She said she was thinking about the same thing. They both seek achievements to secure their future in the Demon King's army. At the saint's farm, Vale seemed upset about something. She went to Kidan and Platy and showed them a pill bug. She found it cool because when she touched it, it curled up. However, while playing, she dropped the bug and a chicken caught it. As she started chasing the chicken, Kadan said it was Yoshimo's job to get rid of the pill bugs. Platy asked how many more chicken monsters they should get. He started considering visiting Vale's place again soon. That reminded him of the bear that time. It said it was going on a training journey, so he wondered how it was doing. Suddenly, coordinates appeared, and Asterisk came with her baby. He asked what the matter was and thought she was struggling with the many challenges of childcare. She said she was a little worried about the Demon Kingdom. Worried, they asked what happened. She wanted to report that Glacia was pregnant first. They were shocked. Platy asked if that wasn't good news. She said it was and added that Glacia and she were going on maternity leave, which meant new heavenly ones were being selected. Kadan and Platy thought about Bedami and Belina. She said they were excellent aides, but they already had their own duties to attend to. What she was concerned about was the other aides. Eshma came to her and asked if she was aware of the Saint's farm. She heard about the rumors and was sure it was definitely somewhere in this world, so she wanted to find and capture it and take it as the treasure for demonkind. Astra said this was a foolish thing to do, but she said that it all started with the dragon that appeared on the battlefield with Lady Astris, and at that time the dragon said she served the Saint Kadan, so she would destroy anyone who got in the way. That cryptic message, along with all the strange things that had been happening, Eshma couldn't help but feel that the utopia known as the Saint's Farm really did exist in this world. Astris acted like she didn't believe her, but she said even if the respected Lady Astris rejects this plan, she was going through with it. She also mentioned that she wasn't the only one who thought about that. Aide of Lady Glacia took the wrath position of the Heavenly Four, and Leviasa had been thinking the same way. She said there was no way she, who succeeded as Astris's madness, would be left behind. For the sake of the Demon Kingdom and Lady Astris, she wanted her allowance. Lady Astris had no other choice, so she asked to go take a look at the Saint's farm. With that, Astris asked for a little cooperation from the Saint and his allies. Eshma came to the farm, and Astris told her to try fighting with Orcubo. Eshma was shocked and asked what this place was and who those people were. Astris introduced the Saint Kadan and said this was the Saint's farm. Eshma was quite confused and said she was suddenly getting brought here and getting bombarded with information, so she wanted to slow down a bit, but Astris told her to try fighting. She said this was the place she was planning to invade. Kadan had no idea how it came to this. Platy couldn't really put into words how strange this all was. She said she had got nerve trying to invade this place, so she asked Orcubo to destroy her spirit. Eshma seemed angry and confused as to what Astris was thinking, and she decided to fight with the orc. As she rushed him to make an attack, Orcubo threw her to the sky with one fist. Kadan asked if it wasn't the real problem that this place was becoming more well-known. Astris agreed with him. Platy said people after this place would likely start showing up more and more, while Eshma was trying to fight with Orcubo once again. Kadan said keeping it too much of a secret would just raise suspicion and unease, but making it public would cause panic too. Astris told Eshma to settle down because she also got beaten up easily by the little one. She then said those guys were really tough and suggested giving up on her raid. Eshma wondered if this was some sort of bad dream because there was no way a commander of the demon army would lose to orcs. But she said it wasn't over yet and took out her sword. She used the advanced magic she mastered in absolute secrecy, Infernal Soulbreaker. As she attacked them with magic, the Immortal King came and stopped her attack pretty easily. Everyone thanked him for saving them while Eshma was trying to process everything. She recognized him but didn't want to believe that he was the actual lifeless king, so she thought he was just one of Lady Astra's elite cosplayers. While thinking, Vale called her and said she was on her way. She found her so cute and asked cutely what she was doing all the way out here. She said she was looking for pill bugs, which made her even cuter. She said it was a bit dangerous here and grabbed her like a baby to take her to someplace safe. Vale became angry and turned into her dragon form, asking how she dared to do that to Vale, the Grinzel dragon. That was the last straw for Eshma, and she passed out. When she woke up, Astris told her that this was the Saint's special land, and it was his power that brought peace to the Demon Kingdom. What he did was so amazing that Eshma felt like trash and apologized for that. To comfort her a little, Astris said it made her very happy that she went through the effort of learning that technique, all to protect the kingdom. Kadan said the new Heavenly Four members seemed like hard-working and honest people too. Going forward, what mattered was that little by little, more people would come to understand as she did, and also keeping the place in this world. So Platy asked her, as one of the Heavenly Four, not to do anything that would endanger the place's safety. Eshma made her decision and promised to do what she said. Suddenly, Leviasa appeared and said it was foolish to attack the land of the mighty saint. She was shocked that she was here too, and Astra said she brought her just in case. She told her that Leviasa was also planning to attack the farm. Eshma said she was as guilty as she was and told her to apologize to the saint. Leviosa responded that the reason she proposed sending in the troops was to provoke Aishma to uncover the mystery of the farm, so she could finally find out what Glacia and the rest of them were hiding. She said only by knowing the truth could she truly support her Lady Glacia. She introduced herself to Kidan. Patty wanted to know more about her, but she could only say Lady Glacia was her favorite. Suddenly, Leviosa took out a cat teaser and tried to call Vale. Aishma told her to stop, as Vale could end her life because that was the dragon that caused the world's two biggest disasters. But to her surprise, Vale completely lost her mind and adored the teaser. Plady and Kidan were both shocked that Leviosa was working her like a puppet. She didn't get how, but she gave her full points for insight and guts. Kidan said she was getting a tactician vibe, which made her another reliable friend. Speaking of which, Plady asked Astras about the other two Heavenly Four. She concluded that they were going to have to repeat everything for them too. She asked her to just bring them all here. In the next scene, Orcubo came and wanted to discuss something with Kidan. Kidan predicted that it was about his habit of building random stuff. He asked what he was trying to make this time, and he said he wanted to build a castle. Kidan was shocked. He asked if he really was itching to build something crazy again, and she said yes. He asked where he was planning on building the castle. Orcubo told him not to worry because the elves kindly introduced him to some good land outside this area. Even though the world was becoming more peaceful, they couldn't say anything would go wrong. So he thought it would be good to have a large storage warehouse that also serves as a shelter. He was really trying to make it sound like a good point. Vale agreed that it sounded pretty guild, and told him to go build a magnificent castle. She was also planning to become the lady of the castle, though. Orcubo asked for her help, and she said okay. He informed Kidan that the shipping of materials had already been arranged. Kidan said he did have a good point, and he did understand his ambitions as a creator. So he said okay. Several months later, the castle was almost done, and it looked great. Orcubo welcomed Kidan and asked if he would like to take a look around. Kidan commented that with those huge castle walls and many watchtowers, this place wouldn't be easy to bring down. Orcubo added that he was planning to set up a catapult here later. He started showing the things he had done to make it so battle-ready. The question was that when this was completed, what was going to be used for? An orc came and said they had a problem. Apparently there was a human village near here that they didn't notice until now. Considering the size of this castle, the villagers had likely already noticed it. At the village, villagers were talking about investigating, but there were monsters on that hill. They knew the orcs were building a castle, and what's more, it was very strange looking and ominous. Some of them didn't seem to believe that an orc would build a castle. The one who saw it begged them to believe him because if they noticed them and attacked, it would be over for them. The old one said all conflict had ceased in this world, and they had just begun to enjoy a peaceful life. The man said he was going to notify the feudal lord about this. If the lord sends them some soldiers, then they could probably drive the monsters out. That being said, they wondered how long it would take for words to reach him and for him to rally some soldiers, and no one could predict what could happen in the meantime. Worst case scenario, they may have to abandon the village and have to start everything over from scratch. Some of them had sick people in their houses and they couldn't handle a long journey. Suddenly their door was knocked and it was Orcubo and Kidan. They obviously started panicking after seeing an orc, but Kidan told them not to worry because this orc wasn't there to attack them. Orcubo said it was his responsibility this time and wanted to take care of it from here. He took out the ingredients he brought and asked them to accept their deepest apologies. He said he was the one in charge of building that castle in the mountains, and he never would have thought there were people living so close by. He gave them a little gift and some vegetables grown in their fields. The old man asked if they really didn't have any plan to attack this village. Orcubo said they had no hostility toward them and they held peace above all else. They were confused because castles were meant for fighting. Orcubo explained that it was his hobby, but they couldn't trust that, as a talking orc was suspicious enough as it was. They asked who they were and what they were up to. He said he was barely holding it together with his sick daughter, and this was just icing on the cake. Kidan asked about his daughter and if they had gone to a doctor, but there wasn't any doctor in a place like this. Orcubo wanted to take a look because he had trained under a renowned merfolk doctor. They were shocked again, but the father had no choice, so he accepted. He said it looked like a common cold, but it was worsening into pneumonia, so they could not leave it be. He gave him medicine and told him to make her some nutritious soup with the vegetables he had given him. Orcubo wet some cloth and put it on the girl's forehead. A few days later, Kidan wondered if Orcubo and the villagers were getting along. Plady was still surprised that they had neighbors. Aileron was still apologizing, but Kidan was okay because he knew they didn't know about it. Kidan didn't want to let this opportunity go to waste. He had learned a lot from the four heavenly ones, and there were people around them working for the sake of peace in this world. So they need to work hard and make this farm and him known to the world little by little. Orcubo came and informed him that the daughter quickly recovered afterwards, but the villagers who didn't like them seemed like they had notified the feudal lord about their farm. In 5 days, the feudal lord was going to gather soldiers and send them to their castle. Platy and Kadan were both shocked. Platy said this meant a whole bunch of people were going to come flooding in. Orcubo said if they explain everything to them, they might understand. Platy told him that this wasn't that easy. Unusual as it looked, it was a castle no matter how they slice it. Castles were inherently military structures. Even if it's true, there was no way they would believe that it was just a hobby. Vale said they would let them have it, and one fiery blast should do the trick. Orcubo felt so bad and said it was all his fault. He decided to take down the castle right away, but Kidan stopped him. Vale told him that he couldn't tear it down without her permission, as she was the lady of that castle. She said she had no choice but to set up a barrier around the castle. Kidan told her that this would disturb the villagers, and isolating themselves would only invite more distrust. Platy asked what they should do, and he started thinking. They needed to protect the castle and make the approaching army understand. First of all, they needed to buy some time. He had an idea. He didn't know it would work, but he decided to confront the feudal lord and his men. The feudal lord and his soldiers had already found Orcubo's castle, but he couldn't believe an orc built that. Soldiers warned the lord that it was in front of them. Orcubo slowly walks towards them and introduces himself as the one who built this castle. They were taken aback by how Orcubo was talking because that should be impossible. Orcubo told them that he knew why they were here. They came to take them down. He accepted their challenge and told them to let those confident in their skills step forth and challenge his castle. They were going to attack his castle, and Orcubo would defend it from within. The choice fell upon them. After finishing his words, he used teleportation magic and disappeared. The Lord's servant said this wasn't something an orc could ever use. The Lord said they couldn't leave this be and told the troops to besiege the castle in front of them. The woman, on the other hand, tried to stop him because it was too dangerous. She suggested withdrawing at once and requesting reinforcements from the Demon King's army and other areas. The Lord told Varlina that those were his lands and any problem that arises here was his responsibility. It was his obligation as the feudal lord to protect those who resided in his fiefdom. The soldiers backed him up on this, saying they were going to challenge this castle and claim their victory. Lord Dalkish told Varnia that she may stay there because he didn't want to endanger her as an outsider. Varlina refused, saying her duty was to watch him and to neglect that would be betraying her loyalty to the demon army. That was very honorable, so the Lord didn't insist on her. He said that the battlefield was scarcely gentle enough for women to bear. Varlina told him not to worry because she was formerly a soldier in the Demon King's army. If he thought of her as a mere watchdog, she would advise him to dispel that illusion. Had they crossed paths on the battlefield of the former human kingdom, there was no doubt he would have lost his life. Lord Dalkish was pretty uncomfortable for her to say stuff like that, but he endured her and ordered his soldiers to move. As they approached the castle, they encountered a quite narrow bridge. Varlina said this was the only bridge to the castle and thought there might be some sort of contraption. One of the soldiers confidently asked the Lord to allow him to go forth because he was confident in his sense of balance. The Lord told him to go ahead. While walking across the wood, he said there was water if he fell, so it was said. He was going to scout ahead and return. However, suddenly a window opened and it was a trap after all. They shot the soldier with a catapult, but when he was about to fall into the water, the soldier disappeared with teleportation magic. The orc that shot him told them not to worry about the projectile being just a ball of cloth, and the one who fell was safely being held in another area. The Lord was pretty pissed off by him, so he ordered everyone to advance. As they rushed towards them, the catapult shot them all and transferred them to a safe place. Half of their troops have fallen. Varlina said they walked right into that one. The Lord didn't care about what she said and told her that the remaining troops must advance and they must go save those who had fallen. She tried to tell him to think about this calmly before going in. Suddenly, Lord noticed that the gate was clear. The soldiers went inside, but this time Aileron was there. She said this was their next trial while standing up on a hill. The Lord figured they must climb this hill, even though he had a bad feeling about this. It didn't end there because Aileron brought a giant stone and rolled it towards them. The Lord didn't panic and told everyone to follow his lead. However, even though they got through the first one, Aileron could send as many boulders as she wanted with her teleportation magic. There was less than a second before the soldiers would crash, but they took them with teleportation magic. Now there was only the Lord, and his annoying partner Varlina left. She called him a buffoon and told him that they were going to climb up carefully since it was an infinite looping boulder. While walking, her foot tripped and she fell, but the Lord caught her and asked if she was okay. Feeling nervous, Varlina apologized for burdening him and tried to stand up. The Lord asked for her forgiveness for putting her in danger, but it appeared that he needed her. After this romantic moment, the Lord took her in his arms and jumped. After reaching the top, Varlina thanked him and Lord realized that she had an honest side after all. Even though they finished Trial 2, they had to pass through Trial 3, Trial 4, and Trial 5 until they reached the castle keep. "The final boss surely must be that powerful orc," the Lord said. He then thanked Varlina for her company this far. Going forward, he solemnly vows to protect her. Varlina responded that seeing him offer his hand not only to the humans but also to her, any resentment within her heart vanished. She knew he could win and protect this territory. They shook hands and he told her that they were going to stand as one through thick and thin. When they opened the gate, Vale greeted them, saying the lady of the castle, she was their final challenge. They were quite shocked. Kidan came and said it was over already while Vale tried to beat them up again. As they both froze, trying to figure out what was going on, Kidan took out a confetto and congratulated them for making it to the castle keep. After that, they explained to them that this castle wasn't for battle or conquering the Lord's territory. It was built purely for fun. Kidan said he thought it would be enjoyable for visitors as well and apologized for the disturbance. The soldiers who didn't make it through were downstairs enjoying pork miso soup, so there was nothing to be worried about. The Lord agreed that the challenges were certainly exhilarating. If they hadn't come here, they wouldn't have formed this bond either. Varlina agreed, but she said that she found it hard to overlook the fact that they built it in their territory without their permission, from a military perspective. Even if they understand his reason, they cannot leave this castle be. Orcubo didn't insist on her and agreed to take it down at once. Varlina told him that he didn't need to go that far. He asked him to allow them to occupy this castle. Then they spread the word that Lord Dalkish had opened the ultimate attraction in his fiefdom, and was calling all challengers across the land. If they did that, no one would think this castle was dangerous, and more people would come to participate. The Lord seemed to like her idea. Kidan and Orcubo seemed okay too. Orcubo bowed to Varlina and promised to continue to maintain everything from the traps to the upkeep of the Orcubo castle. Varlina tried to explain that she wasn't a princess, but the Lord said in his eyes, she may as well be a princess, with a flirty voice. While Varlina tried to process what he had just said, the Lord stood up and shook hands with Kidan. And so, the uproar over Orcubo's castle was over. Meanwhile, Plady was at home wondering why she had gotten sick all of a sudden. She felt like she was going to puke, but at that moment, she realized that this could mean that she was pregnant. That is the end of the recap at chapter 60. Please read the pinned comment about the next part.